Meet the Muster Dogs class of 2025.
He's chewing the mic.
New Muster Dogs, Collies and Kelpies.
What do you think? You're going to be a champion?
Stream all episodes now. Always free, always entertaining on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a match-up this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, they defend to get inside of the boundary.
The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than
He curled the river a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
That extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got. They are leaving nothing out there. Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping. We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers. Snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
Take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity.
He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that body roar.
Ball's one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish.
60 out. Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
That's a massive hit. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for six. Scores level.
Running pass. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer?
Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
Is Carlton season back on track after wins over the West Coast Eagles and North Melbourne in recent weeks? We get to find out this afternoon at the MCG as they take on the Cats. Harry Mackay makes his return, while Geelong are looking for 4 wins on the trot as they make their move in season 2025. Hello, welcome to Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch with you. It is a great occasion as we celebrate the Anzacs across this round. It got underway on Thursday night. It comes to a conclusion today, and the ceremony that will take place between these two sides before the match gets underway. Almost fell off my chair when there was no late changes for either side this afternoon. That has been for so long the way in which the Cats have operated. There is a debutant this afternoon. We're looking forward to seeing Ollie Wiltshire make his debut for the Cats. Pick 61 in 2023 from Barwon Heads. He's had to wait a couple of years before he's got to make his opportunity at the AFL level. He gets to do so this afternoon. Cooper Lord and Ollie Henry are the subs for their respective sides this afternoon. Ben Cameron to call the action alongside me. Welcome to you, Ben.
Hello, Clinchy. There nearly was one. We saw O'Shane Mullen doing a fitness test out here about 2.5 hours before the bounce of the ball. He was doing some diagonal running, sort of side to side, checking that hip that saw him the late exclusion last week from the team. But no late changes, as you mentioned. Two teams that are on winning streaks. How about that? Geelong, after a 1-2 start, have won their last 3. They do have a 6-day break coming off Easter Monday, while Carlton, they've won their last 2 games, albeit against the opposition of West Coast and North Melbourne, to be on a 2-game streak of their own.
Great to hear from so many of you on the Footy Forum. You can get in touch with us throughout the afternoon on the SMS 0437 774 774. The Sydney Swans burst out of the gates against the Gold Coast Suns. They kicked 6 goals to 2 to lead by 25 points at quarter time. The Suns have wrestled it back to a 17-point lead at halftime, so I'll keep you across that match. There is a ABC call available on the ABC Listen app if you want to follow the action this afternoon. Two-time All-Australian. It's been great to have him a part of our team in 2025. Chad Wingard is here and ready to go for another afternoon. Welcome to you, Chad. There we go. Turn that one on.
Okay, well, first time at MCG, so I just missed the on button just there. Yeah, but it's great to be here, great to be part of the team. Hoping for a good contest here. Hoping Carlton can bring the heat early.
And it's a big Sunday afternoon at the footy when Adam Ramanauskas comes and joins us, because normally he has all sorts of kids coaching responsibility. So not just one game, but 2 games. He's been on AFL Saturday as well. Rama, welcome to you.
It's good to work with some friends, and then Ben Cameron has to go. So it's, look, I'm looking forward to this game. I want to find out if Carlton are real or not. So they've won the last couple of weeks, and I know their opposition hasn't been much, but now they come up against a genuine contender. Can they find some form and start to build some momentum back into the season?
See, that's revenge, because yesterday I said it's nice to finally have an Essendon champion with us as Zach Merritt joined us. Good to see Rama again.
So I guess Rama and Chad, we're going to get the chance to head inside the Geelong and the Carlton camp. Patrick Dangerfield, I got the chance to catch up with him a little while ago. But how do you judge the Blues in their start to the season? What are you looking to see this afternoon against a side I guess we all think will be there come September in Geelong, but not as sure about the Blues after their slow start?
Well, for me, it's their consistency. I think their ball movement has really been inconsistent. If you said to me, Carlton, how do they play? How do they move the ball? I would say that they're forcing the ball through the corridor, and that's what scares me. Their turnovers and then scores against them. I think the last 2 weeks they kind of found something a little bit. I think their forwards probably had their best game last week against North Melbourne, and like I said, Paddy Cripps hasn't had his dominant display so far. So I'm looking forward to seeing him. I suppose we're relying on George Hewitt, obviously having 30 disposals a game and leading their clearance work as well. So it's good to have other people step up, but can Paddy Cripps obviously have a big game again? I don't know about Carlton. Like I said, they don't have a DNA that I'd be really certain on what they're going to bring each week, where, Geelong, you just know what they're going to bring, and I suppose that's built over a long, time, and there's consistency with that you just know Geelong are going to give and what they're going to play like. So Carlton, for me, are just, again, like you just said before, is this a game for them to really step up and show the rest of the industry that they're serious?
Well, I think the reality is their DNA has to change. They've been so preoccupied with contest and clearance for a long time, and it's worked. Look, they've made the last couple of final series, so that's worked, but the game evolves. And if you don't evolve as a team, the game just goes past you. And I think in the opening couple of rounds, I think Richmond was the biggest shock. Like, Richmond come out and you see Richmond run and carry and pressure, and Carlton is standing there flat-footed. So the last couple of weeks, Benny, we've done a couple of their games. You see just that little small evolution in their game where they're starting, like Chad mentioned, the corridor stuff. But I'm sort of going, well, I like that because it's something different. Now, we're not used to seeing it, so we go, is it sustainable? Well, we're going to find out against one of the very best defending teams in the competition in Geelong. Is that type of football sustainable?
So it feels like now it's all about speed, isn't it?
Yeah.
By foot or by ball movement, how you kick it and how you're able to get the ball moving. So can Carlton do that?
Yeah, and I've spoken about this a couple of times this year. The game shifted from time in forward half to now efficiency from back half of the ground to front half of the ground. How quickly you can get the ball from basically half back inside your forward 50 to your big forwards to score. Now, Carlton, they resisted against that for a long time. It was like, well, we'll win it through a clearance and then we'll drive territory and we'll try to win the game like that. But what was happening, and particularly in that opening round against Richmond in the second half, they've realised, this doesn't work anymore, because they'll kick it to Richmond, then Richmond's speed would absolutely burst back the other way. So credit where credit's due to Carlton's coaching staff. They identified it early and they've gone to the players, well, this is what we have to do. Now, okay, they've had a couple of easy kills against West Coast and North Melbourne. I get that. So that's why I'm saying, well, how does the test look today against a really good opposition for Carlton? Can they come out and show, well, this is sustainable now, the way we move the ball? The other part to that then is Geelong. Now, Geelong fascinate me. They've always fascinated me, the football club. They've always been so successful, and we get that. But even watching last week, they get out to a lead, and then Hawthorn almost run them down. So they're that type of team where you watch, they'll do their work early. They do their work very early in a game, and then it's almost like we'll just sit on our heels now for the remainder of the game, and we'll absorb, and we'll let the opposition come at us. We might let them get into 3 or 4 goals, and we'll go and win the game that way. So I don't think Geelong are playing at their best either. I'm happy to be told otherwise, but I've seen Geelong play a hell of a lot better football than they've played at the start of this season.
There was some great vision shown by Adam Simpson, I think, on Fox Footy during the week about how sneaky Chris Scott is and his ability to manipulate in-game and switch around the rucks and how much it confused Lloyd Meek. I mean, you're very recently out of the game, Chad. What would you guys hear internally about how they manipulate matchups to get a spare behind the ball and flip around their rucks, etc.?
Yeah, well, that's all the, I suppose, small nuances in the game. And it is a tactical, I suppose, battle when you're thinking about a chess match with the coaching. And it's all about who can you get the game on, whose terms it on. So how do we set up this game to, I suppose we should say, roll the dice? How do we get the ball in our favour? So how does Sammy Mitchell want this game to be played? How does Carlton want this game to be played? And then whoever's winning that gets to dictate the game almost. And then what moves can we make tactically to put it back in our favour? And I just want to get back onto to Carlton's ball movement, and I just want to talk about probably the best two teams that I see at the moment with it. You see Collingwood, and you're talking about the corridor ball movement. It's when they go in there. And Carlton, for me, is why I don't rate them in terms of their ball movement, is that they're kicking over 40, 50-metre kicks into their corridor. When you look at, I suppose, Collingwood, they're setting up off of contests and off of turnovers to shape it.
Yep.
Into corridor, and I think that's the best way, and the best teams are doing it is actually shaping it off of contest to move into the corridor, and that's how you beat the density. But I don't think the way that they're setting up in terms of they're kicking 40, 50 metre kicks into contested situations. Yeah. So that's probably the biggest difference I see in Carlton and where they're trying to shift. And can they understand when is the right time to go corridor and when is it to go safer and then speed it up at the right time.
So what you see Collingwood do at the moment, so I know it's Carlton and Geelong today, but Collingwood, they force the team to kick down the line, okay? And then it's shaped from the back off of that. Now, that's what Carlton aren't quite doing yet. So what Chad's talking about is they're not forcing a team down the line. They're winning the football and you're just going bang into a corridor. And it's like, oh, that's probably not the right shape. And how do you want to set your field up? Geelong have been the masters at that for years, where they forced you down the line and they've got a Tom Stewart or De Koning or Harry Taylor or, the like of those guys that are so good at intercept marking. Then it shapes out the other way. And before you know it, it's back inside your forward line.
That's a slingshot. Yeah.
So the shape of a ground, and particularly here at the MCG with the width, I'm fascinated to see what Carlton can do today. I'm hopeful, but I'm not confident.
So just for people following along at home, just to explain that, we used to speak about the shape as sort of a V switch. Think of it like a V. So a V sort of facing your defensive goal, where the point is there, sort of in on the diagonal, back out on the diagonal.
And the other part that happens too is the opposition. So use Collingwood as the example. They'll commit one less to the contest, so they'll have one spare in their back line. So they outnumber once that quick kick comes, so then they can manipulate that marking contest. So it's not like it's going to be then a ground ball that's hotly contested. It's going to be a ground ball that if Collingwood win, it's a release handball backwards and it's out sideways. And off you go. So it's... Look, most teams try to play the same way. AFL football's been a copycat industry ever since I've known it. But it's the teams that can actually execute by foot now are the ones that they're the best in the competition.
The voice of Adam Romanascus alongside Chad Wingard, Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron to call the action. Lauren Portman will be down on the boundary for us this afternoon. It's Carlton and Geelong from the MCG. It feels like, Chad, the Blues have all the weapons. It's just whether they can get them to click at the same time. So when you think about their centre clearance dominance, Cripps, Walsh, Hewitt, enough to give most opposition sides a nightmare with Tom De Koning continuing to develop throughout his progression. The return of Harry Mackay this afternoon with Charlie Curnow. Would a win like this against Geelong solidify in your mind that they are one of the contenders this season, or are there still a bit more work to be done?
I think there's still a little bit more work to be done. I don't think a single game can make you a contender. And just like you see Gold Coast at the moment down to Sydney, they're in the same breath in terms of are they a contender, are they not? There's a lot of teams that are in that window where you're just not sure where they're at the moment. And Carlton, yes, they have all the weapons, but I still think their bottom five are not quite as good as the top teams, if I'm being completely honest. But yes, they're top tier. They're probably top 5 to 6 players are as good as any. And like I said, they're just not all firing at once. I think Curnow has kicked 16 goals in the last 4 matches against Geelong, so I expect him to have a good one. And the addition of Mackay back, how does that look again? And like I said, Motlop had kicked 3 in the last quarter last week. Looked like he's hopefully can bring that momentum into this game. There's a lot of players that haven't played their best footy this year for Carlton, and that's the reason why they are where they are. But can the momentum of the last 2 weeks help them in this game. And like you said, they haven't all fired at once. I'm actually waiting for Cripps to have a really breakout game and to dominate a game as well as like with other guys helping him along. It's almost like Cripps doesn't play that well, then Hewitt plays well. Like you just said, can they all fire at once? And can they defensively hold up and play the way that they want to for 4 quarters? That's the other thing. They've been good for a half. Like we all know that their first halves were so great, and then they didn't back it up in the second half. Can they put a full 4-quarter game together as a whole playing group is yet to be seen. And I'd love to all the games to do it. It'd probably be this one.
I'm sure you'll got it there, Clinchy, but Carlton's last 4 wins from this season and last season have both been against North Melbourne and West Coast. Exactly. So that's where the test. So the test lies here today for Carlton. Can they find the form which is going to be competitive against the top team in the competition? If not, they're in that 7-12 ruck. And that's a hard space to live in, because you're fighting the season. You're just continually fighting the season. You can't get back to level pegging in the wins and losses, and you can't then rest players and manipulate how you want to control your team to make sure you're fresh at all times throughout the year. So great test for the Blues today.
The wrestle between that expectation and reality. Yep. Adam Romanascus and Chad Wingard, your experts on ABC Sport. You can get in touch with us on the SMS 0437 774 774 to add your thoughts to ours. The Blues are also celebrating their 1995 premiership this afternoon, so a chance for so many of those legends to be in the house. And whenever you see David Parkin, it's a good day to be at the footy. So I'm hoping we bump into him at some stage.
We should try and get him up here at halftime.
We should, actually. Might send out that message. On the other side of this, I had the chance a little earlier to catch up with the Geelong captain, Patrick Dangerfield, as we head inside the Geelong camp.
The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling. Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos, alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app. On ABC Sport. You're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
Don't get better than this. On your radio,
Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
Sunday afternoon footy from the MCG on ABC Sport. Geelong taking on Carlton. We are very privileged to have the Geelong captain join us before the game. Paddy, welcome. Thanks so much for your time.
Thanks, Paddy.
Tell me, how's the preparation change over the journey for you? What's it like before a big game at the MCG?
I was playing, what's the gun game that you have? It's like laser tag sort of thing. So we were playing that this morning with the 3 kids and my wife. So we're actually laughing about this very thing early this morning when we were doing that.
Kids make life a little different. To try and honour the Anzacs and remember those that have fought for our country, the 198 names of the players that have represented the club and fought for Australia on the back of your jumper today. How's the club tried to signify it during the week?
Yeah, well, it's been I think a really important part of the history of the club. It's obviously the history of the country, and it's a special round to have that sort of recognition. And because we're so far removed from it, it was such a long, time ago, and we're so fortunate being Australians with where we are compared to the rest of the world that we just don't experience that sort of thing. We see it on the news, but we don't see it close to home. But we wouldn't have the opportunities we have now without those sacrifices. So our guys are fully aware of that, and it's an important story to tell.
Ollie Wiltshire makes his debut this afternoon. What can you tell us about and our listeners about his journey?
I call him Snags because he's fond of a goal. Barwon Heads boy, obviously played some great footy, albeit at very much the lower levels to be drafted. It's a pretty extraordinary story. It's a bit of a Stephen Wells special in that respect. So he's come from a long way back, but boy, he's put in the work, and he was injured his first year, had some groin issues, and then this season, since playing in the VFL, he's lit it up. He's really been a level above. So he's well and truly earned his opportunity, and we're looking forward to him donning the hoops, and he'll do a good job.
I was working on radio this morning with Cameron Ling, and I said, what would you like me to ask Danger? And he said, ask him how his body's feeling now as a permanent forward. So how are you feeling? Do you feel like it's made a bit of a difference spending a little bit more time up forward rather than in the midfield?
Yeah, it definitely makes a big difference in terms of just the work that's required. It's just less crash and bash in a sense. Like, there's the contests that still come, but you're more aware of them. because generally they're in front of you, the ball's coming in. The thing with the midfield is it's sort of 360 and you're not quite sure where the contact comes from, and you spend plenty of time on the ground. So that's been an adjustment, but as a 35-year-old now, it's a welcome one.
So I think you attended just the one centre bounce clearance last week against the Hawks with Paddy Cripps in the middle, Sam Walsh, Adam Chera, and the list goes on. Will you spend a bit more time in there today, or is the plan to still spend predominantly your time up forward?
Maybe. It just depends sort of how we're going in there. If we're going well, it's important to have that contest ahead of the ball. And I think I've helped Jez and Chananier with that, obviously being able to play a bit taller. So it's a bit of horses for courses. You don't want the opposition to have too much ascendancy, but I feel like our younger players have really flourished in there, and for the most part we were really good in there last week, and it's been a bit of a strength over the past month. So that's important, but it's sort of it'll ebb and flow with the game depending on the flow of it.
How's it sort of asked you to adjust your leadership style? You've been used to being in there at the centre bounce and probably can give the direct feedback or go about doing it yourself. How's it changed now you're in the forward 50, and maybe you've got to communicate that and have a bit more trust on the players that are in there to do the job?
Yeah, it probably helps your leadership in a sense because you can actually see the game clearer. The thing about being a leader and playing in the midfield, it's more an action thing because you're there to do and you don't see as much of the bigger picture. Being at one end of the ground, whether it's forward or back, you have a greater understanding of how the game's being played because you're less of the cut and thrust, and you can see sort of the dynamics of how the ball's being moved, good, bad or indifferent. So understanding the game, that's probably made it easier. The thing that doesn't make it easier is you can't impact as much. You're a byproduct as a forward, obviously, so you're reliant on what happens up the field. So you can have sort of 10, 15-minute patches where you feel like you're playing okay, and we can feel like collectively we're playing okay as a forward group, but the ball doesn't come down. So it's almost that mental resolve you need, and your opportunities sometimes can be few and far between. So getting that right has been an adjustment, but I think the good players, they do that because they make the moments count when they come.
Geelong captain Patrick Dangerfield is with you on ABC Sport. So have you been channeling a bit of your Tony Modra? Is that what you've been telling the boys in the change rooms, who you're trying to be the forward?
Yeah, I had to show them who Tony Modra was to start with. So that was fine. That was YouTube for a bit. There's 3 minutes of highlights on the AFL.com website, so that was good to show them. Channeling a bit of Modra, and now they all understand who he is, just recognising a bit of the greatness of the past. But it keeps you young when you make a fool of yourself from time to time.
Now, a teammate of yours, Mitch Duncan, who's desperate to try and get back into the senior side. We haven't seen him so far in 2025. He's played the 3 VFL games. What's the communication to him as to when his opportunity might come about?
It's pretty simple, early on. The team's in good form, and positionally those players are in good form, and that part's tough because Mitch is a really well-credentialed player. But he's also a pro. He understands the balance of youth and experience and opportunity, and opportunities will come, absolutely. And his energy, effort and endeavour, but his professionalism, it's been really, really clear for us all to see. He's a team-first player, always has been. That's been one of his great strengths. So he's been a wonderful leader, even though he hasn't been playing, but I'm sure his opportunity will come at some point.
2 quick ones to finish with. I was in Adelaide when you were there playing for the Crows. You know what it's like to be a rock star in a 2-team town. What's it been like to play alongside Bailey Smith and the recognition he gets both on field and off field?
I've seen few players with the sort of ability to move the needle in that regard like Baz. So that's, I think he handles it incredibly well. There's obviously a huge amount of attention on and off the field that comes his way. But I think importantly for us, he's letting his on-field actions do the talking most of the time. And it's been a really beneficial thing for us. But I think equally we've been beneficial for him. So it's been a great start for his career in the hoops.
He tried to defend you. I think the coach tried to defend him during the week about the fines and whether there was any sort of point to them all, and made the point he wouldn't mind auditing the AFL. They're not sort of afraid to give out fines, but they're a little bit reluctant to admit their own mistakes. Do you know where the fines go in terms of when they get handed out to players like Bailey Smith?
No. I steer clear of any sort of political chat with that sort of thing. But I think the more fines you get, I would just assume the less likely you to be to exhibit that behaviour. But with Baz, who knows? Maybe not.
Paddy, really appreciate your insights. Good luck this afternoon. Thanks as always for your time on ABC Radio around the country.
Thanks, Matty.
Great to hear from Geelong captain Patrick Dangerfield in the lead-up to today's match. It's Carlton and Geelong from the MCG. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron to call the action. Lauren Borden will be down on the boundary. Chad Wingard and Adam Romanascus are your experts upstairs as the Blues are honouring their past. It's 30 years since they won the premiership back in 1995. Mentioned Benny, our good mate David Parkin. Hoping to see him down there. Well, he's front and centre with the cup. You'd expect no different. He and Steve Kernahan either side.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Parko out there just revelling in the moment. What I do note as well, and this is a sad note, it was reported a couple of weeks ago about whether Stephen Silvani would be there for the celebrations, and I can't see him at least out there on the ground. Obviously had a falling out with the club over the end of his tenure at the Blues. Now at St Kilda involved with Ross Lyon, but not back at the club to celebrate this flag.
Yeah, a bit of a shame whenever you can't get your former greats of the club to rejoin for moments that should be a celebration and happy times to reflect upon what were great eras for the Blues, and I'd love to be back amongst it in 2025. Touch on Chris Scott. Well, he certainly didn't miss the AFL in his response. This is what he had to say around the fines that have been handed out in the last week or so.
So probably what would have happened if the clubs did something that the AFL didn't like, they would have fined us. That's what they do. When they see something they don't like, they punish people. When they muck up, maybe they'll say sorry. But even that's unlikely. Anyway, I'm talking more broadly. But again, like I would imagine that I tend to be an outlier on these things. We don't punish our players, and we certainly don't fine them. So I don't believe that it's a good policy in general. And I could talk for a long time about it. They know what I think. They just don't particularly care. They think it's good policy to throw out fines left, right and centre. Is it a deterrent? I would argue no, it's not. Does it treat them like juveniles? I think it does. They say the money goes to concussion research. Wouldn't mind auditing that.
Chris Scott yesterday in his pre-match press conference, Adam Romanascus, he was in good form. Afraid to sort of give a few sort of thoughts as to how he feels the AFL have handled that, the communication breakdown which took place with the was it a power board which was left in the rain, which as a result they couldn't have communication between the box and the bench, so they had to use mobile phones. But does he have a point?
Well, I think there'll be certainly a conversation with the AFL probably tomorrow. I would suspect that might be...
don't call us, we'll call you.
That might be Andrew Dillon's first call tomorrow. I don't think that's a Laura Kane conversation. I think that's definitely an Andrew Dillon conversation. So, but
sounds to me like someone who's got, you know what, on their liver over the audit of the Cats that is taking place at the moment, and the Morris Finance third-party deal.
The audit that the Cats are getting.
Yeah, I know.
3 teams get audited every single year,
that.
regardless. Okay, so.
But this is taking a while. Where's it at?
Well, no, this is how long they take.
Yeah. Okay.
Like I've managed players for 15 years, and you'll find out who your players are that are audited that year, and it could take 1 month, it could take 6 months by the time they go through all the because you've got to give up absolutely everything.
He's not happy about the third party deal and the fact that the AFL weren't enamoured with that, the finance group that is a Geelong sponsor as well,
and that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay, but it felt like this was maybe a.
Well, I think he was more talking about, the AFL are happy to fine players and fine clubs if they muck up, but if the AFL muck up, who's there to discipline them? I guess
they're City Hall.
That's right. That's right. You can't discipline yourself.
Yeah.
So, how often did you get fined, Chad?
Never. I was a good boy. I never got fined. Yeah.
No flicking.
You never got fined.
No. Oh, sorry. I did get fined. Yes, but. It was a crap one. It was the ones that frustrates me is actually I get pushed into an umpire and a centre bounce, and I've got to pay the fine. When I first started the AFL, I ran up to the guys and I said, because the fine should be, if you're a rookie, you're on I don't know, like 70. Yeah. But when I started, I was on 60 grand. So 60 grand, and I have to pay a $4 grand fine. That's my whole month's salary.
Yeah.
Like over my month's salary in one game. And if you have 2 of them a game, I'm in the deficit. I'm actually paying to play AFL.
So you want a sliding scale? I quite like that idea. Is it true that it gets smoothed out over your annual salary?
I think it's hard for me to comment because I work at the AFL, but it would make sense if it was a scaling. Because the guys that are on $1 million, $3,000's not going to mean much. But a guy who's on 60 grand, $3,000's your month's payment.
It's the argument we have with the tennis every year when, the best player in the world breaks a racket and they get a $2,000 fine. Doesn't compare to the guy or girl who's trying to make ends meet, scraping into the draw, does it?
No, well, I got fined when we won the grand final in 2000. It actually cost me money to play in that game.
What did you do?
The match payment was less than what the fine was.
Yeah.
I was wrestling.
Which doesn't make sense. That's the part that doesn't make sense.
Wrestling.
To be fair.
So when Longy nearly took Troy Simmons' life with that big bump.
Yes.
And then there was a little scuffle after that. So, when we all got fined. Quite funny, actually. We went to the tribunal back then. I don't know why. It was on a Tuesday or Wednesday after the grand final. So we weren't in the best shape, it's fair to say. But Hurdy decided to challenge his fine. Hurdy quite likes money, and he decided to challenge it. So he ended up having to pay a little bit more.
To be fair, you would have paid to play in that game.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Won a flag, pretty good.
Adam Romanascus, Chad Wingard, your experts on ABC Sport, both have been fined by the AFL. So there you go. Everyone has their own story. And you would have heard in the background, Geelong have made their way out onto the MCG. So we have the debutant, Ollie Wiltshire, who will be making his debut this afternoon. O'Shea Mullen comes in and Jai Clark as well at the expense of Graham Myers, Mitch Nevitt, and Ted Closey is out of the Geelong lineup. So we've touched a fair bit on the Blues, but the Cats, it feels like they've been humming along nicely. 3 consecutive wins. They saw off a late comeback from the Hawks last week where Nick Watson kicked it. It might have been a far closer finish than what it prevailed, but the Cats got the job done by 7 points, and I guess we're all intrigued as to see how will their forward line go against a star-studded midfield group for the Blues. What are your questions around the Cats this afternoon?
Look, I think the question around the Cats still is the hunger. Like, at their very best, they're comfortably a top 4 team in the competition. There's absolutely no doubt about that. But they always fascinate me, Geelong, around, well, they get a lead in a game, then teams, are capable of running them down because they sort of go into their shell. I also think the combination of Jeremy Cameron and Patrick Dangerfield forward is quite interesting. So Cameron's probably had the slowest start to the season that he's had, and Dangerfield playing as that permanent forward, a lot of the ball is going to him. So how that marriage continues to work, can Shannon Neal get more airtime in that forward line? I think is another part of it. But then now, what do Carlton do? Do they go to Holmes or do they go to Bailey Smith and try to shut that run down? Because Geelong for a long time were very much a clearance team as well. They'd sort of, they want to win contests, but now they're a complete running team. And Chris Scott admitted that. He said, this is the first time I've ever coached a running team. And he's got 2 of probably the best runners in the competition. There's always a question mark on Geelong's rucks, like how Reece Stanley will continue to compete. Does Sam DeConing go in there at any stage and ruck against his brother? So, look, they're a very good football team, Geelong, but they're right. They're going to be right at the points here when the whips are cracking, but they're still not a completely finished product.
Yeah, I agree, and I feel like they always kind of ease into the season, and they do play their best footy in the final because they've been there so often. And like you got to remember, the teams that play in the final, they start a bit later in pre-season. Like they could maybe, and because they're older as well, I think Brad Scott has like one of the best in terms of time at the club. They don't spend as much as what other clubs do, so they've got a good balance in terms of their work, I suppose, lifestyle relationship. But yeah, I think it's when they perform their best is later in the season. So when, like you said, do they still have the hunger early in the season to make sure they've got enough wins on the board to be a top 4 side, to actually give themselves the best chance to be in the grand final? Because top 4 means you get double chance. You get a home final. All that kind of stuff matters, and they know this. They're not silly. They've been here. They know what it takes. But yeah, Dangerfield's been amazing this year. I think how do they look without Myers is probably another one for me, because he's a one that kind of has that mid-forward connection and really helps them, I suppose, connect from their mids to their forward. And again, one for me again is Stengels hasn't played his typical best so far. I mean, he's kicked 7 goals in 6 games, and he can turn it on in any game, kicking 3 or 4. And same with Jeremy Cameron. He's been missing some shots, hasn't dominated, but I think that forward line, if they're all firing, they're probably as dangerous as the Crows and have as much firepower. But again, can they do it all in the same game?
Only 2 goals in the last 4 weeks for Tyson Stengel. He did have 2 goal assists last week, including the one which set up Sean Manor to kick the winner. Chad Wingard and Adam Ramanauskas, your experts on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron and Matt Clinch to call the action. The Gold Coast Suns have made their move at the Carrara Oval against the Sydney Swans. They managed to lead by 10 points now. 10-9-69 to the Swans, 9-5-59. Just a reminder, there is a ABC call available via the ABC Listen app. Just look for the designated AFL extra button. But yeah, the Gold Coast Suns have put it 4 goals, 3-0 so far in this third quarter, which is now through 16 minutes. You would have heard the Blues make their way out onto the MCG. A chance for us to head down to the top of their race. And Lauren Borden's with one of their assistant coaches, Jordan Russell.
Thanks, Clinchy. I'm downstairs on the boundary with Carlton assistant Jordan Russell in the big build-up to Geelong and the Blues playing today. Jordan, you've lost the last 5 matches here on the MCG. They've been against some tough opposition, but a big crowd, a big weekend as well, with it being their Anzac Day round. So is it important to perform well on the G today?
Yes, it certainly is. Important to play well on all grounds. I actually didn't know the last 5, so thanks for bringing that one up. But no, it's a great occasion. We're obviously very lucky to play on this weekend, and a really special occasion for all teams. And we're looking forward to seeing how we go against a really strong team in Geelong this week.
And they're coming off some good form too, the Cats, after what was pretty much a finals-like game on Monday. So what did you put the most effort into when looking at the Cats this week?
Yeah, well, they've got strengths everywhere. What they do really well is get back and support their defence, and that sort of kickstarts their offence as well. So we've got to be on point with how we equalise forward and sort of soak up their spare that they like to generate behind the play. But be very mindful that their high forwards come up and support, and how quick they are and efficient they are going forward. So they've got strengths across the 3 lines, but stuff that we've prepped really well for.
Is it hard to go up against Geelong when they're quite adaptable with where they put someone like Tom Stewart or Blitzarves or Dangerfield?
It is, but that's the game. I reckon what Geelong have done really well for a long time is play the chess game really well. So stoppage stuff, who they're putting behind the play, they've got multiple avenues and they're really experienced. But that's what our whole week's been about, is how we can combat that and exploit it. So we're looking forward to the challenge.
And you've got 2 wins on the trot now against West Coast and North Melbourne. Michael Voss spoke this week about getting consistency in everything you do, not just the wins. So what does that look like for you when you look at the consistency that you want to see from the side, whether or not you get the win?
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of the first 4 rounds, we had it. I mean, it's our contest and our pressure, and we're in front on, I think, all 4 of those games. So the consistency looks like numbers around the contest, competing hard, being able to absorb pressure, being efficient with our ball use. We're starting to find some flow from our back half to our front half. So the little things that become big things across 4 quarters and across the weeks of the competition. So again, as I keep reiterating, we've got a really good challenge when we get to test where we're at, and the last 2 weeks have been really positive, but these guys are in good form, so it's a good test.
You get a big in today with Harry Mackay back from time out for mental health reasons, but also with concussion. So I guess firstly, how is he faring at the moment personally? And also it must be a huge in to have him back in the forward line for yourself too as forwards coach.
Yeah, it's you certainly walk taller when Harry's playing. He's had his challenges. He's working his way through them. He's been really positive. His energy's back to what we're used to and accustomed to seeing. And when he's like that, he makes everyone else stand taller around him. So Lewis Young's actually done a really good job for us when he has come in and fulfilled a key forward role. So he did a really good job last week. Harry obviously comes back in. And, I mean, we're not keeping it complicated for him. We're keeping it simple. Compete, bring a presence, enjoy your footy and get around your teammates. And that's all we're judging him on.
No, that's great to hear. And I guess down the other end, Jacob Wiedering had a little bit of a knee injury and an issue. How did he train throughout the week, and how does he look heading into today?
Yeah, Wieders probably had a little bit of a slow day or 2 after the game, but he's ready to go. He fully trained during the week, and it had to be a fair injury to keep him from playing. So he's right to go, and obviously been a really key pillar with Silvani back there and Haynes and McGovern. So, glad that he's 100%.
And it's a big day for the club too, with it being 30-year reunion of the 1995 Premiership side. A few of the players in that you probably would have played with maybe at the end of their career, at the start of yours. Have you been able to catch up with them, or do you know what they're getting up to celebrate the Premiership 30 years ago?
Yeah, I only played with one. I had a year with Campo, so I saw him at the club yesterday. I know they've got a lunch. No, they had a dinner yesterday, so I'd imagine they have a few sore heads this morning, and they've got a function today at the game. So 30 years, it's a long time. Obviously, there's constant external pressure around us being able to get one soon. So it's great to be able to celebrate what they did a long time ago, and hopefully we can put on a good show for them today.
Well, thank you for your time, Jordan. Hopefully you get the same result as 30 years ago as well today.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you to Jordan Russell and to Lauren Borden down on the boundary. It's Carlton and Geelong, Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. And the observance ceremony will take place below us where they're starting to get ready to head into position. So, as you heard from Loz, the good news is Jacob Wiedering is right to take his spot in the Carlton lineup. Who do you think will be the matchup for Patrick Dangerfield this afternoon? Jad, who do you think is the most likely Carlton defender?
Well, they actually were. It's funny that you mentioned Wiedering, but there's a chance that he could go to him at some point. Wiedering likes to stay in a D50. He doesn't normally like to get outside. So Jeremy Cameron, if he does go to him, he'll probably allow him to go up the ground a little bit. And Wiedering doesn't like getting players behind him, so he'll keep everything in front of him, kind of be like a barrier and just force them up the ground. So I think he'll take the deepest, whoever that is normally. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see who takes Dangerfield. Whoever it is going to have a tough job because he's kicking over 2 goals a game and is very explosive, a good mix of height. And like I said, he calls himself Godra at the moment, so it'll be an interesting matchup.
So there's no late changes for either side. Cooper Lord the sub for the Blues and Ollie Henry for the Cats. O'Shea Mullen did go through a fitness test before the match but has been given the all clear. And Ollie Wilkshire will make his debut for the Cats in the hoops this afternoon, pick 61 in 2023. His dad, Paul, presented him his jumper down in the change rooms before the match. 25 tickets he asked for his family and friends to come along to this afternoon's match, and they would have all made the trip up the highway. Let's go and join Ashton Doan for the pre-game ceremony.
Follow in the service of Australia.
Catafalque party, slow. Catafalque party, halt. Catafalque party, outward, turn. Catafalque party, rest on.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Australian Football League, alongside the Carlton and Geelong football clubs, would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today, the Wurundjeri Woi Wurrung people. We pay our respects to their elders past and present and traditional owners of the land across Australia where we play our great game. Can I please invite you to join the coaches, players and the umpires as we honour the Anzacs and all those who gave their lives in service of their country. Our thoughts too are with those who are currently on active service. If you're able to, will you please stand and remove your hats for the Anzac observance. It is now time to welcome Chief Petty Officer Brett Cotgrove.
They shall not grow old, as we are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them.
Catafalque party, attention. Catafalque party, present arms.
Kennebuck Party, attention!
Lest we forget.
If you are able to, please remain standing for the Australian National Anthem to be performed by musician Mitch Ralph.
Kennebuck Party, General Salute, present arms.
Australians, oh let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair. Come on, party, attention! Kennebuck Party, attention! Kennebuck Party, inward turn. Kennebuck Party, correct.
As the Anzac ceremony comes to a close, the players standing on either side couldn't wait the chance to break away and start their preparation. We're only a couple of minutes away from this game getting underway from the MCG. It's Carlton and Geelong, Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron to call the action. Lauren Borton down on the boundary. Chad Wingard and Adam Romanascus, your experts on ABC Sport. Meanwhile, approaching three-quarter time at Carrara, it's the Gold Coast Suns who have come from behind. It was 6-2 in the opening term, the way of the Sydney Swans. But it's the Suns who lead by 17 points, 11-11-77 to Sydney 9-6-60. So 5-0 so far in this quarter, the way of the Gold Coast Suns, in which Bailey Humphries booted 3, Jed Walters booted 3, and Ben King with 3 as well. While for the Swans, 2 to Campbell and 2 to Chad Warner. So we're just about in readiness, just 90 seconds before the bounce takes place between Carlton and Geelong. Adam Romanascus and Chad Wingard with their thoughts as to what they think is about to unfold.
Yeah, I think Geelong, obviously, favourite to win this game. They need to make sure they start well. They have recently, but if you're a Carlton fan, you just want to see some heart. You want to make sure that you see full-quarter effort. I think you get your hopes up at half-time a lot this year, and you just want to see the team follow through. Whether you win, lose or draw, you want to make sure that the intensity is there for 4 quarters, and I think that's the stuff that they can control. Whether they make mishaps, and like you said, if they've got their ball movement ready, I think they've got to have that intensity. And I'm hoping for a really good contest today, and hopefully we see all energies up and about.
I think for Geelong, for Carlton, it's how long they can resist not putting more numbers to the contest. So we see so often in games when teams are playing against Geelong, they start with Tom Stewart, and then Tom Stewart manipulates his way behind the ball as one extra. So what I want to see from Carlton today is just have even numbers around the ground. Let's not play trickery. Let's have an opponent on Tom Stewart. Let's have an opponent on Lawson Humphrey. Let's have an opponent on Zach Guthrie. So they can't come across and take those uncontested marks. Carlton need to use their hands out of contest. If they bomb kick, that plays into Geelong's hands. Geelong love that. They love the bomb kick out of contest. They've lived off that for so many years now. It's the way Chris Scott's coached since he came in 2011. So it's got to be hands out. So it's the inside to the outside layer. So Cripps and Hewitt and the like are going to win it inside, but then get it to the outside layer, and rather than just going for that dump kick, let's run the ball at him. Let's put some pressure on him. Let's get some one-on-one looks for Harry Mackay and Charlie Curnow.
The Blues have won their last 2 matches. Now they face the test of Geelong. The Cats looking to try and make it 4 on the bounce. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Round 7 of the AFL. It's Carlton and Geelong. Here's Ben Cameron to get us underway.
Stanley and Tom De Koning go at it. Tom De Koning wins it down beautifully to Cripps. There's a whistle, though. Free kick. Which way is it going? It'll go to the Cats.
What?
Stanley to get the free kick. I'm with you, Rama. No idea what that's for. Stanley with the opening clearance, sends it long inside 50. The Blues are there. Silvani takes the mark.
That was against Tom De Koning in the ruck contest. It was a clear win to Tom De Koning.
Silvani goes out wide towards the back flank, and the mark taken by Williams.
Oh, he's
gone down. Tom Stewart right there with him. Writhing in pain at the moment, Zach Williams.
One where you shouldn't. Oh, no, just the old little wraparound punch there, Benny, in the stomach.
Ooh. Anything in it, or all okay?
Nah. Play on.
Just a little arm across the midriff.
Yeah.
Williams goes short to Cripps. Blues in possession. Looking to move it down the members' wing. Cripps for a little gallop. Sets it up to half forward. Wants a marker down there in Curnow. Can't mark. Ball spills down. Snapped on goal by Will White. Tumbles the wrong side of the post. Minor score to begin for the Blues. 1 behind through the opening 1 minute and change. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Max Holmes wants to bring Geelong straight back into play because he spots Blitzsav streaming away at right half back. He takes the mark under the Shane Warne stand and gives it back to Max Holmes. He tries to draw an opponent. Hand pass to close around the boundary line, links up with Humphreys. They're moving this quickly from one end of the ground to the other. Manor kicks inside 50 near the target. Can't take the mark as Haynes sport it down. Dangerfield clean. Gathers. Hand pass to Cameron. Wheels onto his left. Too much time, but it's across the face. Dempsey flies. Uncovers the mark.
Wow.
Able to hang on to it as he tapped it with his right arm and controlled it on the second. In the left forward pocket, Ollie Dempsey with a chance to try and kick the opening goal of the match.
Jeremy Cameron. That's going to go down as a goal assist potentially, but geez, he had about 5. It shouldn't, but he probably took 4 or 5 steps too long. He's a beautiful kick. Just let it go.
So a few of them at the Adelaide Oval. Dempsey opens up the angle, snaps across his body and puts through the opener for Geelong. Despite the Blues having the first score of the match, Geelong 1 straight 6 to Carlton 1 behind. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Chad Wingard, Adam Ramanauskas, your expert. But firstly, Lauren Borden on the boundary. Welcome once more to you, Loz. We've seen some big crowds on Thursday and Friday night. How's it looking around you?
Oh, Clinchy, it really is. And when you watch the Anzac ceremony and, you know, there's the national anthem and the roar at the end of that, that's when you get a really good chance to judge the crowd. And with 70,000 expected, it feels like it's going to be a big crowd today and it's going to come into it, just like we've heard there after the Dempsey goal. But, you know, overcast conditions, but overall a really nice day to be out here. So it's a nice time for the crowds to come out. Some of the MCC stewards were saying with the Anzac ceremonies that they're seeing bigger crowds at every game because people want to be a part of it and take part in the ceremony as well. So a really big crowd out here, and what is a day that hopefully there won't be any rain, even though there are overcast skies.
First goal of the day going the way of the Cats. Back in the middle, Tom De Koning taps it down, stolen by Bailey Smith. Mullet flowing, clearance for the Cats. Shallow inside 50 with the high ball. Dangerfield launches, doesn't take the mark. Ball hits the deck, onto it quickly. Durden for the Blues. Half-back flank off to Chera. Hewitt coughs it up. Spills out to another Blue though. Cats bringing the pressure. Manor applying the tackle. And we'll get a ball up on the wing, southern side of the ground. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
And that's where I would love Carlton to shape corridor. They had the numbers, and that's the point where you've got to attack the corridor. Off of those contests, off the turnovers.
Tom De Koning wins down the tap for the Blues. Socket off the ground by Cripps, but only as far as Guthrie for Geelong. Sends it up towards Stengel. In front position, Haynes worked him underneath. Hand pass to Walsh. Hand pass away to Ollie Hollands and across the boundary line for a throw-in. Right half forward for the Cats. They have the opening goal of the match. 1 straight 6 to the Blues, 1 behind. Interesting to see Mark Blitzaz has the job so far, and Harry Mackay and Connor O'Sullivan alongside Charlie Curnow. As the umpire throws the ball back into play, Tom de Koning works his way to the front in front of Stanley. Stanley removes him and then sharks it forward. Haynes gathers to the Blues though. Hand pass away to Cripps and now to Ollie Hollands. Fins the hand pass out to Tom de Koning. From half back he kicks up towards Curnow in the pack. Can't take the mark. Front and centre Sam de Koning. Hand pass bounced off Zach Guthrie's hands and Sam de Koning gathered it himself. Hand pass to Manor. His kick is chopped off. And the intercepting mark taken by Nick Haynes to the Blues at left half back.
Nick Haynes, long-time Giant, now in his first season at the Blues. Kicks around the southern wing up towards a marker off the chest there of Sam de Koning. Gets it off the Blitzarves. Cats back in possession. Manor rushes a kick straight up and down. It'll come down on the wing. And the Blues have the numbers. Spills to Hewitt, to Sard, to Cripps, all by hand. Back to Sard by hand again. No room to kick. He twists, turns eventually, fashions a kick, turns it over. Sam de Koning is there for the Cats on the back flank. Takes the mark. Geelong leading by 5 points, the only goal of the game. We've played 5 minutes, Carlton are behind.
Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Sam de Koning chips it over the top and Bailey Smith takes the mark. In red hot form for Geelong. 28 disposals last week against Hawthorn, including 17 kicks. As he veers out to the right and kicks it up towards Blitzaz. Jack Silvani from behind makes the spoil. Close over around the footy. Haynes for Carlton. Hand pass to Hewitt. Away to Silvani at left half back. Kicks up towards Curnow. He takes the mark against Sam de Koning. Plays on immediately. Looks on the lead. Harry Mackay on the bounce. Can't gather. And O'Sullivan away for the Cats. Hand pass to Humphreys. Kicks through the middle of the ground and they're on here. Stanley takes the mark.
Stanley veers, turns around, kicks inside 50. Cameron. And the Cats did it beautifully right up the pipe. And Cameron will have the look, boot the ball from right on the arc of 50, straight in front.
Well, it was incredibly smart by Reece Stanley. So Tom de Koning dropped back inside Carlton's defensive 50, but Stanley came to about 70 metres out. So trying to force de Koning to come with him, but no, he did it.
Cameron puts his laces through it, and it just fades away to the left late. Well, pretty good off the boot, but through for a minor score. Geelong lead by 1 goal neat, 1-1-7 plays one behind, 6.5 into the opening term.
The Blues through left half back as the kick comes up to the wing. Charlie Curnow caught behind and Sam de Koning takes the intercepting mark from the Cottrell kick. Looks up inside 50, Dangerfield in the pack, can't take the mark. Manor front and centre, gathers, keeps it alive, centering ball. Cameron comes out, Tom de Koning juggles the mark. On the second bite he's able to hang on. Just 20 metres out from his defensive goal, the punt road end. As he'll chip it to the right back pocket and Jack Silvani takes the mark. Geelong by 6 points, Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
And that was better by de Koning because he got to the contest late rather than just standing in there.
Silvani moves it on to Ollie Hollands, who looks up to the wing, and White takes the mark. Gets up high to drag it in. Blues on the members' wing. Off to Ollie Hollands, who moves it on to Williams, half forward, kicks off a step. Curnow's deep. It'll go to the goal mouth. Curnow lets it go through. Williams from range, wide out. Carlton's first of the afternoon and scores a level. 1-1-7 apiece. 7.5 minutes into this opening term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
And that's great. I think you look at both teams. They're actually transitioning from D50 to 450 very well. Both teams look a little bit slower trying to shut down those exits. Carlton then just uncontested mark to uncontested mark. It was unscathed throughout the whole contest, and I think Zachy Williams there, he was actually trying to put it to advantage to Curnow, and it just sailed. It was a beautifully way to kick. Inside forward 50, we used to say if there's open ground, you kick it to the goal square and someone's going to, I suppose, mark you. You see Curnow could have used his body. I thought it was actually going to go for a point, so lucky that it went through, but it was about 60 metres out on the boundary. It looked like it wasn't going to get there, but Jesus, a great finish.
Chad Wingard with you on ABC Sport. Stanley wins down the tab. Bose had a long time and eventually the whistle comes.
Did he have a long time, Clinchy?
Well, the umpire in the end blew his whistle. I think he had prior opportunity. That's the debate, isn't it, Rama?
I thought he took possession and then Chera was just straight onto him.
Adam Chera gets the free kick for Carlton in the middle of the MCG. Inside 50, Zach Williams shoved out his teammate in the end. Tom de Koning, it spills out the way of O'Connor. He's locked up. And the umpire will ball it up in the right forward pocket for the Blues.
Carlton really need to set up their defence here. Make sure they can pin it in and get some time in the forward half.
Carlton with the last goal of the match as it spills down the way of Bowes. Got it from Stanley. His kick ricochets offside, and then Clark is tackled by Blake Acres, and the umpire will ball it up at right half forward for the Blues, 55 metres out from goal.
1-1-7 apiece through the early stages. Neither ruck gets a hand on it. Coming through, Elijah Hollands knocks it out. Blake Acres picks it up, breaks the 50, eyes the goal, shanks his kick. Out to the pocket it goes. Curnow launches, no mark. Down at ground level, they're out after it. Onto it quickly, O'Sheen Mullen, tackled to ground by Durden. Umpire crosses himself. He wants to ball it up, 48 out from the attacking goal.
And there's the argument. So if Bowes was caught holding the ball in the centre square, that's holding the ball.
Yep, there has been some critics of the umpire in the start 2025 as Tom de Koning wins down the tap, spills out Cottrell's way, hand pass to Hewitt off balance, he blazes into the pocket. Blitzavs has set himself in front of Charlie Curnow, and he takes the mark. They tangle into the gutter. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
There is a decent amount of breeze blowing towards the end at Carlton's kicking. That's, I think, maybe why Paddy Cripps chose to do that when he won the coin toss. But Jack Silvani has gone down to the rooms. He just ran off and called a physio down with him. So not too sure what his issue is, but he's been down there for a couple of minutes.
All right, thanks, Laws. One to keep an eye on. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Scores level at 1-1-7 apiece. Mark O'Connor out of defence. Kicks up towards O'Sullivan. It won't get to him. Clark in the pack. Off hands. It rolls off he and Blake Acres for a boundary throw-in. Into the Ponsford stand on the members' side.
I was hoping to see Connor O'Sullivan stay with that matchup with Curnow. So now it's Blitzarves who's with Curnow as the deepest.
Thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas. Scores level. Tom de Koning in the ruck. Tries to take it out of the ruck. Clatters into Hewitt. His own teammate. Ball held up with Shannon Neal. Another ball upcoming. Half forward here for the Blues. Umpire puts it aloft. Tom de Koning slaps it down. Tom Stewart onto it. Stewart emerges with the footy. Cuts a sway through them. Kick smothered. Ricochets away to the boundary line. And Wiltshire there on debut. Out of play. A couple of members of the two First Names team there, Rama. Tom Stewart and Shannon Neal getting involved.
Any feedback on that team from last week?
Very well received.
Very well.
Incredibly well received.
Okay.
Did numbers on social media too.
If the chairman doesn't say himself. Ollie Holland's trying to break away. He's locked up and Sean Manor lays the tackle. So Patrick Dangerfield at full forward alongside Jacob Wiedering. He's giving some instructions to the bench as well at the moment as it's thrown up. Tom de Koning. Great tap as you heard. Down to Hewitt. Hand pass away to Zach Williams. Pulls a kick inside 50. On the bounce to Charlie Curnow. Dropped the footy as he was tackled and now tries to break away. A show of force as his kick is smothered. Cottrell trying to charge his way through. And Humphreys desperately hangs on laying the tackle. 15 metres out from Carlton's goal at the city end of the MCG. Scores level at 7 apiece.
Curnow and Blitzarves do the ruck work. Blitzarves wins it. It comes back to him. Gets a handball out. Tackled to ground quickly is Wiltshire, the debutant.
I'll tell you what, as a small forward, this is the funnest part of the game when it's a forward 50 stoppage and it's right in the centre of the field.
Umpire puts it aloft again. Blitzarves gets the clearance. Floats it beyond the defensive arc there for the Cats. Up towards the wing. Cameron gathers the footy. Kicks up to half forward. Stengel's out in space. Bouncing ball. Unable to get him Wiedering. Stengel gathers, runs in, takes a bounce and puts it through. It was an unfair foot race and Stengel shows his speed. And the Cats, they lead by a goal again. 2-1-13 plays 1-1-7. 12 and a half into the first. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, you look at that and Wiedering had the match-up of Dangerfield initially there. So I'm just waiting to see the replay of how Stengel got out the back here because, as Benny said, it was a really unfair foot race with Wiedering and Stengel. So yeah, it's just a little handball. And Jeremy Cameron, just a smart kick. Rather than try to nail a pass, it's like, okay, let's kick this to grass. And Stengel just takes him on, and Wiedering was never going to catch him, Chad.
Yeah, and we used to do this as a forward line group. If Wiedering wants to stay far back, they've actually changed it now. Sard's gone to the deepest. But if Wiedering wants to stay the deepest, you've got to put a speed on him because he won't allow for people to get up the ground, and he just loves staying that deep.
So that's almost like a set play.
100%. If Wiedering wants to stay deep, we put a small on him.
I reckon that's what Patrick Dangerfield was trying to tell the bench. Let's get our matchups right. As Motlop tries to break out of the middle of the ground, he's tackled by Atkins. Not many get clear of him. Manor slides in. He locks up Chera. And the umpire will ball it up. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Zach Williams has also just gone down to the Carlton rooms. Not sure if he wants to check up after he did get that knock in the stomach. But sorry, Williams and Silvani down in the Carlton rooms at the moment.
All right, thanks, Loz. So the Blues down a couple. As Elijah Hollands tries to get a hand pass forward. Got it to Motlop, but he can't break clear. Max Holmes lays the tackle with the support And Sean Manor, and the umpire will ball it up slightly Carlton's way from the centre circles. Harry Mackay and Neil into the ruck. Mackay tries to take it to the ruck. He's tackled, holding the ball. And Geelong will win it at centre half back, and Sean Manor will take the free kick. Kicked the winning goal last week against the Hawks as he wants to switch it out to the members' side. It's a somewhat risky kick out in front of Sam De Koning. He hasn't taken it cleanly, knocked it on to Clark though. Hand pass to Zach Guthrie. They make it work. He drives it inside 50. Cameron's there. McGovern was outnumbered 3-on-1. And Stenger was in the pocket, and a great mark from Mitch McGovern, the Blues defender, in the right back pocket.
Oh, runs himself into trouble. McGovern kicks on the left across the goal mouth. Finds Haynes, who sweeps the handball away. Cottrell in the back pocket for the Blues. Kick up towards the wing. Out in space here is White coming across O'Sullivan. Wins it for the Cats. Clever handball to Humphreys, who kicks up towards half forward. Neil goes up. Doesn't take the mark. Getting involved close. He soccers it out, and eventually Humphreys is tackled out. But what did you see there from O'Sullivan?
Yes, O'Sullivan had a decision to make. He had about half a second to make it. If he pressed and didn't impact, that's probably going to get over his head. It could be a goal square goal. So he made the, I suppose, instinctive decision to press, and he impacted. But if you don't, you're in a bit of strife.
Chad Wingard with you on ABC Sport. Harry Mackay takes out of the ruck, kicks up the wing. No mark claimed, and Sam Walsh trying to go to work is locked up. Geelong leading by 6 points, 2-1-13 to Carlton 1-1-7. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Overcast conditions, and the floodlights are on this afternoon as it's thrown aloft, and Mackay wins down the tap. Got it to Chera, tried to fend off O'Shea Mullen, but was taken high. And take the free kick on the Shane Warne stand side of the MCG. As Mackay wide on the wing will go shorter than that and finds Ollie Hollands on the outer side.
He pokes it short to Harry Mackay. Very wide out, just forward of the wing here for the Blues. Cats lead it by 6 points. Mackay retreats. Goes right back to McGovern, defensive edge of the square. He kicks along that edge. Wiedering reels it in one-handed. Now he looks out towards the members' wing and misses his target. Ball tumbles out, trying to get it there to Matty Carroll on the run, but throwing coming on the wing. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Do note that Jai Clark, he's had a couple of years at Geelong, grown out his hair. Just a little bit shy of needing a headband at the moment, but that'll be coming, I'm sure.
Meanwhile, at Carrara, the Sydney Swans have come to a complete stop. The Gold Coast Suns have kicked the last 9 goals of the match to lead by 42 points.
That's a great kick.
Sam Walsh, as you heard from the wing, kicked Lace out to Charlie Curnow, but he couldn't hang on to the mark. O'Connor is brought down. Durden Lace a tackle.
Yeah, and he forced Charlie Curnow to come back to the ball, Sam Walsh. He knew if that was a long kick, Geelong had the numbers, so forced Curnow to come back. Should have taken the mark.
Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport. Tom De Koning down to Durden, kicks to the top of the goal square. In the end, White was outnumbered, and it's not through by Humphreys for a minor score. The lead is 5 points Geelong's way at the 17-minute mark of the opening term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Humphreys to take the kick in. Goes on his left this time. Very ambidextrous as the kick goes up towards halfback, and he's punched out of play. We'll get a throw in here, about 65 around from the attacking goal for the Blues. Cats by 5 points. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Lose track of the days. 4 days in a row of games at the MCG. Umpire throws it in. Tom De Koning takes it out of the ruck. Kick smothered. Ricochets away to Atkins. He gets a handball out. Straight towards Stanley. Goes through his legs. Getting involved Guthrie. Comes out to Chera. Off to Hewitt. Hooks a snap around the corner. Humphreys bravely stands at the drop. Marks in the back pocket for the Cats. They lead it by 5 points. 2-1 plays 1-2. 18 played opening term.
Zach Guthrie takes the mark. Goes short to Mullen. Geelong out of defence with a kick up towards the wing. O'Sullivan marks and he can chip it over the top. Has close. Haynes did well. Made up the space late and was able to get a fist in there to spoil it out of play. Geelong leading by 5 points. 18 minutes gone opening term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. I'd say that to the MCC attendant as it came in. He said, it doesn't feel like a Sunday today. So we've had 18 games across 11 days. It feels like every day has been a footy day, with the exception of a couple. Thrown back in. Tom De Koning tries to take it out of the ruck against Stanley. Gave it to Patrick Dangerfield in the end, and he's brought down. Now, Geelong are wearing a special Anzac jumper this afternoon as well, so a chance for fans to try and purchase that, but featuring an illustration representative of the Gallipoli landscape and the 4 natural elements, the sky, the hills, the beach and the water. So fans want to buy that through the Geelong website. Money going to the RSL. As Elijah Hollands gets a hand pass to Walsh through the middle of the ground. Haynes with a kick forward.
Just dumps it on the boot. Causes a turnover. The mark taken by Sam De Koning at centre-half back, and he switches it out towards the members' wing. Short to O'Sullivan, who moves it on to Humphries. Short again to Mullen. So the Cats in the kick mark mode. Mullen breaks it up with a handball to Humphries, who feeds a forward handball to Ollie Dempsey. Steps inside, waits a kick. Will it find its target? No. Wiltshire couldn't take the mark. Spoiled away from him. Centre half forward for the Cats. Atkins gathers. Handball to O'Connor. Little fumble. Tackled by White. Great defensive pressure for the Blues. Spills out to Cottrell. Kicks up to the wing for Mackay.
Got to wait. He's waiting for Charlie Kerner to stream by and chips it out in front of him at left half forward. He's got Akers streaming forward. Cottrell as well goes shorter than that. Fogarty in the pocket, can't hang on to the mark, and it's spoiled in the end. As Tom Stewart might have rolled his ankle as well. He's a little worse for wear. What do you see, Chad?
I don't know.
Is that his knee again, is it? He has been in the wars this year, Tom Stewart.
Struggling.
He's struggling big time.
Any weight on that right-hand side. So we'll keep an eye on that as the ball is thrown back into play. Blues in there attacking 50. Tom De Koning wins down the tap. Bailey Smith after it. It's close against the boundary line, and Cottrell eventually sees him out. Lauren Borton on the boundary.
Well, it's good news for Carlton fans. Jack Silvani's come back up. He's got his right hand or wrist strap, so it looked to be a finger issue, so he'll be coming back on. He did spend a fair bit of time in the rooms. Zach Williams still down there with the Carlton doctors downstairs, and I'll keep an eye on Tom Stewart as he looks like he might be coming off as well.
Been hobbled right throughout the year, Tom Stewart. Geelong get the clearance. O'Connor squeezes a kick up to the wing. Through the logo it goes. Stengel runs onto it. A little jinking run, then he's caught. Has to get a handball away. Cameron comes to help. McGovern knocks it out. Good pressure from the Blues. Cats still by 5 points. As Cameron's put down there by McGovern, and a free kick will go the way of McGovern. They got in a wrestle. McGovern sort of reached around Cameron, who dragged down McGovern, and the umpire said, Mitch, you take the free kick for the Blues between wing and halfback.
And he does so and goes short to Chera. Risky kick in the middle of the ground. Walsh had to wait. Stewart made the spoil, but looks a bit fumbly on that leg. It's gathered. Wiltshire, their debutant, away to close. Hand pass too sharp for Jeremy Cameron. He tries to tap it out to Bailey Smith. He's corralled. Fires a hand pass out to Bose. Just inside 50. He missed Stengel and Dempsey at the top of the goal square. Blazing away, missing right of goal. Geelong by 6 points, Rammer.
He's incredibly tough, Tom Stewart, but in that marking contest there, he's come down on that knee again. He's hobbling badly.
Yeah. I think he needs to come off just to get it assessed. Just to get it assessed,
right.
Get some fresh legs on. He's got Motlop near him, so if it comes to foot race, he's in a bit of strife here.
He's also one of their most important players.
Oh, no doubt.
He's not moving very well at all. He's got to get. Now it's on this side. It's a chance for him to get off here.
Yeah, he's just in pain.
Like Motlop's by himself in the middle here because that's his direct opponent.
He's peering over at the bench. There's Walsh, kicks from the pocket. Contest kick to the wing. Mackay goes up and plucks it. Good mark. Now where is Tom Stewart? He's a kick behind the play at the moment, staying on as Mackay retreats again. Back inside the defensive arc for the Blues to Haynes. Cats by one straight kick, 22 and a half minutes into this first term.
Oh, Haynes' kick wasn't all that pretty. Elijah Hollands tries to knock it on for the Blues. It might work. Cripps gathers back to Elijah Hollands, who looks up, and Motlop's all on his own. Yeah. Stewart's opponent at half forward, and Curnow streaming to goal. Motlop trying to get it to him. He will in the left forward pocket. And Tom Stewart is hobbling to the defensive goal square, but really, he was a witch's hat there, and the Blues found their way through him.
And I love Tom Stewart. He's an absolute star of the game. But you've got to know when you can't help your team. You've got to swallow your pride and say, I need to get off because I'm detrimental to my team right now. I can't chase that. Motlop got that much space.
Charlie Curnow steps out on the right, opens up the angle, puts through his first of the afternoon, and the Blues draw level once more. 2-4-14 apiece through 13 minutes in the opening term. Maybe 23 minutes in the opening term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport with Chad Wingard and Adam Rabanowski.
And it's simple, isn't it, really? Just get him off for now. Like, what are we? We've got 5 minutes remaining in this quarter. So he's still like the trainers are there, the physio's with him. Just assess him. Like Geelong need Tom Stewart when the whips are cracking at the end of the season. Like, if he's too sore now, why are we risking an absolute superstar like Tom Stewart?
But you need 18 players on the field. It doesn't matter who they are. You need a defender. Yeah. And because he wasn't, it actually allowed everyone else to collapse. And that's how you get out the back. Yes, you see Kerner kick the goal, but everyone had to move because Stewart was there. So, yeah, it's a bit frustrating as a Geelong's fan, but you want to hope that he sees he's all right. But, yeah, just one easy interchange could have solved that.
I must admit, I'm stunned that he's staying out there at the moment. The Blues get the clearance as well. Through Hewitt, left foot kick, launching out at O'Sullivan. And the favourite in the Rising Star race takes a defensive mark for the Cats. Gives it off to Stewart. Waits a kick neatly to O'Connor. Back flank for the Cats. After the run of Zach Guthrie. He'll kick through the wing, up to half forward. Dangerfield will get at it. Shannon Neal too, hands to it. Wiedering at the full. Blues back with the footy. Handball away to Carroll. Off to Hewitt. Forward handball. Elijah Hollins. Blues up to half forward with the kick. O'Sullivan again. Intercept marks once more. And the Cats back with it. Scores level. 25 minutes into the first term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Connor O'Sullivan in bright pink fluorescent boots as he drives the Cats back up the Shaymourn stand wing. Dangerfield and Wiedering are there. Shannon Neal as well. And offhands it goes over the boundary line for a throw-in. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Well, Carlton have been forced to make their sub, so Zach Williams with a calf injury will have to come off in the first quarter. Cooper Lord already going to come into the game for the Blues.
Jeez. Zach Williams, who's had no luck with his body over the last couple of years.
The unfortunate thing for Zach, that's 4 to 6 weeks.
Plus, he's had a lot of Achilles.
Yeah, I was literally about to say. We saw when every time he took a mark, it was early in the game as well. A few weeks ago, he took a mark and hurt his Achilles, went off. And like you said, once I hurt my Achilles and I started to do calves as well. So you overcompensate, whether it's the same leg or not. You're just not the same. As soon as you have weakness in your body, something else can deteriorate.
Sean Manor is tackled and holding the ball. Free kick going the way of Blake Acres as he gets the hand pass away. Elijah Hollins from half back kicks up towards half forward. Mackay's outnumbered, but a great chase, too high in the end as he lays the tackle on Lawson Humphries. It was great desperation, but just a little overzealous in his attack on the body. That's the type of intent that Michael Voss would love to see when the ball hits the ground. As Geelong have the free kick in the right back pocket. Scores level at 2-2, 14 apiece. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. 26 minutes gone opening term. Up towards Tom De Koning and Stanley. It clears the two rucks. Dangerfield on all fours. Trying to knock it out with Jack Silvani back into the action. As Lauren Borden told you in the umpire. Will ball it up. Centre wing on the outer side of the MCG.
Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron, Chad Wingard, Adam Ramanauskas, Lauren Borden between the benches as Stanley wins the tap down. Shoveling out a handball is Cripps, onto it Hewitt. Now Walsh loops a handball. Off to Mackay, back towards Walsh. He'll kick inside 50. On the end of it, Fogarty in the pocket, he takes the mark.
Yeah, and you hate to say it, but that's Tom Stewart's man there.
Just doesn't quite look as lively, does he?
No, they just can't go at the moment.
He would always make a contest. He's the best at it.
That's an easy contest for Tom Stewart.
20 out. Close to the boundary line. Hooks it across his body and through the major opening. Carlton lead once again. They lead by 6 points. 3-2, 20 plays 2-2, 14. 27 minutes into the first. They led after they scored the opening behind of the match. Since then, it's either been Geelong or level for the Blues. Pull in front. Chad Wingard and Adam Ramanauskas.
And I know we have rotations, but at what point 2 minutes ago, as a coach, you're thinking, let's just get him off, let's reassess. Because he can send his runner out there and say, mate, we want you off, we just want to reassess, just have your time right now. If they did that 3-4 minutes ago, they'd potentially stop the last 2 goals. So you just show how important it is one decision can make. And I know it's your rotations, you have it set before the game, but you've got to have flexibility. But Tom Stewart, like you said, I hope he's starting to move a little bit better, but he's still not at his electric best.
Chad Wingard with you on ABC Sport. The Gold Coast Suns lead Sydney by 35 points. 10 goals to 2 after half-time there at Carrara. Back in the middle of the ground, it's Patrick Cripps who gets the clearance of the Blues. Hand pass to Walsh, to Tom De Koning, and now to Ollie Hollins. Kicks Carlton into attack. From behind, Charlie Curnow can't take the mark, trying to nudge Blitzavs underneath. O'Sullivan gets a hand pass for the Cats. Away to Zach Guthrie. The kick goes out on the full, as you can hear. And it'll be coming back a Carlton free kick, centre wing, which Akers quickly takes it and comes inboard to Ollie Hollins.
Hollins giving it the Babe Ruth at the moment, just pointing long. Now he veers out to his right. Sets it up into the pocket. Up goes O'Sullivan at the back. Ball comes to Cottrell in the pocket for the Blues. Gets a handball away onto it quickly. There's a whistle on the play. Free kick. It's going to go the way of Stewart.
That out.
So Stewart in that back pocket for Geelong. Carlton lead by 6 points. Stewart sets up a kick up towards the wing. Dangerfield trying to get a run and jump. Maybe blocked out of it. He'll get a free kick.
Yeah, very smart.
Played up for it. Danger as well.
Played a few games, that guy.
Moves it on by hand quickly to the runner, Bailey Smith.
He looks up, wants Sean Manor on the bounce. He tries to gather. Sard works him off it. And Walsh gets a hand pass back. Links it across half-back where the hand pass came to Carroll. He fires it forward, but it's chopped off by Max Holmes. His hand pass to Manor. Was that a throw? Play on's the court. Spills out to Bailey Smith. He's tackled. The Carlton fans are wondering where the whistle is. Chera's hand pass over the head of Tom DeConing. He gets it now from Ollie Hollands. Bangs the kick into the middle of the ground where Cripps takes the mark. He looks up. Mackay's on the lead up front. Curno's leading back to goal. He goes to the ladder. It might bounce through. It's the post. Charlie Curnow will want that moment back. He thought the captain had it under control and it bounced into the padding at the left goalpost. A moment goes begging. Carlton lead by 7, but it could be a little more.
Oh, Curnow, and I love him, but you got to be more selfish. And you don't know where that ball's going. You got to mark it. And I thought it was the exact same thing with the Zachy Williams one. He should have marked it. Oh, that's a momentum killer, that one, because they're all on top of him here.
Tom Stewart sends his kick up towards the wing, trying to rove the pack. Jai Clark dispossessed to the footy. Bailey Smith picks it up. Handball to Manor. Cats away down the southern wing. Looking for Cameron. Right there with him, Silvani. But Cameron, a vice-like grip. Holds on to the mark. Has it on the wing. Runs out to his left. Sends the Cats inside 50. Neal goes up. Hands to it. Doesn't mark. Stengel gathers. Front and square. Handball away to Bowes. Gets it off towards Dempsey. Dribbles it on goal. Wide of the target. Throwing coming left forward pocket for the Cats. Carlton lead by 7 points. They've got the momentum. Closing in on quarter time.
They've got to shut this down, Carlton. There's 15 seconds less. Everyone get a man. They've got to really even get a couple guys back. Need to make sure that they don't concede a score here.
Silvani on Jeremy Cameron as Stanley flicks to the back. Dangerfield on the move. Gathers. Hand pass looking for Neal. Knocked away by Wiedering. Hang on. Whistle. A Geelong free kick.
Tell you what, this goal's going to feel like 12 points because they should have scored down the other end, and Geelong are going to go all the way across and get a stoppage goal. That is a momentum killer, and like I said, by Curnow, should have took it on himself to mark that and kick the goal. This is going to taste very salty in the mouth if he kicks this one, Danger.
So the free kick was against Matt Carroll, who got Patrick Dangerfield high and trying to lay the tackle, and after the quarter time siren, the footy in the hands of the Geelong captain. Directly in front, 25 metres out. Patrick Dangerfield looking to make it a 1-point ball game after the siren of quarter time. Dangerfield comes in and slams it home. And as Chad Wingard just told you, that is a 12-point swing. The Blues could have led by 2 goals at quarter time. Instead, it's Carlton who hold on to just a 1-point advantage. 3-3-21 to Geelong 3-2-20. To which the Blues had kicked the last 2 goals of the match before that goal from Patrick Dangerfield. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. The Blues leading by a point. Meanwhile, at Carrara, final quarter action taking place there. It's the Gold Coast Suns who lead by 30 points, 16-13, 109. The Swans 12-7, 79. The Suns with 4 goals to 3 so far in the final term after kicking 6 goals unanswered. 12 shots on goal, 6-6 to 1 behind in the third quarter, having trailed by as much as 42 points at one stage. Wow, what an entertaining opening quarter in which both sides will feel like they had their opportunities but they couldn't quite make the most of it. Great to have your company on Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
The Raw told the story.
Did you know you can now listen to the footy on your smart speaker?
Play ABC AFL.
ABC Sport, your home for footy. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
In the left forward pocket, Ollie Dempsey with a chance to try and kick the opening goal of the match. Dempsey opens up the angle, snaps across his body and puts through the opener for Geelong.
On the members' wing, off to Ollie Hollands, who moves it on to Williams, half forward, kicks off a step. Curnow's deep, it'll go to the goal mouth. Curnow lets it go through. Williams from range, wide out. Kicks up to half forward. Stengel's out in space. Bouncing ball. Unable to get him Wiedering. Stengel gathers, runs in, takes a bounce and puts it through.
Fogarty in the pocket, can't hang on to the mark, and it's spoiled in the end. As Tom Stewart might have rolled his ankle as well. He's a little worse for wear.
Tom Stewart, he's hobbling badly.
Yeah. I think he needs to come off just to get it assessed. Just to get it assessed,
That's right.
Get some fresh legs on. He's got Motlop near him, so if it comes a foot race, he's in a bit of strife here.
Elijah Hollands tries to knock it on for the Blues. It might work. Cripps gathers back to Elijah Hollands, who looks up, and Motlop's all on his own.
Yeah.
Stewart's opponent half forward, and Curnow streaming to goal. Motlop trying to get it to him. He will in the left forward pocket. Charlie Curnow steps out on the right, opens up the angle, puts through his first of the afternoon, and the Blues draw level once more.
Off to Mackay, back towards Walsh. He'll kick inside 50. On the end of it, Fogarty in the pocket. He takes the mark.
Yeah, and you hate to say it, but that's Tom Stewart's man there.
20 out, close to the boundary line. Hooks it across his body and through the major opening. Carlton lead.
This goal's going to feel like 12 points because they should have scored down the other end, and Geelong are going to go all the way across and get a stoppage goal.
Patrick Dangerfield looking to make it a 1-point ball game after the sign of quarter time. Dangerfield comes in and slams it home.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Quarter time at the MCG. Carlton holding a 1-point advantage. 3-3-21 to Geelong. 3-2-20. Individual goals to Zach Williams, Fogarty and Charlie Curnow. Zach Williams unfortunately subbed out of the match with a calf injury, meaning that Cooper Lord comes in midway through that opening term, while Stengel, Dempsey and Dangerfield, the goal kickers for the Cats. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Lauren Borton down on the boundary. Chad Wingard and Adam Ramanauskas are your experts. The Blues lead by a point, but they couldn't make it count.
No, they couldn't. And inside 50s was 17-10 in that first quarter, but it's what Chad and I spoke about before the game. It's a real inside to outside game for Carlton. So real clearance domination by Carlton in that first quarter. 16-7 their way. So +9 is a beating in a quarter of football in clearance. But then you look at the intercept marks, and it's 7-4. So 3 of those have been to Sam de Koning, 2 of those have been to Connor O'Sullivan, 1 to Blitzars and Lawson Humphrey. So as we discussed, it's how long Carlton then can resist kicking that ball long and high out of contest. Now, the inside to outside that I speak about is the one where Lockie Fogarty got that goal late in that first quarter, where there's a stoppage on the centre wing on the Shane Ward stand side of the ground, where they used their hand out of that contest. Rather than kicking, they used their hands, and then Sam Walsh was actually then able to deliver that ball beautiful inside the forward 50. So Michael Voss has got a decision to make. It's, do I continue to commit the number to the contest, or do I have to even numbers up at the back?
Yeah, and for Geelong, I think they'd be pretty stoked to be 1 point down. I think they played very poorly. Like you said on the stoppages, losing that much, 16-7, it's actually an easy fix. Geelong are actually giving up their back. So all they need to do is just swing around and push their guy under the contest. That would create a dirty ball. So even if they get the clearance, it's going to be a quick kick. Because at the moment, Carlton are getting out of stoppages. You see the number, that's daring enough. But the stoppages that they're getting, they're actually running out of the stoppage. So they're getting a handball. Like you said, they're a spare number. But if I'm Geelong, I'm saying, okay, you want a spare number? We're gonna sandwich you and put you inside the contest. So if you get a quick kick, that's fine. It's going to go 20 metres and we're going to mark it because that's where our spare is. So it's a game of, I suppose, inches. But at the moment, Geelong haven't realised that, yes, they've got a spare number back. But to use that, they need to create a quick kick, not a handball chain. So push everyone under the ball. Let them get the clearance if you have to, but don't let them get behind you and get out of the stoppage, because that's what's damaging the most.
Thoughts of Chad Wingard and Adam Ramanauskas. Carlton leading by a point at quarter time. 3-3-21 plays 3-2-20. In front of, we expect 70,000 at the MCG. Umpire lays it down. Tom de Koning taps it out after it though quickly is Atkins. Free kick again going the way of the Cats, and this time it'll go to Bailey Smith. He was held onto there by Chera. Bailey Smith runs out to his right, sends a long ball inside 50 in the Shannon Neal direction, has to jump up and tap it down. Walsh swoops onto the footy in defence for the Blues. Handball to Silvani. He'll get a clear and kick. Humphries in good position, though. He drops the mark. Has time to recover for the Cats. Half-forward flank. Off to Bailey Smith by hand to blitz halves. 1-2. Back to Smith. Centering kick to full forward. Looking for a marker. Up they go. No one marks. Close Stengel. Take your pick. Kick goes straight up and down from Stengel. And punched out by the Blues eventually. Throwing coming. Right forward pocket. Here for the Cats. Had a couple of chances there.
Tell you what, from our angle, I thought that was a goal.
Same.
It went straight up the chimney. Santa Claus would have got that one, but that one looked like it was going to go straight through. And as a small forward, you've got to take those opportunities. He had 2 steps, and Stengels would normally take that because would have been a beautiful goal for them. Good start for the quarter.
Thrown in, Tom De Koning wins it down to Cripps, kicks up towards half-back, through the legs of Blitzavs. It's gathered by Humphries, swings onto his left, reloads inside 50. Big fly from Neil from behind, but a good mark taken by Nick Haynes. He's growing in confidence in the navy blue. Swings it out towards the back pocket. Having to sit underneath it in the end was Will White.
How bad is that?
Spoiled out of play.
And it's frustrating because if Carlton hit that, there's 2 options out there. You can see all their half forwards were out. They could have transitioned and slungshot around the whole ground then. But again, poor kick from a backman. You can't lay it up like that when you're going to switch across the face.
Now, Will White would be entitled to say to Nick Haynes, just move it a bit quicker and a bit flatter. Thrown back in. Tom De Koning gets rid of his opposing ruck and kicks up towards half-back. O'Sheen Mullen left it for Sam De Koning. Gathers, tackled by Cottrell. Kicks the ball up towards half-forward. Closest in the pack. Sard brings it down. Spills out the way of Bailey Smith, who went to throw a boot at it. In the end, didn't make any contact. Ollie Hollands tries to break away as Manor and Close lock it up. It's 45 metres out from the Geelong goal at the City end. The Blues leading by a point.
Umpire comes in to sort it all out. Puts it aloft. Both rucks with hands on it. Comes down to Sard. Clear and kick beyond the arc for the Blues. Punched away by Mullen. Spills to Chera. Blues back on it to Fogarty. Releases White. Off to Cripps. Chaining handballs through the midfield here, Carlton. Off to Motlop. Kicks inside 50.
It was the right idea.
Sullivan.
It just wasn't executed. Yeah. Both Curnow and Harry Mackay. 2-on-1.
O'Sullivan sends his kick out to the wing and the Blues are back with it.
Hollands, that's Ollie. Hand passes to the back of Cottrell. It may still work. Can't get it forward to Will White. He can get it to Curnow, though, into the pocket for Eliza Hollands. Can't hang on to the mark. Max Holmes off his chase. Hand pass inboard to Walsh. He jams on his boot towards the goal square. Mackay is there. And he takes the mark millimetres out from goal. In the prime position against Mark Blitzavs, and surely not even Harry can miss from here.
Oh, don't jinx him like that.
Harry Mackay to give the Blues the extended lead. He does just that. Come on, Chad, it's only metres out.
Okay, I've seen it before.
3 minutes into the second term, the Blues restore a 7-point advantage. They're 4-3-27 to Geelong 3-2-20. And Harry Mackay has his first goal of the afternoon.
Well, that was simply a case of outnumbering. So again, on that Shane Warne side of the ground, Carlton had numbers there and they were able just to work it through. Curnow was a nice kick to Elijah Ollie. Should have marked that ball. But again, the next contest comes, Carlton outnumber again. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from the Blues at the moment in this. Well, it's very early in this second quarter still, but their running game is up and going. When you're outnumbering that contest, gives you a much better chance to win it, obviously.
And it wasn't pretty. Like, every disposal there was not where it was supposed to go.
That's fine. That's okay.
Exactly right. They're rocking up, making sure that you give second, third efforts. And that's the thing. You're first on the ground level. You've got a good chance to win the ball.
4 individual goal kickers for the Blues. Stanley in the ruck. Palms it down. It bounces to Chera. He's wrapped up quickly. Still in the bull zone, the middle of the MCG. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Out of the middle, Manor retreating. Gets a handball away for the Cats to Humphries. Usually a good user. Overshoots the target here, and I got him. Wiedering marks defensively at centre-half back for the Blues. Kicks out wide to Silvani. Room for a gallop. Low tracer-like bullet kick up towards Cottrell. Gathers on the bounce. Turns and looks inside 50. Fogarty plucks the mark. 45 out. Has a man on inside 50. Goes to him and White marks. Low down. 35 out. On a slight angle to the right.
That's what you want. That's how you want to move the ball. So a mark right on the lip of 50, and you see that offside runner, the winger, high half forward coming back on the fat side of the ground. All free. Give the ball.
And that's because of Curnow. He's streaming back to goal, and he's drawing a crowd. Like, that's what the superstars do.
Pre-season pick for the Blues. The left footer. He hits it poorly. Helicopter across the face, through for a minor score. Carlton lead by 8 points. 4-4 plays 3-2. 5 minutes into this second term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Full-time at Carrara. The Gold Coast Suns came from behind to beat the Sydney Swans by 38 points. As Bailey Smith takes the mark from Tom Stewart in the back pocket. He plays on and bounds out of defence. Kicks a high ball up the southern wing. Have a fly at that. In from the side. O'Sullivan did so. Tom de Koning slaps it down, and Jesse Motlop's tackled by Humphreys, and the umpire will ball it up. Geelong trailing by 8 points. Thrown up. Tom de Koning wins down the tap. Gets it to Patrick Cripps. The captain unleashes Hewitt, who gets a hand pass to Walsh. The smooth movers involved. Hand pass underground through the hands of Sard. In the end, Geelong take it back. Stewart's hand pass away to Bailey Smith. Swings onto his right. Tough ball to mark down low. Stengel almost held onto it. Haynes taps it out, but it's into the path of close. Geelong on the burst. Hand pass to Dangerfield. Looks up inside 50. On the lead. Cameron down low. Can't hang on to it. It spills out at the last moment. And Mitch McGovern gathers. Hand pass away to Savani. The Blues out of defence, and as he finds Curnow on the wing.
He just turns and goes, looking for Mackay. Up he comes. Hands to it, no mark. At ground level, Motlop paddles inside 50 for the Blues. Can't gather the footy. O'Sullivan does off to Mullen. Dispossessed immediately. Umpire says holding the ball. Did Harry take the advantage? No. It'll come back, and the free kick will go to Fogarty. 30 out, slight angle to the left.
Well, terrific forward pressure. Okay, first Harry Mackay there makes the contest with the 2-on-1, not allowing Lawson Humphrey to take that mark. And it's a little surge of the ball forward, and once Geelong got their hands on the ball, a Carlton opponent was right at him.
Here comes Fogarty. Already has one. Starts it right, brings it back, sneaks it through. The Blue Baggers are in business. Carlton by 14 points. 5-4-34 plays 3-2-20. 8 into their second. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
And I tell you what, if you're a Geelong fan listening and watching this game, Dangerfield, you hear Dangerfield kicking inside forward 50 with no pressure on, and it's a 1v1 with Jeremy Cameron, and he's got space. You'd take those odds, wouldn't you? Just missing that kick, and then Carlton going all the way down and transitioning into a goal. That's tough to swallow if you're Geelong, and you've got to be better off that turnover as well, though. Like, if you kick a ball inside forward 50, you turn it over, you're going to make that your swivel. All right, bang, instant. What's your reaction time? Where's my opponent? You're going to make sure you shut it down. You can't allow them to transition from your forward 50 uncontested. There's only one person in there, one person. You've got 17 people that you need to defend with. You can't let Carlton go all the way through. Yes, they put pressure on to get this goal, but you can't allow them to score like that.
Chad Wingard with you on ABC Sport. Bailey Smith alongside Patrick Cripps as Cripps lays a phone. Shaking tackle as he rides Max Holmes into the turf.
Yeah, don't miss that.
How do you slow a fast player? Tackle him hard. Absolutely. Tom de Koning wins down the tap. Wilkshire comes leading in, can't gather the footy for Geelong. Sard kicks up towards half forward. Mackay in front. O'Sullivan makes the spoil for Geelong. Running onto it, Elijah Hollands. His kick is smothered. Great follow-up in the end by O'Sullivan. Spills out the way of Humphreys. Wants the boundary line. Fogarty lays the tackle. Umpire circles and will ball it up. Just millimetres in from the boundary at the right half forward line for the Blues. They lead by 14 points. Biggest lead of the match so far, with 4 of the last 5 goals in the match going the way of Carlton. It spills out the way of Tom de Koning. He jams it onto the boot. It in the end misses everything, out of bounds on the full. Free kick going the Cats' way up against the left behind post at the punt road end. Carlton leading by 14 points. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, I think Geelong are going to have to make a move soon. I mean, 20 clearances to 10. It's not sustainable, and the way that they're getting out is also they're not getting dirty clearances. They're getting out pretty easily and getting uncontested. So I look for them to make a move soon, whether it's personnel or adding an extra number.
Geelong just chipping it around. Bailey Smith copping the jeers. He'll kick around the wing and out of bounds on the full.
And this is the problem with having Bailey Smith and Holmes in as your two mids. They're not clearance
players.
They're your hybrids. They spread, they run.
They give you great dynamism.
Yeah. They're not clearance players.
So the Blues back in possession. Walsh stabbing it short, just gets it on to Cooper Lord, the sub who's on the ground for Zach Williams. We wait for more information around that seeming calf injury. Cooper Lord sets it up into the pocket. Sam De Koning comes over, punches it away. It spills to Bailey Smith. Clear and kick for the Cats. Turnover though, and Sard's there for Carlton. He marks 2 kicks from goal.
Having a good run of it, the Blues, as Sard looks up for options inside 50. He veers out to the left. You can hear the Wolf as he puts it looking for Harry Mackay. Over the top, Blitzhouse makes the spoil. White hard against the boundary. Nana and Bailey Smith there, and it goes out in front of the 3 of them. A throw in the right forward pocket for the Blues.
And Bailey Smith's had 8 disposals, but his kicking efficiency is at 57%. Yeah. So he's having a lot of kicks, but he's just launching it. He's getting metres gained, but he's not being as damaging as what he could be. I would expect him to lower his eyes a little bit, try and find a mark, and try and use his run, but don't just settle for kicking long down the line every time.
Carlton with 2 goals to none so far in this second quarter. Hewitt laid the tackle. Careful not to fall in the back of Lawson Humphrey, and the umpire will ball it up. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. Adam Ramanauskas and Chad Wingard, your experts for Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Up it goes, half forward here for Carlton, taking it out of the ruck. Tom De Koning gives it straight to Jai Clark of the Cats. His handball goes into congestion. Cats pick it up through O'Connor, gives it off to Bailey Smith. Kick around the southern wing. Haynes with the spoil. Ball hits the deck. Onto it, Sard bursts onto it. Gets it away towards Wiedering, drops the mark. Wiedering time to recover. Now pokes it short. And Hewitt controls it. Takes the mark. Blues quickly get it moving forward again. Elijah Hollins looks inside 50 in the Mackay direction. O'Sullivan spoils. Better help him blitz Arbs. He'll clear for the Cats up towards the wing and turn it over. Mark taken there by Carroll for Carlton.
Carroll goes wide, finds Blake Acres. Has it left half forward, stepped off his line, so call to play on. Sends it towards the tall team by Mackay. De Koning, they're all there. It's slapped away in the end turn. Throws it front centre. Good smother by Stewart. Spills out the way of Mark O'Connor. Hand pass back to Stewart, who's overwhelmed. Hewitt, hand pass away. Elijah Hollinsworth's the tight angle. Only about 10 metres out deep in the right forward pocket. And that is a classy finish. The Blues skip out to a 20-point advantage. 3 goals to none so far in this second quarter. They've kicked 5 of the last 6 goals of the match. 6-4-40 to Geelong 3-2-20. We played 13 minutes in the second term. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport with Chad Wingard and Adam Ramanauskas.
So to back up what Chad's talking about around Bailey Smith, Geelong have had 18 kicks in this quarter. They're going at 39% kicking efficiency. So they're just giving the ball back to Carlton at the moment. Now, Carlton maximum damage at the minute. They've had 11 inside 50s for 3 goals. For 3 goals, 1 in this quarter. But what I've loved so far about Carlton in this quarter, it's pressure. Everything has been about, if Geelong win the ball, we're on to them in a flash. It's not trickery. It's not, it's not doing all these different things with structures and systems and the like. It's pure pressure at the moment for the Blues.
Mackay in the ruck for the Blues. Crooked bounce, though. Shannon Neal in there for the Cats. Carlton by 20 points. Kicked 5 of the last 6 goals of the game. Mackay slaps it down, but onto it. Holmes there for the Cats. He'll turn and kick up towards the half-forward flank. Bouncing ball. Wiltshire, slick hands, gets it out to O'Connor. O'Connor kicks inside 50, and Neal marks 49 out. He was put down very nearly a 50-metre penalty.
Where did he come? Did he come from the ruck then, Shannon Neal? Yeah.
Just slinked forward. Mark said, I reckon, a couple of metres closer than he completed the mark as well. Yeah. Shannon Neal, a man that they are hoping can develop into as good a replacement for Tom Hawkins as you can get. 23 goals in 15 games last year. Puts his foot through it from 51. It's out to the right. And it doesn't score, or it does? Just. Mackay down there on the line, just marking it over the line. So behind there for Neal and the Cats. Carlton by 19, quarter hour mark. Second term, Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
No pressure on a young man, Ben. He only needs to kick about 800 goals.
Yeah. I sort of realised that as I was saying it. Yeah. That's why I tried to say as good as he can be as a replacement.
All right, 600.
Cats' first score of the quarter. The Blues kicked 3 goals at the other end. Brought back into play by McGovern. Got it to half-back. Hand pass to Motlop to Akers. Rode the tackle. Hand pass away to Hewitt. Just got a hand pass away. Akers inboard. On the bounce for White. Gets a hand pass away to Walsh. Through the middle of the ground. Akers fends off the tackler. It opens up. Hand pass away to Carroll. Pushed as he got his kick away. And Holmes gathers. Under pressure gets the hand pass away to Guthrie. Geelong through the middle of the ground. He finds Tyson Stengel, who plays on. Looks up towards Manor. He can't take the mark at centre half forward. Brought down by Ollie Hollands. It's gathered by Sam de Koning. He blazes away inside 50. No one's there for Geelong. And Haynes takes the mark for the Blues.
Moves it on quickly for Carlton as well. Out towards Lord on the wing. Going for a little gallop. His kick not a great one, but it skids through a few. Might work out. Elijah Hollands gets rid of it. Off towards Carroll. Tackled quickly, holding the ball. Had a moment. Tried to take on Atkins, who's a tackling machine for the Cats. And he's got the free kick. His kick not great. Overshoots Holmes, but he's got running room. Gathers the footy, takes a bounce, kicks up to half forward. Silvani outpoints Cameron, marks defensively for Carlton. Half-back flank, bites off the kick on the 45 infield. Kick's good for Carroll.
This is the stuff I'm worried about.
Turns
exactly
it over. Jai Clark takes the intercepting mark for the Cats. Just attacking sides of the centre circles. He looks up. Cameron on the lead. Set him a challenge. Wiedering works his way to the front. Didn't clear it. Jeremy Cameron back onto it. Fires on goal. And misses out to the right. A minor score. The Cats 2 behind. So Carlton's 3-1 so far in this second quarter.
So that's the kick. He's sort of on the defensive point of the square and kicks towards the bullseye in the middle.
That was a lazy kick.
Yeah, the 30 to 40 metre kicks to a contest inside the corridor is just not it. They're winning this game on back of contest and effort.
Yep.
So they're allowed to go to contest, but then shape corridor. That's what I'm saying. Shape corridor with their hands. So that I don't think they turn it over. They should have scored then. Jeremy Cameron should have had a mark. I just hope they don't go back to those ways of what do we do and not lose their predictability with their ball movement.
Ollie Hollands kicks to a contest on the wing. Kerno off the bench. Impacts the contest. Down in front, though. Onto it quickly. Jai Clark spins out of a tackle into another. Holding the ball. Free kick, Sam Walsh. Carlton by 18 points. 18 minutes into this second term. Walsh puts Jai Clark in the blender. Kicks up to half forward and he turns it over there. Mark taken by Sam de Koning on that half-back flank there for the Cats. Carlton by 18 points.
Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Just a quick follow-up on Tom Stewart. You spoke a lot about him in the first quarter. He looks all right in the second quarter. Hasn't had any further treatment. He came to the bench for a rotation that was scheduled, but he looks okay with that ankle that was troubling a lot late in that first quarter.
Thanks, Lauren. Umpire to ball it up on the wing with the Blues leading by 18 points. Harry Mackay into the ruck. Up against Shannon Neal. Tap down the way of Ollie Hollands, who runs onto it. Hand pass over the top to White. Had to get rid of it quickly. Linked up with Durden, and they're on here. Kerno's in the pocket. Just has to get it to him, and he does that. He marks hard against the boundary in the left forward pocket for half a moment. Thought about transitioning it quickly to Patrick Cripps at the top of the square. And now we'll think more about the set shot on goal.
I'm loving the handball out of contest from Carlton. Clearly, they can see numbers sitting behind the ball for Geelong. It's working. It's a bit risky, but it's forcing Geelong up and out.
Charlie Kerno kicked one in the first quarter. He'll step out, open up the angle, curl it around the corner, and put through his second. He turns towards the Carlton cheer squad in the Olympic stand and pumps his chest. They're inspired at the moment, the Blues, as they've kicked 4 goals to none so far in this second quarter. To blow out a 24-point lead, the biggest of the match so far. 7-4-46 to Geelong 3-4-22. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. You're with Adam Ramanauskas and Chad Wingard.
Well, he's having a big quarter, Sam Walsh. He's up to 7 possessions now, but he's kicking the ball at 100%. And it's not those little short handballs that we see from Sam Walsh and, get the little 1-2. He's having maximum impact on this contest at the moment. Tackling numbers, they're low. Geelong have only had 7 tackles in this quarter. So, I just mentioned that before. Carlton with their handball are trying to force Geelong up and out. They get them unbalanced in the back half of their ground. It's working there. It's rare you see a team against Geelong get an uncontested mark inside forward 50.
Thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas. The 2 rucks go at it. Tom de Koning has 2 bites at it. Comes down for Stanley. Whistle, free kick, Tom de Koning. Adam Ramanauskas and Chad Wingard, your experts. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Saad trying to slide by. Jai Clark not allowing it. Tom de Koning kicks one with a lot inside 50. No mark taken. Bose knocks it down and comes away with the football. Kicks up towards half forward for the Cats. Too strong Dangerfield. He takes the mark. Between the square and the 50. Now he kicks long. Stanley's down there. Tom de Koning too. Stanley comes back at the foot. He doesn't mark. Tom de Koning gathers it. Kick a turnover. Bobbing up Mark O'Connor. The Blues slipped over. It was Cooper Lord.
I think he slipped over because the kick wasn't to
Behind him, yeah.
It wasn't. It was a poor execution by Tom de Koning.
Yeah, well, not too many times you want your ruckman to take a 15-metre kick in the back, in the back square.
One where you're sort of going, just concede the behind.
Yeah. Or kick it long.
Yeah,
kick it long.
45-degree angle, 20 metres out. The Irishman O'Connor gets it. And didn't the Cats need it? Their first goal since just before the quarter-time siren. And they bring it back to a 3-goal margin. 7-4-46 the Blues. Geelong 4-4-28. 21 and a half minutes into their second term. Adam Ramanauskas and Chad Wingard.
And that was beautiful bodywork by Dangerfield. He didn't have the best position from that kick, and he just manoeuvred McGovern, pushed him under and took a mark. I mean, he did rush the kick as he got called play on, but that's on the back of winning that contest. So as a forward, and that's why he's kicked over 2 goals a game, he's a contested beast. He's been like that in the midfield for so long in his career, and to be able to bring that forward craft into the later part of his career, it's just amazing. So McGovern's not like he's one of the best one-on-ones. Like, he's a great defender, and Patrick Dangerfield out of position, just very smart, I suppose, body work, and then that kick just to put it to advantage.
Carlton by 18 points. The Gold Coast Suns defeated Sydney by 38 points. Kicked 12 unanswered goals for the first time in their club history. Sam Walsh trying to get the clearance of the Blues in the middle of the ground. Hand pass to Walsh. Chera run down. Great chase by Cameron. Spills out the way of White. In fact, that's Lord onto the ground as it kicks out towards half forward. It's chopped off by Humphreys, who marks at left half back. Zach Williams unfortunately subbed out of the match with a calf injury. Meaning Cooper Lord, the sub, is into the action. Ollie Henry, the sub for the Cats today. As it's taken by Wiltshire. Kicks Geelong inside 50 on the Boo. Close, can't take the mark. Silvani kept his feet. Gathers the ball for the Blues. Hand pass to Sam Walsh. Over the top to Sard at centre half back. Kicks out to the member side where there's options aplenty. Fogarty takes the mark.
Fogarty wants to move it on. Goes short. Durden comes up and takes it. Too far out to score. 60 out. Sets it up to the hot spot. Only Cats there. Mark taken by Humphreys at fullback. Pokes it short to Wiltshire. Wiltshire goes into the pocket. O'Connor, the goal kicker. His first goal of the year just a few moments ago as he kicks up to the wing, and Carroll getting back for Carlton. Marks right on the centre line. He'll just spoon a kick back to Haynes. Carlton by 3 goals. Haynes goes for a little run. Forward handball. Away to Carroll. This time he looks long inside 50. Wants a marker down there. O'Sullivan. Curnow plucks it from Sullivan. Says, I'll have that. Takes the mark, 47 out. 45-degree angle to the right.
And Jesse Motlop, he wasn't in a marking contest then, but he just got enough on O'Sullivan to push him out so he didn't get a run and jump at it. As a small forward, that's priceless. And Curnow gets that mark purely because of Motlop's extra work then, because it's selfless. He's not going to mark it, but it also puts him in a position where he can crumb it. So that's selfless there by Motlop, and you'd love to see if you're Curnow.
Charlie Curnow already with the couple. He's the Blues talisman in attack. And he fans this out to the right.
Always stand up for my small forwards, you know this.
Yeah, look after them. Carlton lead by 19 points again.
What's smaller than a small forward?
What's that?
Ben Cameron.
I play taller.
Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport as Lawson Humphreys brings Geelong back into play. Jeremy Cameron working a long way up the field. Marks at left half back. The Blues 7-5-47 at Geelong 4-4-28. He's turned it over straight to Charlie Curnow. Looks towards the vacant goal. He fires towards it. Misses in the end. It bounces out of bounds. A throw in up against the right behind post. Carlton deep in attack. at the punt road end. The Blues by 19 points.
That was lazy. You got to get 5-10 metres back off your mark. You can't just take it off one step, especially in that part of the ground. You can't just lay back on it and expect a half-decent kick.
Still to come from Docklands. Hawthorn and the West Coast Eagles will take you there at the completion of this match. Chera trying to break clear. Hand pass to Cottrell. Tackled. Blitzav's hand pass. Too slick for Tom Atkins. Tom de Koning jams it on the boot. Kicks it from the top of the goal square as he gestures to the Carlton fans, let me hear you. And a good finish from their ruckman to put through what has become their fourth goal of the quarter. And they're back out to a 25-point advantage. No, 5-1. Carlton's way so far in this second term. The Blues 8-5-53 to Geelong 4-4-28. Chad Wingard and Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport.
And like we've spoken about all game, it's the consistency of effort from Carlton as
pressure again.
It's pressure again. Like, nothing's looked pretty for Carlton this whole game. Like, nothing is, I would say, a top 4 side in terms of disposal efficiency or skill or execution. This game and them winning it is based off their stoppage, and that's effort.
Yep.
And also their pressure and intent. They're the 3 things that have really kept them in the game and just absolutely dominating this game for them. So this is the blueprint. Like we said before, is it their corridor ball movement? That's the icing on the cake that makes you from a top 8 to a top 4 side. This is what gets you into the top 8. Effort, pressure and clearances.
Thoughts of Chad Wingard. A game-high lead for the Blues. Tom de Koning with the clearance. His kick is marked there by Humphreys. Cats back in possession. His kick overshoots the pack, works out for close. Forward handball to Manor. Attacking point of the square. Kicks for Cameron. Hands to it. Or Shannon Neal, rather, who follows up at ground level. Cuffs up the footy, though. And mopped up there by Sard. Goes back towards McGovern. And the release kick out towards Hewitt.
You can hear the Carlton fans rising as their confidence starts to build. Hewitt, short to Walsh. Just takes the mark in front of Bailey Smith.
I tell you what, if you're close, you're missing Myers at the moment. Because if Myers is kicking that inside 50, Stengels is by himself, had 20 metres, and closest kicked it to a 2-on-1 contest. That just shows the perceived pressure and the build-up pressure that Carlton have had. Yes, they've got physical pressure, but even when there's no one on them, that's the perceived pressure that they're kicking probably 2 steps before they need to.
The Blues are happy to hold it for a little while now as Carroll has it in the back pocket. That's a shank into the middle of the ground. Bounces past Elijah Holland. Stewart gathers, sidesteps an opponent. Kicks it wide out to Dempsey in the right forward pocket. He's got players on the move. Neils the target. Wiedering, great defending. Tapped it with one arm. Claimed the mark on the second bite. And Shannon Neal can do nothing but put his hands on his hips. Trying to make a presence in that forward pocket. Jacob Wiedering, the All-Australian, kicks the Blues up towards the wing. Harry Mackay sets himself. Sam de Koning in from the side. Spills the way of Motlop. Hand pass back to Hewitt. Back to Sard across half-back. Looks out members' side. Hewitt had to wait for it. Stewart makes the spoil. He's moving far better than what he did in that first quarter as he sees it into the crowd in the front row.
And I tell you what, if you're Carlton, I would take the contest nearly every time. Because even if it goes out of bounds, they're winning the stoppage battle. So I don't think they should shy away from this battle, this stoppage battle, this contest, because they're winning it every single time.
Umpire brings it back into play. 2 rucks go at it, both with hands on it. Comes down for Cripps, though. Handball stolen by Manor. Cats quickly back the other way. Kick into the pocket. Floats onto the chest of Cameron. Reads it best to mark. 35 out, tight angle with the right side for the left footer.
That felt like, if you watch a baseball fan, that looked like a knuckleball. That looked like it went everywhere. It's a fair catch.
He's going to waste no time, swing around and curl it through. The Cats champ stands up in what has been a quiet start to the year, but he brings it back to 19 points. 8-5-53, plays 5-4-34 on the stroke of half-time. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, they just sneak one, don't they, really, there. It's against the flow of this game that they're able to kick that goal. Chad mentioned, the clearance domination in this game for the Blues, 26-13, so plus 13 there in the clearance battle, winning this quarter again there. But it was really just Sean Manor there with the smarts. He read the cues from Paddy Cripps where that handball was going to go.
It's going out though, wasn't it? If he got that over, they were out again.
They were out again. So it was just smart play by Manor. And Jezza, it's hard to keep him quiet all game.
The Blues with 5-2 so far in this second quarter. Stanley wins down the tap against Tom de Koning. Races back after it. Manor gathers. He can't break away from Ollie Hollands. Knocks the footy to his chest, and the umpire will ball it up.
Charlie Curnow just sneaking behind the ball now. A minute remaining. Let's not concede another goal.
As Patrick Dangerfield kicked the goal after the quarter-time siren. Tom Atkins fights for the loose footy. Can't extract it with Sean Manor in there. And Patrick Cripps right on the very bottom of the pack as well. Jeremy Cameron pushes up to the stopping. He's just running around opponents like a witch's hat. It's taken by Tom De Koning. Can't get a clearance away. Stanley has his go at it. He knocks it out towards Manor. He eventually got it to Max Holmes. His hand pass is chopped off by Ollie Hollands. Knocks it onto brother Elijah. His kick is smothered through the congestion. Hewitt's happy to take on the tacklers, and the ball is locked up with him in possession. Carlton will be happy with this, leading by 19 points, nudging closer to half-time.
Have led at half-time in every game they've played this year, the Blues.
Jeez.
Tapped down and held in by Elijah Hollands again. Umpire to put it aloft. Stanley and Tom De Koning. Stanley slaps it away. Spills back to Tom De Koning. Off to Cripps, who says, get it out of here. Slews off the side of the boot out to the wing, and Cottrell marks. From the logo, he waits the kick over the top, trying to get it onto Ollie Hollands. He's forced out by Mark O'Connor. And that will get us pretty close to half-time. Maybe one last chance for the Blues. They led it by 19 points. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Earlier, the Gold Coast Suns were 38-point winners over the Sydney Swans. They kicked 12 unanswered goals after half-time. Thrown back in. Stanley's first to get there. Tom De Koning was a little slow. It spills out the way of Ollie Hollands, trying to get a hand pass away. Andy Smith lays the tackle with good support in the end. And Tom Atkins and Mark O'Connor, and the umpire will ball it up. Carlton by 19 points, a 5-2. Second quarter the way of the Blues as Stanley slaps it down towards Bailey Smith, and the siren sounds from half-time. Carlton fans will rise, feeling pretty entertained with what they've seen for the opening half. Taking it up to a team in which many think will be there come the pointy end of the season. Well, the Blues are trying to prove they can fight back from a slow start to the season. Carlton 8-5-53 to Geelong 5-4-34. After the Blues led by a point at quarter time, they lead by 19 points at half-time. The goal kickers for the Blues, 2 goals to Charlie Curnow, 2 goals to Lockie Fogarty, individuals to Zach Williams, Tom De Koning and Harry Mackay. Zach Williams has been subbed out of the match with a calf injury in the first quarter, and Cooper Lloyd is in. Ollie Henry is the sub for the Cats, and he hasn't been used as yet. Meanwhile, all individual goal kickers for the Cats, goals to Cameron, Stengel, Dempsey, Dangerfield and O'Connor. Half-time here at the MCG, Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. The thoughts of Adam Romanascus and Chad Wingard with you.
Well, we've mentioned, both Chad and I mentioned it, Carlton's half was built on their pressure. So it was a terrific pressure half, and I haven't seen Carlton play like that with the sort of the rolling maul and you know, just scrap and fight, and if the kick if it's not a perfect drop punt. Like, Carlton sometimes want to play this perfect game, but that first half was pure grit. So if you look at just some raw numbers in that first half, plus 14 contested possession, plus 3 in ground ball gets, plus 14 in clearances, inside 50s, plus 12. So, as Chad mentioned it a couple of times, it hasn't been perfect, the way they've moved the ball or executed, and you go, well, you know, that doesn't look like great football, but it's just effort. Sometimes football just takes a bit more effort than the opposition, and you're able then to get the score on the board. So probably, I reckon, 4 of their goals in that first half just came from pure effort acts, which you just love to see. Geelong's big problem in that quarter, they kicked the ball at 53%, so they just kept kicking it back to Carlton at times, particularly out of the back half of the ground, where Carlton set up really well behind the ball. I thought McGovern had a really good first half. I thought Jack Silvani had a really good first half. Sard was really good. Obviously, Wiedering was at his usual best with the way just his knack of getting there at that last moment. Then sort of the art of a body spoil for a defender is something I love watching it. There's only a couple of really good players that, well, Wiedering's one of them. Sam Taylor is another one of those, and it's no coincidence that they're the best defenders in the league. So I look at, okay, Geelong go clearance and minus 14. Is it time now to try even the numbers up around contest for a while? Do we need to bring Dangerfield up around contest for the first 6 or minutes of this quarter to try and get some territory battle? You look at territory in that half, 450-odd metres more to Carlton. So that little battle there, clearance territory, we spoke about that's what Carlton like to play like. But I simply thought, you hate to say it, there was a more effort from Carlton than there was in Geelong in that half of football.
Can the Blues close the door, Chad Wingard, on what has been a pretty dominant display so far? Can they do enough to see off the Cats of their fight back?
Well, that's the question. Like you just said before, like they've won 6 every single half that they've played in. So that's 6 games that they've won the first half. And they've got a result of 2 wins and 4 losses. So if you're a Carlton fan, I'm on edge still. Like this is giving me, PTSD. Like, are we going to lose this game again in the second half? But it could come true because Geelong are only 19 points down and they've lost nearly every facet of the game. So if you are Carlton, you need to say we need to make sure that we still play the same way. That we don't. I suppose Geelong are going to come out and they're going to throw some punches. Are we going to be ready for them? And we know what works. We know what success works because Geelong they're a mature outfit. They haven't brought their energy. They haven't brought their best selves. The second half they're going to, and they're going to know that Carlton, maybe in their subconscious minds, they know they're not a best second half side. So Geelong, obviously not playing one of their worst games, the worst halves that they've had this year. They're going to bounce back. But can Carlton, this will be a great test for them because they've been in this position every single game and they've proved it last 2 weeks so they can get the win. Like I said, against teams that aren't as good. But what's making me a little bit nervous is that Geelong are a much better and more equipped team to, I suppose, bounce back. But Carlton, they've played their way and I really love it. And if you're a Carlton fan, this is like, we've seen this a lot, but can we do it for 4 quarters?
So the other thing is there's a big possession gain as well. So Carlton have had 50 more possessions. So Bailey Smith is leading Geelong with 16. But then the next 3, Lawson Humphrey, Connor O'Sullivan, Sam De Koning, all defenders. So they get a lift out of Max Holmes only had the 7 possessions in that quarter. Jack Bowes, 5 possessions. Ollie Dempsey, 5 possessions in that half. Tom Atkins has only had 4 possessions. So they're playing as midfielders. Then you look on the other side of the sheet. Sam Walsh, 20. George Hewitt, 16. Paddy Cripps, 14. Adam Cherra, 11. So that midfield battle, which we know is so critical now to a win or loss in football. Carlton are simply dominating that area.
Adam Ramanauskas and Chad Wingard with their thoughts to halftime. The Blues leading by 19 points over the Cats, while earlier it was the Gold Coast Suns who defeated Sydney by 38 points. It was 38 points in the end. And the Hawks and the West Coast Eagles still to come to close out the weekend's footy. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport from the MCG. We'll pause and bring you the latest from the ABC newsroom.
Hello, this is ABC News with David Rowlands. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has unveiled a multi-million-dollar election pitch to rebrand and expand a free round-the-clock health advice service at a rally in Sydney. National Affairs correspondent Jane Norman has the details.
Today, the Prime Minister came armed with a $200 million announcement to expand and rebrand an existing free health advice service. Right now, it's called Health Direct. If Labor's elected on January 1 next year, it'll be rebranded to 1-800 Medicare and expanded to include after-hours GP telehealth consults in urgent cases. Labor really framing this policy as sort of another piece in the puzzle of the Medicare network. In a few hours' time, the Prime Minister will go head-to-head with Peter Dutton in the 4th and final leaders' debate of the campaign.
A massive explosion and fire at a port in southern Iran has killed at least 18 people and injured around 750 others. Chelsea Hetherington has the latest.
The blast took place at Shahid Raji, the country's largest commercial port. Videos show a fire growing in intensity before a huge explosion, with people subsequently fleeing the blast and others lying wounded on roads surrounded by smoking debris. Authorities in Iran have suggested the explosion was caused by the improper handling of chemicals, but investigations remain ongoing. They've warned people in the area to stay at home and to wear protective clothing to minimise the risk of being exposed to air pollution.
Worshippers will be able to see Pope Francis's marble tomb at Santa Maria Maggiore in Basilica in Rome when it opens to the public later today. The Pope was buried there in a private ceremony yesterday after his funeral in St Peter's Square, which was attended by hundreds of thousands of people and many heads of state from around the world. These people attended the main funeral service and say that it was a special moment.
He was a father with love. Whether towards the less fortunate or anybody, he showed love, especially with children. I really admired him with all of my heart.
If his successor will stick to what Pope Francis has been doing, this will make us Catholics very happy, because Pope Francis was open to everybody.
2 people have been taken to hospital after an alleged stabbing and assaults in Melbourne CBD this morning. Joshua Allen reports.
Police say a teenage girl who was in a group of up to 15 people approached a 21-year-old man and stabbed him about 5:30 on Flinders Street between Elizabeth and Queen Streets. He was taken to hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Hours later, police arrested a 35-year-old North Melbourne woman who allegedly assaulted 2 other women on Elizabeth Street between Flinders Street and Flinders Lane. They say she allegedly approached a woman just after 7:30 while holding a broken glass bottle and assaulted her before then assaulting another woman. One of the victims was taken to hospital with minor injuries. The other was assessed by paramedics at the scene.
The Darwin grocery store where shopkeeper Linford Fike was killed on Wednesday afternoon has reopened. Oliver Chaseling is there.
The beloved grocer was stabbed and killed just outside his store during a confrontation with an alleged shoplifter. It's prompted community hurt and outcry and a pledge from the Northern Territory government to make the jurisdiction's bail laws the toughest in the country. The Nightcliff store has this morning reopened to the public. The store has seen a steady stream of customers this morning while people continue to lay wreaths and pay tributes outside.
Queensland's Tourism Minister has launched the state's new tourism brand campaign to entice more visitors north. The project is spearheaded by pop sensation and Queensland local Keita Alexander. However, the cost and timeframe have not yet been released. Speaking in Brisbane, Andrew Powell says the campaign is aimed at everybody.
We're unashamedly targeting other jurisdictions, so New South Wales, Victoria, Western Australia, South Australia. It's also about our intrastate tourists, so making sure we get Queenslanders holidaying here, and then we're going to go more broad. We're going to go international.
Authorities have issued a new warning to Western Australians about the risk of counterfeit gold and silver products being sold online. WA police say scammers are taking advantage of high gold prices and selling fake bars that look real. The Perth Mint advises buyers to only purchase from reputable dealers such as the Mint or one of its approved distributors. Anyone who suspects they have found counterfeit items for sale are being urged to report it to police. And in rugby league, Canberra has turned on a big second half to beat the Dolphins 40-28. This is ABC News.
The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling. Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
Get some work wins and reach those soul goals in 2025. Press play on your personal progress with the ABC Listen app. Listen to podcasts like Life Matters,
The Economy is Stupid,
and
This Working Life.
All those and more on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
That time's off his chase. Hand pass inboard to Walsh. He jams on his boot towards the goal square. Mackay is there. And he takes them up millimetres out from goal. Harry Mackay to give the Blues the extended lead. He does just that.
At ground level, Motlop paddles inside 50 for the Blues. Can't get to the footy. O'Sullivan does off the Mullen. Dispossessed immediately. Umpire says holding the ball. And the free kick will go to Fogarty. Here comes Fogarty. Already has one. Starts it right, brings it back, sneaks it through. The Blue Baggers are in business.
Spills out the way of Mark O'Connor. Hand pass back to Stewart, who's overwhelmed. Hewitt, hand pass away. Elijah Hollandsworth's the tight angle. Only about 10 metres out deep in the right forward pocket. And that is a classy finish. The Blues skip out to a 20-point advantage. Charlie Curnow kicked one in the first quarter. He'll step out, open up the angle, curl it around the corner and put through his second. He turns towards the Carlton cheer squad in the Olympic stand and pumps his chest. 4 goals to none so far in this second quarter.
45-degree angle, 20 metres out. The Irishman O'Connor gets it. And didn't the Cats need it? Their first goal since just before the quarter-time siren. Comes down for Cripps, though. Handball stolen by Manor. Cats quickly back the other way. Kick into the pocket. Floats onto the chest of Cameron. He's going to waste no time. Swing around and curl it through. The Cats champ stands up.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
The highlights of the second quarter as called on ABC Sport. It's the Blues who hold a 19-point advantage. 8-5-53 to Geelong 5-4-34. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. Adam Ramanauskas and Chad Wingard are your experts on ABC Sport. Earlier today it was the Gold Coast Suns who defeated Sydney by 38 points. At one stage they kicked 12 unanswered goals, having come from behind after Sydney booted 6 goals to 2 in the first quarter. The Suns 17-15, 117 to Sydney 12-7, 79. And the final match of the round still to come from Docklands in Melbourne. Hawthorn taking on the West Coast Eagles. We'll take you there from the completion of this match here at the MCG. Your thoughts are always welcome on the SMS 0437 774 774. Phil from Victoria, I'm loving this ABC combination this afternoon. Has Chad Wingard, enjoying his enthusiasm, worked with Mick Malthouse yet? Love to hear how he'll go with Mick. Love your work too, Rama. Don't think you've had the full experience of the ABC experts.
No, I'm looking forward to it. What's it like? Can you give me some insight?
Well, Adam Ramanauskas was alongside Mick yesterday for AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. How would you try and
Mick's he sits up in the box and he's like a coach. He's sort of that's the way he commentates the game.
Is not just when he's in the box. I watched a game over dinner with him in Gather Round in the Barossa, and it was like match committee. Ben, can you sort out the forward line? Just about. I was getting quite nervous as to what was going on.
But that's a coach's mind. It operates differently.
Oh, it does.
100%.
It's just how they look at the game, and at times they can just focus on one little area and it can consume them for such a long. Ross Lyon yesterday, for example, with Hugo Garcia. And you listen to Ross's press conference after the game and he speaks about, I'm an actions person. So if I'm going to pull the trigger, I'm just going to pull the trigger straight away.
Was that the right action, though?
Well, I didn't think it was, because Hugo's a second-year player. So I don't think making an example of a second-year player is the right way to go. But Ross is the coach, and it's up to him what he wants to do. But we were there, Benny, and there was probably another 6 or 7 instances of players, particularly around stoppage, as Ross had alluded to with Hugo, that weren't pulling their weight. So that's just how it goes.
Full credit to Gemma Bastiati, who was the AFL journalist firing the questions at Ross. It's just got to have your second question ready to go, because there might be one coming back your way. Now, some good news coming through is that Riley Thilthorpe, the Adelaide Crows forward, has been cleared of serious finger injuries. So X-rays have revealed a hairline fracture and a dislocation. So he still remains a chance to take on the Blues next Saturday. And you mentioned, Ben, the Blues record to start this season, that they've won all of their first halves so far. So Swamp Thing on Twitter says the last time they did so was back in 1908. And Carlton won the VFL Premiership that season. So stranger things have happened, but it's a long way to come back from so far this season to start with. Andy from Wodonga on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Chris Scott and his players will have time to the minute the way in which to win. It's just a phase management at this stage. Well, the Cats have done it so often before. And also cheerio to Grant in Hobart, who's listening while washing the car. To the best call team going around, go Blues. So I guess that's the question, is that Carlton have started brightly. Can they continue on? You'd expect some adjustments from the Cats in the second half. Unfortunately, Carlton have had to use their sub with Zach Williams out with a calf injury. And Ollie Henry is a bit of a bizarre call for the Cats. Are you surprised to see his name as the sub? Or I guess they are blessed to have a number of forwards, Chad Wingard, in terms of who Chris Scott can call on when he wants to.
Yeah, especially with Myers not out there. I think you need someone that's going to add a bit of spark and a bit of poise in that forward line. But, yeah, like I said, someone's got to wear it every week. It's a bit of a strange rule, and a lot of the time it does go to a small forward or someone that has an impact. So that's the other thing, maybe having someone that is impactful as a small forward or someone who can play multiple roles is normally used for the sub. Like, you don't obviously put like a tall forward there. Or
one of the weirdest ones we saw was when I think Tom De Koning was the sub last year in the final for Carlton, but that's sort of a
bizarre.
one-off. Yeah, very bizarre. Were you through the first iteration of the sub vest and then play through until the second time when we've brought it back, Chad?
Yeah, I played before the sub, and then, my second year, I think the sub rule came in. Actually, my first year I must have had sub, because I was subbed off a lot. It's my first year, so I was subbed off. I had the red vest way too many times. The green vest is better than a red vest, tell you that for free.
Yeah.
I think with Ollie Henry, he's a bit of a casualty of Paddy Dangerfield playing more of that role inside forward 50, because usually that's sort of the role that Ollie Henry will play out, a bit out of the goal square and, getting behind the defence and the like. So that's what I was talking about before the game with Jeremy Cameron as well. It's Jeremy Cameron getting used to playing with Paddy Dangerfield. So their forward line is not functioning exactly how they would want. No doubt over the opening rounds of the season, Geelong. So they will have some teething problems probably till about the halfway point, and I'm sure they'll iron them out from there.
Now, Penny from Strathmore's been in touch. Rammer, the master coach of the day, with a from behind 1-point victory in the under-16s EDFL grading.
Yes.
Were you coaching before your...
I was. That's why the voice is a little bit husky. So, yes, barking instructions from the sideline. But it was a good win, the boys. They... hopefully we've got a good little team. West Coburg we played today. They were a very good team. So the boys fought it out well.
I didn't think the blow dryer for the boys, the under-16 boys at half-time was necessary.
No blow dryer. No. I've got it. Benny, there's only 2 of those a year that you can use, and it wasn't today. Trust me, it wasn't today. It'll come though. I can guarantee it'll come. But
I think you'd be lethal with just a look.
Well, I'm a big believer. You don't really need to raise your voice to give a spray.
Yeah.
So it's just the words that you use and how you use them is sometimes can have the most effect.
You're looking very comfortable in the commentary box, Chad. The coaching bug hasn't appealed to you one iota?
Oh, God, no. I mean, they hats off to them, because you have to be a certain breed to do it, but 24/7, it's a job that requires a lot of effort. I mean, I see how much coding that they do after the game. It's about, 10 hours of coding, and I love Netflix and chill, to be honest. I don't think I could give up time with my partner, time with my family to do coding, that's for sure.
Chad Wingard and Adam Romanascus, your experts on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. More important, sitting in the front row for us this afternoon was conditions down at ground level actually seem to have improved a bit.
Yeah, I think they have improved. The first quarter was really dusty. The second, it seemed to die down a little bit. And at the moment, it's quite still. So obviously the light tower's in full effect. But really nice conditions out here for the rest of this game, hopefully.
Carlton leading by 19 points. Second half underway with a crooked bounce.
Oh, it's the worst way to start, isn't it?
Try again in the middle. Umpire lofts it to the air. Stanley launches over Tom de Koning, taps it down, spills to Atkins. Swivels and snaps the Cats to half forward. Good mark. Haynes there for the Blues, centre half back. Releases the running McGovern. Long kick, half back to half forward. Curnow launches, comes down with the footy. He can turn and go. Mackay offers into the pocket, ignores that, looks further afield. Up goes White, through the packet, goes out the back. Mackay in the goal square, now in the pocket, fighting after it. Mackay gets a handball out. Sam de Koning is there, picks it up for the Cats. After Bowes, who will snap around his body and clear.
A bouncing ball in which Bailey Smith gathers. Hand pass to Stengel at half-back. Loops a hand pass back to Bailey Smith. Has to run on it in front of Sard. Hand pass out in front of Manor. Centre wing on the member's side. He pulls his kick inboard, looking for close. Haynes slides in front, can't take the mark. Spills out to Mitch McGovern. He's tackled. Ball comes clear. Atkins trying to spin out of traffic. Hand pass chopped off by McGovern, and Stengel lays the tackle.
Yeah, Geelong need to start kicking to space. The defenders for Carlton are marking too much, especially McGovern, Haynes. They're dictating to small forwards, and obviously Geelong giving up a lot of height. They need to start kicking to space and create a bit more live play.
Atkins seemed to have got in the back of Patrick Cripps with no whistle as Stanley follows up his ruck work. Eventually it's Bowes who gets a hand pass out. Dempsey throws a boot at it, gains a couple of metres, but Sard red at best for the Blues. Hand pass a little loose for Elijah Hollands, but he cleverly slaps it on. Fogarty marks centre wing, up to Charlie Curnow on the bounce. He gathers, trying to break away from O'Sullivan. Good work by the young Cat, brought him down in the end. Geelong take it back through Holmes. Hand pass to Blitzat. Back to the speedy Cat from half back through the middle of the ground. Stanley caught flat-footed. Tom de Koning spoils it down. Bailey Smith gathers. Hand pass back to Reece Stanley. Around his body to close. He's got an option in the pocket all on his own. It's Jeremy Cameron. Jack Silvani was alongside Patrick Dangerfield. All of a sudden the mismatch took place and Cameron was all on his own in the right forward pocket.
Well, it's simply a drop mark by Tom de Koning. So they're not in this position if de Koning takes an easy mark.
Jeremy Cameron has kicked one so far this afternoon, steps out, opens up the angle, make that 2 on the left. And Geelong strikes first in this third quarter to cut the deficit back to 13 points Carlton's way. The Blues 8-5-53, Geelong 6-4-40. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport, just 3 minutes played in the third term.
That's just a bit of ping-pong footy there, like turnover after turnover, and unfortunately for Carlton, Geelong just capitalised. You think Kern O'Hare could have socketed it, kept it live, and then turned it over, and then Geelong go through the corridor, and again, it was a poor kick, but he was way out. It shouldn't have been a contest for De Koning to drop that mark, so they were way out.
Oh.
And then Blixarves just gives the hands, and Bailey Smith, smart, just get it forward, close, and a great finish. I mean, Jeremy Cameron's one of the best at finishing, obviously, from a snap, so Carlton, pretty flat with that, but it's only one goal. Make sure they don't follow up here in the centre bounce.
Cameron's kicked the last 2 goals of the game here for the Cats. And Atkins with the clearance somehow gets a kick moving forward. Ollie Dempsey does the same. Towards close. Haynes too good. Outbodies him to mark. 40 out from the Blues' defensive goal. Carlton lead by 13 points. Geelong with 3 of the last 4 goals in the game. Haynes kick into danger, and again Geelong steal at Atkins. Kicks to half forward. Mark taken by Manor. Wide out. Hooks into the pocket. Full-chested Dangerfield. Charges at the footy and marks. 40 out, 5 in from the boundary line, right half forward.
And that's poor execution by Carlton. I mean, they don't need to take these risks right now. They're winning the contest, correct. So they don't need to have silly kicks that are creating an uncontested possessions for Geelong, because you've got them where you want them. Take the contest or just find uncontested marks. You don't need to force it, especially going outside of D50. Turnovers there, it's always going to result in forwards being in best position possible on a rebound.
Here comes Patrick Dangerfield. The drop punt is across the face of goal. Off hands, it comes down in the pocket. Dempsey steals it like a thief in the night and snaps the goal. That is brilliant. Cats cut it back to a 7-point deficit. 2 for Dempsey. 8-5-53, plays 7-4-46. 4 minutes into the third. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, brilliant by Dempsey. Really ordinary by Carlton. So just poor defending on the guy. Get the ball through. Get the ball through, over the line, whatever you got to do. But don't bring the ball back into play live. As soon as the ball hits the ground, it's danger. All those small. So you got Ollie Dempsey up on a wing here now. He's deep inside Geelong's forward 50 to kick that goal, but that's got to go out of bounds or through for a rush behind. Keep the game simple, Carlton.
Anywhere but there.
Oh, anywhere but there. Exactly, Benny.
Adam Romanascus with you on ABC Sport. Jack Gunson with the first goal of the match for the Hawks. They're 1 straight 6 to the West Coast Eagles 2 behinds. Carlton's lead all of a sudden cut back to 7 points after leading by 19 at half-time. Tom De Koning wins down the tap for the Blues. Hand pass to Chera. He drives it inside 50 over the head of Durden, and O'Sullivan takes the mark. Leading out in front of Charlie Curnow. He looks out to Max Holmes, who takes the mark at left half back. Around the back to Sam De Koning. Out towards Smith at half forward. He takes the mark, rising in front of Ollie Hollands. And he's off. Bailey Smith plays on with that wide headband. Dangerfield on the lead. Jack Silvani, good spoil. Reaching over the top. And sees it out of play for the Blues. Geelong in the left forward pocket. Carlton leading by 7 points.
Warning signs here for Carlton. Their whole demeanour, and that's the evidence against them. So subconsciously we'll be thinking we haven't won many second halves, and they're starting their demeanour, their body language just doesn't look like it was in their first half.
Stanley soccers it out of the ruck. It comes to Bose, who kicks to the pocket. Wiedering clatters over the top, punches it down, close in the pocket, can't gather it. The Blues have the numbers. Walsh gathers the footy. Handball errant. Onto it again. Stengel might have been held. Umpire says no. Cameron high fend off, surely. Yes, it was. Then tried to bulldoze through. Free kick going to Hewitt. The last line for the Blues. Carlton by 7 points. It is all Geelong to start the second half. 6 minutes in.
Hewitt, hand pass to Wiedering to Sard, who changed his mind at the last moment. Tackle by Stengel and taken over the boundary line. Stengel thought that constituted a prior opportunity. The umpire says throw it in.
Yeah, so do I. I think if you accept a tackle when you've had prior and you just walk over the line, that should be, I don't know, maybe just me being a forward.
Defenders have it tough enough, don't they? Throw him back in. Stanley got rid of Tom De Koning. Hand pass out. Manor just volleys it forward. Dempsey was caught behind, and Haynes takes the intercepting mark for Carlton. Works it around the back to Blake Acres. Hand pass to Wiedering. Cuts back on his inside. Kicks it to Haynes. And Mark's still inside the defensive 50.
Gives the handball away to McGovern, who pokes a kick dangerously into the middle. Mark taken by Hewitt. Hung in the air for a moment. The Cats thought they were on. George Hewitt, what a start to the year he's had. His kick out wide just gets to Silvani. Had Rama nervous.
Well, his closing speed is amazing still, Dangerfield.
Silvani moves it up to Chera, who goes to McGovern. Started this chain. Attacking point of the square. Chisels a kick to the pocket. Down there, Curnow. Can't take the mark. Follows up at ground level, coming through. Elijah Hollins might have inadvertently socketed out. No. Throw in left forward pocket here for the Blues. And a little bit of respite after the Cats have done all of the early attacking in this second half. 8 minutes into the third. Carlton by 7 points.
Goals to Gunston and Ginnivan at Docklands. Hawthorn 15 to the West Coast Eagles yet to score. Take you there at the completion of this match. Tom de Koning wins down the tap. Fogarty hand pass to Walsh. Couldn't take it cleanly. Clark in the back line. Gathers for Geelong. Risky kick out of defence, and Akers takes the intercepting mark 50 from home. Eyes look into the corridor. He can poke it over the top. Walsh has kept running, and he takes the mark in front of Max Holmes in the right forward pocket. Great endurance work done by Sam Walsh there.
And Akers, as a winger, half back, half forward, that line connection, that press is super important because he read that better than anyone else. And he made it, again, we talk about decisions in half a second. Yeah. He made that decision so quickly and so abruptly that it made it easy for him to impact that game. Again, if he doesn't, it looks bad and they could go. But it's the risk that you take because he done it so early. He got the ball and won that decision.
Out to the right, one of the Blues' most crucial cogs. Sam Walsh, can he stem the flow? He comes in, it's across the face from right to left. De Koning's there, that's Tom for the Blues. And off hands it goes through from on.
And there's the difference right there. So the ball virtually went to the same spot as where Dempsey kicked that goal. Geelong disciplined enough to spoil it through.
We're spending so much time together, Rammer. I knew exactly what you were going to say. We almost celebrated that together. I know you think that's a good thing.
I know you think that's a good thing.
Right in the back pocket, Cameron switches it, finds Zach Guthrie, who moves it up to Lawson Humphreys. Just backward of the wing, goes for a little trot, kicks around the wing, looking for Mark O'Connor, maybe Stanley. Doesn't matter, in between them, the mark taken by Haynes. Sends the Blues forward, short up the wing to Mackay.
Harry Mackay turns and comes inboard, short pass to Walsh. Has it between wing and half forward on the members' side. Carlton holding on to an 8-point advantage, but it's been the Cats who have kicked 2 unanswered goals so far in this second quarter. Walsh called to play on, so hand passes boundary side to Nick Haynes from half-back. He drives it inside 50. Curnow's ready to rise, and he works his way to the front to take the mark in front of O'Sullivan.
And I tell you what, Haynes has been super impressive. Yeah. He's had 6 disposals, 67% kicking efficiency, but the most important thing, he's had 4 marks off the oppo. 4 intercept marks, 5 marks total. He's reading the ball better than it was, and it's actually coming off close. And close needs to become better at halving the contest. He doesn't have to mark it. You don't expect him to. But he needs to turn his body sideways and just... Because if you give your back to a good defender, they're going to push you under and they're going to mark it. So he's having a real impact for him.
Lachie Fogarty, the small forward, did his bit. He pushed Tom Stewart out of the way. Footy in the hands of Charlie Curnow. Coming in for goal number 3. Out to the right. He aims it at the left goal post and squeezes it through. A steadier for the Blues after 2 goals for the Cats to start this third quarter. And Carlton restore a 14-point advantage, courtesy of Charlie Curnow. 9-6-60 to the Cats, 7-4-46. Adam Ramanauskas and Chad Wingard, your experts. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC.
So this is probably the best that Charlie's looked all season.
Yep.
So we know he had obviously the slow start. He missed the opening round there with that knee and ankle injury. But today he looks like he's got the bounce. Got that bounce back when he's going for his contested marks. He's at ground level. He's able to turn and twist really quickly. So best he's looked. He's had the 12 possessions and the 3 goals. Well, what are we, 11 minutes into this third quarter?
And we spoke about it before we're on air. We spoke about the teams and players that we love to come up against. I think Curnow loves playing against the Cats. He's kicked 16 in his last 4 occasions. And we spoke about maybe this is just mentally a team that he just loves playing against. Yep.
Tom de Koning wins the tap down, but onto it quickly. Blitzarves, who's in the ruck for the Cats, gives it off to Atkins, kicks inside 50. No mark taken. Carroll covered a mop up for the Blues. Off to Lord, off to Sard, all by hands. McGovern looping a handball to Chera. Down the southern wing. He'll kick forward of it. Wide out for Hewitt. Hewitt drops the mark. Should have taken it. Allows the Cats in. Humphreys and O'Sullivan. He kicks around the wing. O'Sullivan turns it over. Mark taken by McGovern.
Carlton leading by 14 points. Meanwhile, it's an 11-point lead the way of the Hawks at Docklands over the West Coast Eagles. McGovern veers out to the right. Sends the Blues as far forward as he can. Tom de Koning sets himself. Can't complete the mark. Spills down to the front. Tom Atkins' hand pass chopped off. Lord tackle. Free kick going Carlton's way.
And this is what I'm saying. Take the contest. They're winning them.
Cripps takes the advantage. Tries to pull it a kick towards Charlie Curnow. Fends off one tackler. Has to get the hand pass back to Lord. Top of the 50. Kicks into the pocket. Corey Durden with a fly. As it comes down with a footy on the back of Sam de Koning. Carlton are flying at the moment. And the Carlton fans get to see that one on the replay.
Well, that was Wingard-like, I think. Chad's taken a couple of those in his career over the taller defender.
We'll talk about a match payment. That's 10,000 just right there.
Corey Durden would like that on the replay. Now he just has to finish the deed. For back-to-back goals of the Blues in the left forward pocket, 25 metres out. Durden comes in, and the Carlton fans rise once more. Up to the challenge so far in this third quarter. After the Cats kick the opening 2 goals in 4 minutes, the Blues kick the next 2. It's back to a 20-point advantage. 10-6-66 to Geelong 7-4-46. Adam Ramanauskas and Chad Wingard with you. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
And this is what we spoke about at halftime. Carlton need to keep taking the contest. Give it to Advantage, for instance, but Curnow's marking it. Mackay's putting a contest on. And when it comes to ground level, Carlton look better. So don't force these errors in terms of going to like a 50-50 contest. Go to a contest where there's a lot of numbers, because as soon as there's a lot of numbers, you put pressure on and you create holding the ball back on their pressure, and you go to another contest, we take Mark of the Year. Yeah. Well, we're not going to get that every time, but they're getting pressure or dirty hacks or winning that possession every single time. Don't go away from the DNA.
Most of us don't know what's it like to take a hanger like that.
Oh, your adrenaline's pumping, that's for sure. And no better way than finishing off with a goal, I'll tell you that for free.
Blues out of the middle again. Mackay off to Chera. Low pass inside 50. Can't find Fogarty. Comes out the back. Will White off to Cripps. Captain Cripps. No.
Oh, Curnow in the goal square by himself.
Couldn't bend the snap back enough on the left. The Loons out to that side for a minor score. They've steadied here, the Blues. They lead by 21 points, quarter hour mark, third term.
Lawson Humphreys, risky kick, had to find Bailey Smith. Just got it over the fingertips of Elijah Hollands. Kicks up towards the wing.
We apologise for this break in coverage and will return with the Grandstand AFL team as soon as possible. Stay up to date with the latest AFL news at abc.net.au/grandstand. Hear from the players, the coaches, check out scores and the broadcast schedule. All at ABC Grandstand Online. We'll return with our coverage shortly. We apologise for this break in coverage and will return with the Grandstand AFL team as soon as possible. Stay up to date with the latest AFL news at abc.net.au/grandstand. Hear from the players, the coaches, check out scores and the broadcast schedule. All at ABC Grandstand Online. We'll return with our coverage shortly. We apologise for this break in coverage and will return with the Grandstand AFL team as soon as possible. Stay up to date with the latest AFL news at abc.net.au/grandstand. Hear from the players, the coaches, check out scores and the broadcast schedule. All at ABC Grandstand Online. We'll return with our coverage shortly. We apologise for this break in coverage and will return with the Grandstand AFL team as soon as possible. Stay up to date with the latest AFL news at abc.net.au/grandstand. Hear from the players, the coaches, check out scores and the broadcast schedule. All at ABC Grandstand Online. We'll return with our coverage shortly. We apologise for this break in coverage and will return with the Grandstand AFL team as soon as possible. Stay up to date with the latest AFL news at abc.net.au/grandstand. Hear from the players, the coaches, check out scores and the broadcast schedule, all at ABC Grandstand Online. We'll return with our coverage shortly. We apologise for this break in coverage and will return with the Grandstand AFL team as soon as possible. Stay up to date with the latest AFL news at abc.net.au/grandstand. Hear from the players, the coaches, check out scores and the broadcast schedule, all at ABC Grandstand Online. We'll return with our coverage shortly.
Quite see it alive as it happened. Was it a throw he was pinned for?
I think holding the ball.
Holding the ball, it was, yeah. I was going to say.
Sort of half went to defend or fend off, but it was a good tackle. Pinned the left arm and the right arm dropped the ball.
Connor McDonald, last time these sides met, had 2 goals and 21 disposals. He lines up his set shot here, and like most of his teammates, it's left wanting. Right across the face. 2-7-19 Hawthorn. West Coast 1-1-7. 25 gone to the opening quarter. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Kick 1-3 last week. Connor McDonald not faring much better today with 0-2 on the board so far. Direct kick up the middle for the Eagles. Marked by Huff, who gets it out wide to Baker, and now they can move it with some speed and some intensity and some precision as Owie strides through the 50, kicks an absolute copter to the square. Dragging it down was Williams. He spins and snaps a goal. And again, the Eagles go the length of the field in a flash. And Jack Williams, having kicked 3 last week, gets his first for this evening. Narrows the gap to 6 points. 2-1-13 West Coast. Hawthorn 2-7-19. So for all their dominance in play, the Hawks haven't put it on the board. We are 25 minutes through the opening term on ABC Sport. Your experts are Nathan Burke and Kez Peterson.
Well, it was great ball movement, wasn't it, through the middle of the ground, Berkey, off the back of...
Just quickly, Kaz, sorry, the MCG, if you've joined us from there, we have some technical issues happening there. So the network is with us here at Docklands. It's Hawthorn and West Coast. The Hawks are 2-7-19. West Coast 2-1-13. That goal a short time ago through Jack Williams. This was late in time on here in the opening term. You're with Brett Sprigg, Joel Peterson, Karen Peterson and Nathan Burke, as well as Alexia Pesce on the boundary. So if you're listening, just joining us from the MCG, we'll take you back to the MCG as soon as we fix those issues. A restart here off the back of that Williams goal. Flynn in the contest with Meek. Huswaite competes with Harley Reid. And Harley Reid's out after it now. Sockers to the outer side. Liam Baker gathers eventually. Dispossessed.
So Ollie Henry looking to potentially come on for Tom Stewart as the umpire will throw the ball back into play. 50 metres out from Geelong's goal. Carlton with 3 goals to 2 so far in this third term. The Cats get the first 2 of the quarter. The last 3 have been the way of the Blues. Some of our listeners, we just lost you for a little while, so great to have you back at the MCG. Carlton by 27 points. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron call the action. Lauren Borden on the boundary. Chad Wingard and Adam Romanescu, your experts. Free kick going the way of Tom de Koning. In the ruck battle with Reece Stanley. The Blues are playing inspired footy at the moment. The kick towards Hewitt at half-back. Hand pass to the run of Ollie Hollands. He looks up. Harry Mackay's on his own. He can't take the mark. He dropped it in the end as Sam de Koning got back. He gets support from O'Sheen Mullen. 1-2, and then Mullen's kick is close to the boundary. It's over it. Carlton will have a shot on goal as it's taken quickly by Elijah Hollands. He's centering kick looking for Akers. Getting back close makes the spoil. Spills out the way of Humphreys for the Cats.
Gives the handball off to O'Connor running by. His
well
short
done.
kick spoiled away by Haynes. Desperate effort. Great work. And a throw-in coming. Half forward for the Blues.
I tell you what, Haynes probably had his best quarter for Carlton this year, I think. I mean, everyone saw how I suppose, poorly he started with some of the fumbles, drop marks, but that's getting used to being in the defensive six of the Carlton. I suppose they've got a lot of tools back there, knowing when to go, when not. But this has been his best quarter. Very reliable, marks, spoils, and just his kicking efficiency. It's a very good thing to see. He's obviously a superstar of the competition.
Walsh sends the Blues back inside 50. Out the back it goes. Curnow tracking after it into the pocket. Getting back Humphries. Sorts it through. Lucky he didn't clip the post. He was able to get it through for a behind. Great desperate work from Lawson Humphries. Carlton by 28 points, 22 minutes into this third term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
As the Cats are ready to bring it back into play. Humphries called to play on. So he is out to the left and looks for options. Drives it as long as it can. Stanley and Neal are both there. Shannon Neal got hands to it. Couldn't take the mark. O'Connor front and centre. Hand pass to Atkins. Little fumble from Bose. Fends off Elijah Hollands. Hand pass away to Holmes and then back to Atkins, who kicks out to Manor. He marks it left half back. Sean Manor wants to roll the dice into the middle of the ground. Wilkshire takes the mark. He wants to play on and Deboo. Looks up to half forward. Dempsey on a long leader. Bounces in front of him. He works around Lord. He's got Cameron on his own in the pocket. Just gets it to him. And Jezza has it. Hard against the boundary. 5 metres in the right forward pocket. A chance to go back and kick his third goal of the match.
That's pure work rate from Jeremy Cameron. Started up around a half-forward flank and then he just burned Nick Haynes off.
Looking to start on the angle, open it up and snap it on his left boot to pull Geelong a little closer ahead of three-quarter time. Jeremy Cameron opens up the angle. It's flat, but it's accurate. True for his third. And the Blues lead from 28 points is cut back to 22. Carlton 11-8-74. Geelong 8-4-52. 3 goals apiece so far in this third term. Ahead of Chad Wingard and Adam Ramanauskas. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
And you're probably wondering, how does Jeremy Cameron... Oh, sorry, is he on the boundary side?
Hang on, Chad. Loz, down to you.
Sorry, Chad, sorry to interrupt you. I was just looking at Tom Stewart. His run onto the field. He had his right knee heavily strapped again, so he had some issues with that just about a month or so ago. And Ollie Henry is running onto the ground right now. The sub's been made. I'm not sure who's... Yeah, it is. So Wiltshire's making his way right to the back of the box. He got a pat on the head as well, but his day's done for the youngster on debut.
Over to you, Chad.
Sorry, I just wanted a limelight, don't I? I'm such a stealer. No, I'm just saying, how do you get Jeremy Cameron had that much space? And it's because Carlton play an assertive defence, so they're playing in front of him. And as soon as you change an angle, he's that quick and he gets out of the back here very quickly.
Carlton looking to take it out of the middle again. The thoughts of Chad Wingard there. Hewitt off to Chera. Mackay.
Great mark.
Reaches over them to mark.
He's got to enough contests today, Harry Mackay. So look, you've got to give him some leeway. That was a heavy collision in gather round where he was knocked out in that West Coast game. So there would be a bit of residual damage mentally, no doubt. But you can't complain about the way he's competed inside forward 50 today. I think he's done all that Michael Voss would ask.
He'll kick it from inside 50. 30-degree angle to the right. Flushed it. Knew it the minute it left his boot. And Carlton have been mature. They've held off the Cats. They lead by 28. 12-8-80 plays 8-4-52. 3.5 minutes away from three-quarter time. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, the ability to answer quickly against the team. So Geelong are trying to wrestle some level of momentum back, Chad. But then to go down and 2 minutes later then just be able to kick a goal to stop that momentum in Geelong, just critical. Critical for Carlton's own confidence, but also then how to sap Geelong's confidence.
And to kick that, the pressure on Mackay to kick that, it would have been instrumental. And you just love to see it when someone, who's been struggling with their set shot routine and everything that's going around in the football world, but you just love to see that. He struck it. As soon as he struck it, you knew it, and you just love to see that as a forward. And again, me looking after the forward, shock.
It's like one of my drives at Glenelg, Benny Cameron.
Quarter time at Docklands. Hawthorn leading the West Coast Eagles by 7 points. We'll take you there at the completion of this game. Chera trying to get the clearance. He knocks it out to half forward. Follows up his work. Runs into Atkins. Atkins emerges in the tackle. Hand pass out in front of Stanley. He's brought down. And the umpire will ball it up in the middle of the MCG. Carlton by 28 points.
Rama's right. His drives do only go about 50 metres.
That's good. That is good.
Still waiting for the invite to some of Rama's plush courses he plays on. from the restop. It's a chance for the Blues as Bowes is slow to rise. Ollie Hollands gets a hand pass to Chera, kicks up towards Harry Mackay. He's outnumbered 2-on-1. Spills down the way of Holmes, kicks around his body, looking for Ollie Henry or Neal. In the middle, it's spoiled down by Wiedering. Geelong have the numbers. Onto it, O'Connor. Hand pass away to Bailey Smith. He looks up, feeds the hand pass forward once more. O'Connor needs support. Hand pass over the head of Bowes, and Saad takes it for the Blues on halfback.
Off he goes, gives it off to Chera, who moves it on towards the wing, and Cripps is able to mark. Carlton by 28 points as Cripps looks up to half forward. Stewart gets involved, knocks it out. O'Connor then back towards Stewart, fighting on Fogarty, picked up though by Holmes. Halfback flank for the Cats. Handball to Zach Guthrie, to Stewart, to Bowes. After O'Connor, back to Bailey Smith, who tucks it under the arm. Ends the handball change with a kick up the wing, but turns it over. Tom De Koning takes it. He kicks up to Cottrell, and the Blues can settle it down for a minute. They lead by 28, closing in on three-quarter time.
As he looks up, Charlie Curnow's the target. It won't get to him. Blitzouch getting back. Couldn't complete the mark. Durden front and centre. No. Free kick coming back Geelong's way.
Well, he's paid the mark.
Jeez.
That's very generous.
Rather fortunate for the Cats. Otherwise, that would have been a goal and probably could have been 50-metre penalty as well.
It was like... 7-year-old's Oz kick.
Yeah.
Just if it touches the hands, it's paid a mark.
Yeah, she almost had a look, if I'm being honest. Yeah.
Is that the rules in Oz kick?
Pretty much, yeah.
Mark Blitzou's happy to have the junior kids rulings as he kicks out towards half-back, and the mark is not taken by Mitch McGovern, but a free kick will go Carlton's way. Centre wing on the Shane Warne stand side, the Blues by 28 points.
Closing in on three-quarter time, McGovern retreats. Back to Wiedering, who now kicks into the corridor, and Saad. Saad comes members side. Short kick for Ollie Hollands. Marks just backward of the logo. Carlton by 28, nearly at three-quarter time. Hollands shorts it for Carroll. Right on that Anzac Appeal Round logo. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. You'd expect that Geelong will come again, but what does that look like in the final quarter? Kick up to half forward, punched out of bounds. And a throw in to come. Half forward flank here for the Blues.
Crowd on the edge of their seat. Carlton leading by 28 points. I feel like Geelong will still come with a surge in the final term. Thrown back in. Tom De Koning out of the ruck. Hand pass forward to Chera. Hand pass a little loose in the end for Durden. And it goes out of play. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. Chad Wingard and Adam Romanascus, your experts. Second quarter underway at Docklands. Hawthorn leading by 7 points over the West Coast Eagles. 2-8-20 to the Eagles. 2-1-13. Thrown back in. Stanley wins down the tap looking for Clark. It's Chera, though, for the Blues. Hand pass to Wakers. Jags it over his shoulder. In front, Elijah Hollands has bumped off it. And it's Manor for Geelong. Hand pass away to Tom Stewart. Had Zach Guthrie with a challenge to try and break clear. He loses possession, although Fogarty's hand pass is chopped off. Stewart has another go at it. Hand pass back to Guthrie. Geelong desperately defending as he kicks to Stanley, who marks it centre half back.
Off to Bailey Smith. High ball into the middle of the MCG. Up goes Ollie Henry, unable to take the mark. Falls down though for Stengel. Gathers the footy. Looks out wide for Cameron. Silvani right there with him. Bounce favours Cameron. Cameron and Silvani, they fight after it. Eventually Henry arrives and Silvani does a good job. And the Blues, they've been bold, they've been brave, and they lead at three-quarter time against the Cats. Maybe channeling their premiership heroes from 1995 as they celebrate that flag here today. Carlton by 28 points in the final break. 12-8-80, plays 8-4-52.
The goal kickers for the Blues. 3 goals to Charlie Curnow, 2 to Mackay and to Fogarty. Individuals to Williams, to Koning, Durden, Elijah Hollands and Will White. Well, for the Cats, 2 goals to Jeremy Cameron, 2 goals to Ollie Dempsey. Individuals to Stengel, Dangerfield and O'Connor. The Blues lead by 28 points heading into the final term. Great to have your company. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
The Raw told the story.
Did you know you can now listen to the footy on your smart speaker?
Play.
ABC AFL.
ABC Sport, your home for footy. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Bailey Smith gathers, hand pass back to Reece Stanley. Around his body to close. He's got an option in the pocket, all on his own. It's Jeremy Cameron. Jeremy Cameron has kicked one so far this afternoon. Steps out, opens up the angle, make that two on the left. And Geelong strikes first in this third quarter to cut the deficit back to 13 points Carlton's way.
Here comes Patrick Dangerfield. The drop punt is across the face of goal. Off hands, it comes down in the pocket. Dempsey steals it like a thief in the night and snaps the goal.
Footy in the hands of Charlie Curnow. Coming in for goal number 3. Out to the right, he aims it at the left goal post and squeezes it through. A steadier for the Blues after 2 goals for the Cats to start this third quarter. And Carlton restore a 14-point advantage. Cripps takes the advantage, tries to pull it a kick towards Charlie Curnow. Fends off one tackler. Has to get the hand pass back to Lord. Top of the 50, kicks into the pocket. Corey Dent with a fly as it comes down with a footy on the back of Sam De Koning. Carlton are flying at the moment for back-to-back goals for the Blues in the left forward pocket, 25 metres out. Durden comes in and the Carlton fans rise once more.
Carlton looking to take it out of the middle again. Hewitt off to Chera. Mackay.
Great mark.
Reaches over them to mark. 30-degree angle to the right. Flushed it. Knew it the minute it left his boot.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
The Blues leading by 28 points at three-quarter time of the MCG. 12-8-80 to the Cats, 8-4-52. It was Carlton by a point at quarter time, by 19 points at half time, by 28 points at three-quarter time. They've booted 9 goals to 5 since the first break. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. The thoughts of Adam Romanascus and Chad Wingard, your experts.
Again, Carlton just stuck at it, and that's what I love. They actually backed themselves in this third quarter. Again, they're winning the clearances, and I think that's what's helping dictate the rest of their game. They're owning the whole, I suppose, 50. They're owning the meterage. They're owning the meterage. The ball's played in their front half, and they're just dominating the stoppages. And it's unsettling Geelong. They look like they're seeing ghosts out there. So the pressure's been great by Carlton, but even when the pressure's not there, it actually relays onto the thoughts of Geelong players, and that's called perceived pressure. They're not under immediate pressure, but they think they are. And that's what's causing them to kick it, I think, 59% that quarter. So the disposal efficiency's been so poor on the back of Carlton's effort. And what I love about that quarter, we spoke about it before, but Nick Haynes, he was unbelievable. I thought he really stepped up when it looked like Geelong were actually getting momentum, and he actually took some really crucial marks and some intercept marks. And I suppose close is a bit of a lesson learned there for him. He had about 3 or 4 marks against him where he just needed to go side on, like I said before, and just create a 50-50 contest. But if you're Carlton fans, you're very pumped up about how they performed in that third quarter. Everything that they could control, and they knew there were going to be a punch against them from Geelong, but they bounced back and they met them. That's what I'm really pumped about. They knew there was going to be a punch thrown. They had their guard up, and they didn't shy away. They didn't shy away from the contest. They went back to their DNA, back to their roots, and what got them into this game and in this position in particular.
Well, the punch was in the first 5 minutes, so 2 goals straight up to Geelong. You thought, if you're a Carlton supporter sitting in the stands, you're going, not this second half again, surely not. So, playing against a better team, you give up 2 goals in the first 5 minutes of a third quarter, you start to worry, but they settled with the next 3. And that's, you talk about a little bit of maturity and going back to their DNA and what got them into that position in their first half. Well, again, it was the pressure. So they forced Geelong up and down the line. Geelong are the best team the way they shape the ball. Where they want to shape it, they're able to do that. So usually it comes down one side of the ground, Geelong shape it out the other side of the ground. They gain so much width, particularly here at the MCG. But Carlton have forced them to kick dump kicks. So we mentioned Nick Haynes in that quarter. He had four intercept marks alone. Mitch McGovern had the 10 possessions in that quarter. So two of their key position backs have nearly had 20 possessions and 5 intercept marks between them. So it's terrific, smart play by Carlton. Keep the pressure at the source. So it's almost like what Geelong do to so many teams, where they keep the pressure at the source. The opposition then dump kicks, and you see Tom Stewart and Zach Guthrie and the like taking those intercept marks. But it's flipped. It's Carlton doing that to Geelong today. So look, the game's still there. It's still definitely gettable. 28 points can be erased really quickly in AFL football now, but all Carlton need to do is just apply this pressure. 30 more minutes of pressure and they win this game quite comfortably.
The Blues have recorded back-to-back wins. Can they claim their most significant of 2025 by downing the Cats? Meanwhile, Geelong were chasing a fourth consecutive win. All to play for Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport from the MCG. Stanley and Tom de Koning in the middle of the G as we get things underway. Bounce favours de Koning, but it's Stanley who gets the clearance. He kicks the ball inside 50 for the Cats. Charging out, Stengel can't take the mark. Cameron front and centre, swings onto his left. The perfect start. Jezza with his fourth. How instinctive as he ran onto the loose ball and finished with absolute class. Carlton's lead from 28 is cut to 22 inside 20 seconds. A heart starter for the Blues fans.
I blinked and I missed it, Chad.
Yeah, I mean, you'd very miss it. You'd think that was a small forward. For someone who's 200 centimetres to move like that and snap over his shoulder, that's super impressive. And that's just Stengel then. He absolutely got that 50-50 contest. We spoke about close in the last quarter.
That was Jack Silvani, though. Jack Silvani was the direct opponent. You watch here, we got the luxury of a replay. He just lost him. He just lost body contact there, Jack Silvani.
But Wiedering should have marked it. Stengel's created a 50-50 contest against Wiedering, who's normally would lap that up. And that's just been a small forward. Knowing your craft, knowing when to actually put pressure on and get that ball 50-50.
Restart in the middle. Tom de Koning taps it down, but stealing it Stanley. Cats out of the middle again, off to Dangerfield. Long kick to full forward. Back there, Wiedering. The wall of Wiedering for the Blues.
And that's the difference right there. You stop him from marking it, ball's live in your forward 50.
He marks the fullback, sends his kick out towards the wing. Bose goes up, punches it out, throwing coming between wing and half forward for the Cats. Just stifles a little bit of momentum there too, doesn't it, that Wiedering mark. Carlton by 22, 90 seconds into the fourth.
Ball spinning back into play. Stanley wins down the tap, gets it to Bose. Hand pass to Smith. Fends off the tackler. Got it to Manor. Bounced offside. Kicks looking for Stengel. In front, McGovern. Takes the mark for the Blues. 40 metres out from his defensive goal. Looks out to the Shane stand wing, where Harry Mackay's worked a long way up the ground. He marks it right half back. Turns and comes inboard. Finds Walsh or Chera. In the end, it's Chera who takes the mark. Sard running behind. Ignored against that. Switch it all the way across half back to Wiedering if he chooses, to which he does. Carlton fullback marks at left half back. Short to McGovern. Not sure how long he can play this game for, but they're going to try and hold on to the footy for a few moments as he goes short to Sard. Sard called to play on, gestured to Wiedering to lead at him, and then blazes away from half back. Kicks up towards Akers. He and Dempsey collide. Spills to the back of the pack where referee's happy to tap it across the line in front of Jesse Motlop. A boundary throw in front of the Olympic stand, which is chock-a-block full of Carlton fans. Right below us, Carlton by 22 points.
Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron, Adam Ramanaskas, Chad Wingard, Lauren Borden between the benches. And the Blues by 22. Eyeing a third win of the season. Ball in half forward. Tom de Koning wins it down. Cripps tackles Holmes. Ball jars free. Cats have the numbers. Manor gets a kick away. Lands in the lap of Holmes. Kicks up to the wing. Cameron halves it. Wins it at ground level. Tackled quickly though. Turns it over with the handball to Akers. Carlton in possession. Off to Elijah Hollands. Kick good for Walsh. On the logo. Walsh settles it down. Kick dangerous. Stengel worries Sard out of it. Sard gets a kick away. Ricochets off Neal. Off to Ollie Henry. He whacks it inside 50. Wiedering and Dangerfield. One-on-one. Full forward. Danger gathers. He's got Wiedering right there. Wiedering wrenches him to ground. Holding the ball. Well done, Wiedering. As good as it gets, an offensive one-on-one.
Oh, he's lucky. There could have been a high tackle as well, but I love that. I love that commitment by Jacob Wiedering. He knew he had to keep body contact because Danger would have just had the speed. So he kept body contact. That ball was just bouncing and just desperation.
The All-Australian fullback going head-to-head with Patrick Dangerfield, the Brownlow medalist and four-time best and fairest. There's been concern around Mitch McGovern, who's rolled his ankle in the back of play. The Blues through Patrick Cripps at half-back. Hand pass to Haynes, swings onto his right-hand side, up towards Charlie Curnow, arms out in front, can't complete the mark, and Stanley slaps it out of play. Boundary throw in front of the two benches. Carlton by 22 points, 12-880. Geelong 9-4-58. Meanwhile at Docklands, it's the Hawks who have taken a comfortable lead against the West Coast Eagles. I'll take you there at the completion of this match.
Thrown on the wing, Carlton still by 22. Tom de Koning paddles it back boundary side, and Manor, clever, hacks it out of mid-air towards the wing. Gathered there by Neal, tackled by Haynes. He's outsized there, Haynes, and he's given away a high free kick. The Cats are trying to throw their punch. Carlton leading by 22. How close can the Cats get? Neal on the wing. 5 minutes into the fourth. Neal goes inside 50. Ollie Henry hands to it, doesn't complete the mark. Dangerfield gathers off to Manor, gets it on the boot, floats it to full forward. Blitzarves reaches up to mark. Just beyond the goal square, as good as directly in front.
He was outmatched there. Cooper Lord. Blitzarves hauled 200 centimetres, got his body in front, got those arms out, and it was always going to be tough for Cooper Lord.
Mark Blitzarves, the Swiss Army knife of this Geelong team. 15 out, puts it through, and the Cats are clawing their way back. 16 points there within 3 goals. 12-8-80 plays 10-4-64, 6 played in the fourth. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Chad Wingard, Adam Ramanaskas.
All of a sudden, we've got a game on our hands, and if I'm being honest, this centre bounce clearance is as important as any in this game. And if you're Carlton, you really just need to make sure that you trade a dirty ball out of here or win this contest. This is where you've won the game, in your clearances. So go back to your DNA. Like I said, don't worry about the momentum going Cats' way. Let's go back to what's got us in this position. Put the pressure on. But again, you've got Motlop in there now. You've got a bit of speed. You've got Curnow. Let's make sure that we keep this in close. Don't let them to go to the front of this stoppage. That's the big thing for me. If we win this, or create a dirty ball going forward for Geelong.
Lauren Borden on the boundary.
All good for Mitch McGovern on the boundary. He just walked out along the boundary, walked out his injury or problem that he had, but he'll be all right to go on.
Thanks, Loz. Cats with the first 2 goals of the final term as Tom de Koning wins down the tap against Stanley. Knocked on by Cripps. Can't get it to Hewitt. Tumbling in is Stewart. Trying to lock the ball up for Geelong. Bailey Smith tries to wrestle it clear. Both he and George Hewitt have a piece of it as the umpire blows his whistle.
So just early in this quarter, contested football, Geelong have really ramped that up 12-5. So they've ramped up those 50-50s.
Carlton by 16 points. Tom de Koning wins the tap down to Cripps. He loses it and then becomes the tackler on Manor.
Yeah, they've also won all 5 clearances.
Yeah.
So they've really turned the tide there.
Up it goes again in the middle. Stanley slapping it down. Holmes trying to come away with the football. Sock it out towards Smith. He sockers it on. It falls for Blitzarves. Bursts away with it for the Cats. Kicks inside 50. Dangerfield's there. Silvani spoils. Dangerfield bursts onto it like a bull. Gives it off to Bailey Smith. Off a step. Swings it on goal. Smith goes. That's why they got him. It's 10 points. And the Cats are right back in it. 12-8-80 plays 11-4-70. 8 into the fourth. Voss is still in the box. Will he come to the bench? Chad Wingard, Adam Ramanaskas.
Well, 6 clearances now to nil in Carlton's favour, but that was Blitzarves on that outer wing. Just a critical little one-on-one contest. Gets it inside forward 50 to the one-on-one. Silvani wins the contest against Dangerfield, but he's so good at ground level and then just charges through. Like he left Adam Sard in his way. He just charged through. Sard, who's a strong player. Little handball to Bailey Smith. And it's a goal. That's 3 goals in 8 minutes for the Blues here. Definitely game on now.
Adam Ramanaskas with you on ABC Sport. We touched on the 6 clearances to none. It's 6 inside 50s to 1. The way of the Cats, who are coming here. Tapped down the way of Hewitt. He's tackled immediately by Holmes.
Geelong have had 22 possessions in this quarter. 14 of those have been contested.
Blues need to get their hands on the footy. Tom de Koning tries to knock it out to Chera. Trying to get it to Ollie Hollands. It spills out the way of Akers. He's bumped off it. Adam Chera over the footy, trying to get it back to Ollie Hollands. Tackled and brought down. Akers has another go at it. Tackled by Bailey Smith. It's like a rolling maul at the moment. Who will emerge with it? Eventually a quick kick forward by Manor to the top of the 50 for the Cats. Onto it Stengel, onto him Sard. Tackled, lost it. It's gathered by Hewitt of the Blues. Kicks up the wing in the direction of Corey Durden. He brings it down to Cottrell. Hand pass a little loose for Chera. Holmes had it for a moment. Ollie Hollands regathers. Hand pass to Durden. Looks up to half forward. Mackay racing back with a flight. Bounces in front of him and Mullins. O'Shea Mullins gets him. In the back says the umpire.
Wow, that's a big call.
Harry Mackay, you think, would have been intent.
He's laughing.
Just locked the ball in the right forward pocket in the end. Mullen fell right at his back and Chris Scott on the monitor throws his hands behind his head. He's had the AFL in his crosshairs in the last 24 hours and that won't help.
Maybe, Chad, maybe.
Not at this point of the game.
No.
Not at this point of the game. Call the ball up. Just call the ball up.
It wasn't flat bang in the middle of the back.
Because it's either holding the ball in the back. It's like in between. Just call the ball up.
Yep. Harry Mackay has 2 goals for the match. Can he seize the moment? Out to the right, off balance. It won't be a goal. It'll be well short in the pack. Stanley clears him, Turden at the back. In the end, it bounces through for a minor score. Carlton by 10.
What do we say there? Ball don't lie.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, the kick-in's dangerous from Humphreys. It's knocked away. Loose footy inside 50 for the Blues. Humphreys goes back and gets it. Away to Stewart. Polly Farmer handball. Out to Mullen, who gives it off to Jai Clark. Long kick up towards the wing. Neil unable to take the mark. And the free kick will go to the Blues. Free kick going the way of Wiedering. Backward of the wing. Southern side of the ground. Carlton by 11 points. 11 minutes into the fourth.
They're both hanging on now. I'd like the umpires to let that go.
Wiedering kicks around the southern wing to a contest. Mackay hands to it. Comes down for Stewart. Barging through is O'Connor. Can't gather it cleanly. Walsh over it. Bowes over him. Now Manor emerges with it. His quick kick goes straight to the boundary line. Out on the full. Carlton possession. Neutral territory on the wing.
Patrick Dangerfield's come to the bench. You'd imagine it's his last break before the end of the game as Ollie Hollands kicks the Blues wide at half forward. No one's there. In the end, O'Sullivan hugs it to his chest and marks it left half back. Connor O'Sullivan, round 2 Rising Star nominee, looks up around the Shane Warne stand wing. Sends it as far as it can in the direction of Neil. In from the side, Blitzavs. Gets to the back, spinning through traffic. Neil lost it, lays the tackle on Ollie Hollands. Gets a hand pass out to Sard. Hand pass to Walsh. Here go the Blues. Hand pass to Lord. Looks up to Harry Mackay. He reaches up at right half forward. He looks inside 50.
Just wait.
Just the small options really inside 50, so sends a high ball in which Sam DeConey sits underneath, drops the mark, onto it Cottrell, gets the hand pass to Durden, away to Cherry, blazes away and misses everything. Grabs immediately at his right hamstring or his right groin, and that wasn't a good reaction. Out of bounds on the full, Carlton by 11 points.
Seems okay though, staying out there. Adam Chera, Carlton by 11. 12 and a half into the fourth. Holmes goes for a little trot. Sets it up to the wing. Neil's there. So too Silvani. Silvani knocks it down for Tom DeConing. Carlton possession. Handball from Chera. Fogarty looks to centre it. Mackay comes in. Juggles the mark. Paid it.
Jeez, he's been impressive.
Mackay has taken over.
He's competed.
He has.
Yeah.
Every contest, it looks like he's a chance to mark it.
Yep.
I haven't seen him being outmarked this whole game.
Yep.
But now for the hard part. Lauren Borden.
Adam Chera has come off, just still touching that right groin, so he took himself straight off and he's now chatting to the doctors.
All eyes on Harry. His left foot drop punt is there. Stands up in the moment. And Carlton with a little bit of breathing room. 17 points. 13-9-87. Plays 11-4-70. He's got 3. 14 minutes into this final term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's a good way to describe it. Standing up in the moment. Chad and I both spoke about just his ability to compete today. He hasn't taken every mark, but he's got his hands to it. He's got it to the ground. On that occasion, he takes the mark, Big Harry. And you see the celebration and what it means. That's what happens. If you keep putting yourself in right positions, you'll eventually take the marks. That's all he needs to do. Charlie's done his bit. He's kicked 3. Harry's now kicked 3. So he's got 9 marks from his 16 possessions and 3 goals. Can't ask much more than that from your big forward.
Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport. Hawthorn leading West Coast by 29 points at Docklands. We'll take you there at the completion of this game. Hewitt gets the clearance, hand pass to Walsh, to Cripps, almost brought down by Holmes, somehow got a hand pass to Walsh, away to Hewitt, the Blues get the clearance, keep looking for Curnow, can't take the mark, spoiled away from him. Cottrell races after it, Dempsey after him, Cottrell eventually gathers, hand pass to Lord, breaks the tackle at Guthrie, hand pass looking for Walsh, chopped off in the end by Atkins, Motlop tries to extract it, Guthrie wins it, hand pass away to Holmes and now to Clark from half-back, kicks the Cats in the middle of the ground. Henry stayed down, got it off Silvani. It spills the way of Close. Hand pass away to Ollie Henry. Now to O'Connor. Chips it, looking for Ollie Henry back with a fly. Ricochets off McGovern. Silvani left it behind. McGovern goes in. Tackled by Jeremy Cameron and brought down. It's a desperate footy to win at the moment. 45 metres out from Geelong's goal. Carlton by 17 points.
I reckon they dodged one there, Carlton. Yeah. Jeremy Cameron got out the back. He had no opponent. Geelong just couldn't get him the ball.
Cats come away with it through Manor, who gives it off towards Bose, who will stop. Swivel, snap on goal, and the Blues are back there. Wiedering's up at a mark. Last line of defence.
Seen that a few times from Wiedering, haven't you, if you're a Carlton fan?
Carlton lead it by 17 points. Wiedering with the exiting kick. Out to Mackay. He marks it. He's doing it all today, Harry.
Well, it's his 10th mark. So the work rate's there. Yeah. The contest is there.
Tell you what, a letter of apologies needs to be signed by nearly every member of Carlton at the moment. He's been unbelievable this game. Hopefully he can just finish it off and, like I said, maybe another one for him.
16 minutes into the 4th. Cripps, early body work, and then he takes the mark on the wing. Carlton with the game in their keeping. Cripps pokes it short to Elijah Hollands, who wants to move it on. Handball to Akers. Akers kicks inside 50.
Yeah, big ass.
Cats are there through Blitzarv's defensive mark. Stymies that attack there for the Blues.
They just want to get the ball off the line at every opportunity here, Geelong. No more kicking up and down the line.
Blitzarv's to Guthrie. Mullins' kick is over the head of Bose. A chance for the Blues. Cottrell's hand pass out in front of Walsh. Has to get around Clark, who takes him over the boundary line. A throw in 45
That's okay.
metres out from the Blues goal.
Yeah, don't force it. Take the ball out of bounds. Reset the ground up now behind the football. Get your matchups that you want. Get Charlie Curnow back into the goal square. Go and win this clearance now.
Clearances have been 8-1 the way of the Cats in this final term. Blitzarv's in front of Tom de Koning, wins down the tap to Smith, kicks around his body only as far as Cottrell. Bose volleys it into the middle of the ground, close out of soccer, missed it, Haynes bumps into him, Ollie Hollands knocks it out to brother Elijah, spills out the way of Lord, hand pass to Hewitt, 50 from home, needs support, hand pass over his shoulder to Ollie Hollands, he couldn't take it cleanly, dodging and weaving away from Dempsey, cuts back on his right hand side, close to the boundary. Charlie Curnow flies with one arm, can't take the mark. It's gathered by Guthrie. Kicks end over end to Clark and Geelong will clear. Only momentarily as he puts it out on the full.
So the Blues will get another chance and they can just quiet this game down.
Tell you what, Curnow's an absolute monster. He just defeated a 3v1 and created a contest. Like, that's unbelievable. He's going to have to do it again.
Cottrell into the pocket. Out the back it goes. White gathers the footy, hits the post. From virtually the goal square. He was between the behind post and the goal post, outside of the left boot, into the base of it. 18 points, Carlton's lead.
Stewart quickly into Sam de Koning, gets it away to Atkins from half-back, kicks the Cats up the Shane stand wing. Jeremy Cameron takes the mark and they're on here, streaming forward. Cameron eventually gets to his feet, swings onto that left boot, kicks looking for Neal, with Wiedering there in tow, sport it straight down to Close from the left forward pocket, he doesn't miss! Is that a moment? White at one end of the ground, couldn't finish in the goal square, and Brad Close made his moment count. It's back to a 12-point ball game. Carlton 13-10-88, Geelong 12-4-76. The Cats with 4 goals to 1, coming with a charge in the final term. Adam Ramanauskas and Chad Wingard with you. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
I tell you what, that was a huge goal and a huge finish by Close. But to go the whole length of the field again, you just can't allow it in this point of the game. But Geelong here, they've got a sniff. And if you give a good team a sniff, they're going to take advantage. I mean, they've won their clearance count by a fair way this quarter, 9-1. And Dangerfield's now on the ground. He's in a centre bounce. I expect this one to get to him. And if they win this centre clearance, they get a goal here. Carlton will start potentially trying to save the game instead of winning it. That's the mindset of Carlton sometimes. So you just hope Carlton need to go to the mindset that there is a lot to play in this game still. A lot of time. Let's go back to our DNA. We can't think about closing this game down right now.
7 minutes 43 to play. Tom de Koning and Stanley, they both miss it. Soccering it forward, there is Atkins. Onto it quickly, Ollie Hollands dragged to ground. Umpire comes in to ball it up. Quick moment for a breath. Before hopefully a thrilling finish. Tom de Koning taps it down. Maybe not if you're a Blues fan. Atkins gets it out to Bowes. Jams it on his left boot. Kick to full forward. Cameron can't mark. Coming through close. Shovels out a handball. Blitzarves can't gather. Walsh paddling into the pocket. Mana's there. Mana gathers. Mana tried to break a tackle. Has to get a handball away. It might have been out though, holding the ball. Good tackle coming from Carroll. And the Blues with possession. Left back pocket. They lead it by 12, 21 minutes into the fourth.
Carlton 13-10-88, Geelong 12-4-76. As Carroll kicks up towards Tom de Koning and Mackay. Mackay in front, 1-2, completes the mark. What a beacon he's been for the Blues in this final term. Put it in him.
Charlie Curnow wants the ball in a one-on-one situation.
Mackay gives it to Sard around the back, sends it up towards Curnow against Sam de Koning. Tom de Koning in from the side, and the brother takes the mark.
Just wait. Let your forwards reset here. Don't go to a small.
Yeah, find a small mark, just a short mark right here. Hit the left one. Smart, very smart.
Listen to Chad Wingard and Adam Ramanaskas seeing it perfectly from level 3 here on the members' side. Out to Ollie Hollands, who takes the mark. So patience now required for the Blues.
Yeah, but this ball will go to the pocket long.
Inboard to Sard, tries to draw Ollie Hollands. Hand pass, Ollie Henry. Hand pass to Ollie Hollands. Kicks inside 50. Curnow stays down. And Blitzhouse makes the spoil out of play.
It's like the Aussie rules equivalent of taking it to the corner flag, isn't
pretty
it?
Pretty much, yeah.
In the round ball world game.
So now we set up behind the ball.
Yep.
We organise our defenders. We organise where we want our wingers. And we try to sneak a goal here.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Blues. They lead it by 12. Mackay wins the tap, but Atkins steals it. Snaps the Cats up to the wing. Silvani there. So too Stanley. He gathers at ground level the ladder. Snaps around the wing. Cameron turns his man McGovern. Gets in behind him. Has to get rid of it. Off to Shannon Neal. He'll try to go back to Cameron. Overshoots him. The Blues are there. Silvani. And they come away with it. The Cats are out on their feet. Carroll kicks to Cripps. Cripps, does he go or wait? He goes now. Pokes it towards Mackay, juggling it, not quite. Blitzarve sees it out. Throw in left half forward for the Blues. There's time for the Cats. 22 and a half minutes into the fourth. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
At Docklands, Hawthorn by 35 points over the West Coast Eagles. They put it 7-2 in the second quarter so far. We'll take you there for the second half. Blues by 12 points here at the MCG. 5 minutes and change to go. Thrown back in. Stanley palms it down. Cripps on the move. He gathers. He's tackled by Atkins. Carlton by 12 points. Thrown aloft. Tom de Koning palms it down, looking for Cripps. Can Carlton finish here with a flurry? I feel like one more would just about see off the Geelong fight. As they kick 4-1, the Cats in this final term. Spills out the way of Bowes. He dribbles a kick up towards the wing. Stengel tries to slide in, but Haynes gets there first. Hand pass always chopped off by Bailey Smith. Sard tries to knock it forward. Tackle by Stengel, and the umpire will ball it up. Between wing and half forward on the members' side of the MCG. Carlton by 12 points.
Still time. Umpire puts it aloft. Stanley taking it out of the ruck. Gets a 15-metre kick that lands in the lap of Stengel. Has Manor on down the members' wing. Thinks about that twice, then decides better of it. Tries to wait a kick towards Bowes. And over the back it goes. Silvani overruns the football. Has to go back and recover. Gets it to McGovern. And now the Blues come away with it. McGovern 1-2 with Sard. Kicks up towards half forward. Curnow marks. No one in front of him. They'll just hold it up. No one on the mark for Geelong either. Now he's told to go. Pokes it out wide for Cripps.
Very mature.
Yeah. Usually from that spot, Charlie turns and rolls and goes for home.
Cripps
well done.
Looks inside 50 and gets Hewitt, 49 out. And they'll say just take your 30. And even if they... Now usually you would think, know your distance here, and if you don't have it, kick it to the top of the goal square. But otherwise here,
well, the point
be a handy point. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, just as important.
So if you can get it close and they punch it through, that might be the play. But what does Hewitt do? Stengel on the mark. Kick from 51. Don't worry about the distance. Bang. It's the knockout blow. Georgie boy Hewitt. Lifts the lid off the MCG. Carlton by 3 goals. 14-10-94, plays 12-4-76. 25 minutes into the fourth. And the Blues are going to have a 3rd win of the season.
And it's amazing. Geelong have got 12 clearances to 1 this quarter. But Carlton are winning it around them.
Yeah. Well, they're just setting up better behind the ball.
And that's what's happened. You see the Wiederings and the guys at the back, they're just laying up. So if you want to oversource the stoppages, we're just going to mark it off the back of that.
Ollie Hollands off the back, half-back flank. Sard, Wiedering, McGovern. They've all been terrific this last quarter. Carlton's back 6. They've all played a really strong role. Nick Haynes there with that little spoil just to come in. Crucial.
George Hewitt becomes the 9th individual goal kicker for the Blues. Tom DeConey trying to get the clearance, bumped off it. Atkins gathers, kicks to half forward. Haynes floating across half back, takes the mark. Looks out to the members' side, kicks out to Patrick Cripps. The Carlton captain gestures just to hold it up for a moment or so. 26 minutes gone in the final term. Cripps tries to take danger on the mark. That's adventurous. He kicks a high ball to half forward. Harry Mackay presents once more. With a vice-like grip, he hangs on and bounces it in to Tom Atkins. What a final term he's had, Big H. As he has taken 6 marks. He veers out to the left, puts it high in the direction of Charlie Curnow. He wrestles with Sam DeConey. It lands in front of the 2 of them. Guthrie hand passes away to Sam DeConey, to Atkins, fires it forward. Gathered by O'Sullivan. Awkward hand pass with his left arm to Smith. Almost tackled by Motlop and eventually squeezed the kick away from Akers into the middle of the ground. Jezza Cameron dropped the mark. Cottrell comes charging in. Hand pass to Chera. Kicks out to the members' wing for Hewitt.
The Blues can just about taste it. Loose footy on the wing. The Cats haven't stopped trying. Atkins dispossessed. And it's held in. Ball upcoming. 27 minutes into the fourth. Up it goes. Blitzarves spiking it forward, but Hewitt will go and get it. Gathers for the Blues. Forward handball away towards Ollie Hollands. Carlton in possession on the wing. Back to Hewitt, back to Hollands. Back to Elijah Hollands. He kicks up towards half forward, or the wing rather, and off hands it comes down. Max Holmes will burst onto it. Handball goes out of play. Throw-in coming. And the Blues fans are starting to just relax a little bit, get excited. 18 points to the good, 28 minutes into the fourth.
It's been a problem for Geelong all day. Their kicking efficiency again in this last quarter, only 61%.
Thrown back in, Tom DeConey went down the tap. Cripps, it takes 2 to bring him down. Stanley Smith and Tom Atkins, and the umpire will board up in front of the 2 benches so they can tell them how long there is remaining.
And in comparison, Carlton are kicking the ball at 80% this quarter.
Thrown up, Tom DeConey and Stanley. Stanley slaps it forward, looking for Bowes. He tries to knock it on to Manor. Right half forward, kicks it long inside 50. McGovern's there, Dangerfield against 2. Wiedering makes the spoil. Down to Carroll, high kick around his shoulder. Up towards Hewitt, who marks it left half back. Every mark in the back line is being celebrated by Carlton fans.
This is going to be a fair old roar when this final siren goes.
Hewitt on the back flank. Kicks up to the wing, looking for Mackay again, launches at it. O'Sullivan punches it away, bouncing ball. Gathered there by Sam DeConing, who gives it off towards Atkins to Manor. Picks it up, tries to get it back towards Manor. Atkins, and then Manor's tackled quickly. Ball up, coming on the wing.
There are games that just change the fortune of your season, and this could be the one for Carlton.
So they were zip 3 on the season. They've then fought back into it from zip 4 to 2 and 4, and now all of a sudden they are looking like they might get to 3 and 4. Carlton lead by 18 points.
Who they got next week, Benny?
The Blues next week come up against Adelaide.
So it's a tough assignment, of course, but this is once confidence builds, you never know what can happen.
Are they turning it around? Both rucks miss it, and Cherrup is wrapped up. Another ball up the half-forward flank here for Carlton.
Geelong came with a flurry in the final term. 3 goals in the first 8 minutes. The Blues have withstood that. Holmes trying to break away. Tackled by Cripps. Spills out the way of Sard. High kick up to the members' wing. Mackay, DeConing back with a flight. Lifted for Harry Mackay in the end. Spills away from him. Manners' kick is smothered. And Ollie Holland sees it out of play. Carlton fans lean over the fence in encouragement. 30 minutes gone in the final term. The Blues leading by 18 points. A crowd of 67,658 in at the MCG. So alongside the 71,000 on Anzac Eve, the 92,000 on Anzac Day, that's over 220,000 at the MCG for this Anzac round. As Fogarty can't break away, Bowes lays the tackle. The umpire will board up once more. Right half forward for Geelong. Stanley flicks it over the back. Chera races after it. Ran into a dead end as Atkins lays the tackle. And the umpire will board up at right half forward for the Cats. The Cats have the Pies next Saturday night.
Oof. Ball up, slapping it down. Tom DeConing to Cripps, to Elijah Holland, who kicks up to the wing, and O'Sullivan takes it for the Cats. He'll send them back inside 50. The Carlton in-season comeback is on track. 3 straight wins for the Blues, and they're full of voice at the MCG. They win by 18 over the Cats.
We are the Navy Blues. We are the old Navy Blues. We're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team on Carlton Road. We're all the champions they like to send up. We'll keep our end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous Old Dark Blues.
They led by a point at quarter time, 19 points at half time, 28 at three-quarter time. Geelong threw their best punch. They got it back to 10 points, but never inside single digits. And the Blues, they hold on to win by 18 points and improve their season's ledger to 3 and 4. From 0 and 4, they win 3 in a row. And the worm might just be turning for Michael Voss and his baggers down at Princess Park.
We are the Navy Blues. We are the old dark Navy Blues. We're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team old Carlton knows. With all the champions they like to send up, we'll keep our end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous Old Dark Blues.
Harry Mackay was enormous for the Blues in this game, kicking important goals, taking bailout marks. He kicked 3 majors, as did Charlie Curnow. And then it was all singles, 2 to Fogarty as well, I should say. Singles to Williams, Tom DeConing, Corey Durden, Elijah Hollands, George Hewitt and Will White. While for Geelong, 4 the way of Jeremy Cameron, 2 to Dempsey, singles to Smith, Stengel, O'Connor, Close and Blitzarves. Carlton 14-10-94. They defeat Geelong 12-4-76.
Hawthorn are leading the West Coast Eagles by 35 points. Docklands will take you there for the second half shortly. But the thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Chad Wingard on the Blues. 18-point win here at the MCG.
Oh, what a special performance, I think, by Carlton. So, we've been critical of them that they've only been able to beat up on the on the sides at the bottom of the ladder, but today against a very, very good team of Geelong, they're able to come out and win a game of football that clearly has a big meaning and a big or it just matters for their season now. They go to Adelaide Oval next week against Adelaide with a level of confidence now. You drop a game like today where you're leading most of the day. Geelong threw punches in that last quarter. They kicked the first 3 goals at that last quarter, so they threw their best punches early in that last quarter. But Geelong then held. I thought Harry Mackay was enormous today. Just his work rate, 19 possessions, 12 marks, 8 score involvements and 3 goals. Clearance, Carlton +6. Contested possession +9 for the game. Inside 50 +19. 63 inside 50s to 44. So the work rate, the effort was there. And Chad and I mentioned the effort a lot today. And I just felt Geelong are such a beautiful kicking team. To hold Geelong to 60% kicking efficiency, they just forced the ball back. They forced Geelong to kick high and long. And that played into the hands of McGovern, of Nick Haynes, of Jacob Wiedering. So Nick Haynes has taken 8 intercept marks for the game. Wiedering's taken 4 intercept marks for the game. McGovern's 3 intercept marks for the game. So just that ability to force Geelong to kick high. Jeremy Cameron was good, but he didn't really get the football on the lead too much. He might have been out in a little bit of space every now and then, but he had to work extremely hard, Jeremy Cameron, for his 4 goals. He had 14 possessions, 4 goals, 2 and 9 score involvements. But Wiedering, McGovern, Haynes and Silvani at times made it very difficult. So look, can it be a season-defining or season-starting win for Carlton? Look, the next couple of weeks will tell. What have they got, Benny? They got Adelaide at the Adelaide Oval, and then what's their next couple after that?
They've got the Saints at the MCG, then Sydney at the SCG, which doesn't look as hard all of a sudden, and then GWS.
Yeah, so look, it's a critical 4-week little patch for the Blues, but they're getting back to even now. So that's 3 and 4 now. So they're working their way back to square the ledger up. If they can do that, anything's possible. If you got Paddy Cripps, you got Walsh, you got George Hewitt playing really good football, Chera playing really good football. So look, anything's possible for the Blues. Geelong, on the other hand, well, it's a little bit of back to the drawing board, I think, for them. They were a bit exposed today. Carlton decided, particularly early in this game, to use handball out of contest rather than kick, and that didn't allow then the usual suspects to sit behind the ball and really dictate how they wanted the game to look. So, Geelong have got a decision to make over the next couple of weeks around do we need to bring one more up to the contest, because Bailey Smith and Max Holmes, as we mentioned through the call, they're not clearance players. So really your only clearance play up around the ball is Tom Atkins. Last quarter, Dangerfield comes up. Guess what happens to clearance? All of a sudden it gets right into Geelong's favour. So look, certainly won't be panic stations at Geelong, but they'll have some thoughts on, do we need to change things slightly?
Yeah, I couldn't agree anymore. I think Carlton put on probably their best display, definitely for the year, and I'm just really happy for them. Honestly, I think they've been taking so many punches from us media and our source, and even their fans as well. I think they've been put at such a high standard, especially from the disappointment of last year and the start to the year. But what I love to see is proof in the pudding and evidence that the way that they need to play is like that. And we spoke about that pre-game. We said we don't need them to take 40-metre kicks to go through the corridor to win a game. That's not what their team is built on. They're not built on amazing kicks. They're not built on... They're I suppose, defensive 6 are taller. So they need intercept marks, they need intercept possessions, and their midfield is built on hunting, getting clearances and creating dirty ball going forward. That's their DNA. And then, like I said, they've got contest players up forward as well. To have Curnow and Mackay, every other forward line would love to have that kind of two-man punch to going forward. And you've got to make sure that you've got to make the most of it. So go to contests, win your stoppage battles, and don't force turnovers for unnecessary kicks. And like I said, I think Carlton played their best footy for the year. I'm just really happy for them. And like I said, hopefully this is the start of their season and start to some better footy to come.
The Blues led by 28 points at three-quarter time. Geelong kicked the first 3 goals of the final term, as Ben said, to get within 10 points, but they never got to within single digits. So the confidence to see off the challenge from the Cats in that final term, be it they lost Tom Stewart in the third quarter, is so important to their structure, but how much confidence to not only Carlton players but their fans.
A lot, because I actually thought the last 6 or 7 minutes of that game, Carlton were really mature. Carlton kicked the last goal of the game at the 25-minute mark, so of that last quarter. But a lot of the last 15 minutes of that quarter was played in front of us here on the commentary side of the ground, and it was just a short little 15 or 20 metre kick. And what that allows 15 or 20 seconds to come off the clock. You know, Curnow takes a mark. Rather than swinging onto his right foot, which we're so used to seeing, he holds the ball. He allows the other forwards to reset. Harry Mackay takes a mark. Usually he rolls, but there was a little bit of patience, a little bit of care, a little bit of understanding the game situation, which I was most impressed with Carlton late in that game.
Finish the sentence. Harry Mackay's best game since when?
Look, it was certainly one of his better games for Carlton. I can't think of another game off the top of my head, but he's
3 goals tonight. It feels like he was sort of back to that form of
12 marks. Like the 12 marks is more impressive to me, but I think Chad picked it up in the call. He wasn't outmarked in the contest today, which I think is a great sign for a forward if you're not outmarked, particularly how good Geelong's defence is.
The Baggers are back in town, winners by 18 points over the Cats. 14-10-94 to Geelong, 12-4-76. They're making their way to Lauren Borden, who's inside the Carlton rooms.
Oh, it's a brilliant atmosphere down here, Clinchy. I think they savour the time on the ground a little bit. We've all been waiting in here in readiness for them. Plenty of fans have come in, and just you could sense the anticipation for all the players to come in. Michael Voss had a huge smile on his face, and all the coaching group, Ashley Hansen as well, just behind where the players will form the song. We're all in big smiles. But a lot of Carlton fans are here. Jack Silvani's picking up his little bub to bring into the circle as they form it here, and you just feel it is one of those confidence-boosting wins. 3 in a row now, and there's just a great vibe in the rooms at the moment as they gradually get their circle together, and it looks like they've fully formed it now, and will have their opportunity to join in and sing it for the 3rd time in a row, the first time the MCG this year though. So there you go. The players look a bit spent, actually, as they sung that. They weren't as excited as I thought they might be. But the fans and the coaches and everyone else around had big smiles on their faces. So that's something at least.
Good on you, Lauren. Thank you very much. Lauren Borden in the Carlton rooms, winners by 18 points. Not quite the passion in which we expected after their biggest win of the season over Geelong, but it's certainly something to build on. As Ben may mention, they take on Adelaide at the Adelaide Oval next Saturday. Then they have the Saints and the Swans. So there's a chance to all of a sudden get their season back on track at 3 wins and 4 losses. Meanwhile, for Geelong, they take on Collingwood at the Adelaide Oval. They've got a tough little stretch. Then the Giants, Port Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs in their next 4. So a lot of hype around the Cats and their start to the season. Just the 2 losses before today now make that 3. They're 4 wins and 3 losses. So a bit of pressure now on Geelong as to where they sit in this season.
Look, they won't. Like I said, it won't be panic stations for Geelong. I think they'll go back and I think they'll review this game pretty hard. So, you know, you always hear the word out of Geelong. You come into Gideon Park on a Monday morning. You're not sure whether the team has won or lost, but you just look at how teams are playing against them at the moment. And I think that was a really, really good example today of how teams are going to continue to play against Geelong moving forward. And that's handball more out of stoppage. Try to get it going out the front of the stoppage. So then you're kicking over a Zach Guthrie, a Tom Stewart, a De Koning's head.
Let's get some reactions from inside the Blues rooms. Back to Lauren Borden.
Thanks, Clinchy. I'm with Sam Walsh down here in the Blues room. Sam, what a great win to have. Can you tell me how satisfying it is? It's the 3rd win in a row, but to defeat Geelong in quite a comprehensive fashion as well. They came back a little bit in that last quarter, but the whole side looked good for the 4 quarters.
Yeah, we knew coming in today we had to be on. Obviously, a satisfying 2 weeks before with getting a little bit of that nourishment with our offensive side of the game, but we knew against Geelong they're going to bring it in every aspect, and I thought our work around the contest, whether that was up forward, in the mid or down back, was huge. Some unreal one-on-one wins, and then we spread off the back of that. So, really good. We've still got a long way to go, but it's great feeling in the rooms.
It does feel like there's so many players you could name. Tom De Koning, Nick Haynes played so well. Harry Mackay. Is there anyone that stood out to you that you thought, geez, that's a great game they put on today?
Yeah, I was speaking to a few of the boys out on the ground. It seemed like every guy had their quarter nearly a little bit, but everyone consistently throughout the day. But I thought it's hard to go past Weeders. Some of those marks were incredible. Geelong are pretty potent up forward, so I thought our backline, Hainsey, some of those spoils were elite. And then, I just thought the work rate for the mids was great all day. Got to shout them out.
And you did say everyone had their quarter, but do you feel like you took the moments as well? There was Corey Durden's mark and George Hewitt at the end who roosted through for the goal that pretty much sealed the game. Yeah, we always give George a little bit of shit that he can't kick it too far, so I don't think anyone can ever say that to him again. That was a crazy goal. It probably sealed in the end, so I was so pumped for him, but it was a really good finish. I'll send you upstairs now, our ABC sport experts, Chad Wingard and Adam Ramanauskas.
Sam, well done on today's victory. That should give you guys a lot of confidence moving into a really tough month of football coming up. We spoke about your work around contests, and you spoke about the work around contests. How important was it to run the ball at Geelong's defence rather than just dump kick out of stoppage?
Yeah, definitely against Geelong, but I feel like it nearly against every team now. The first couple of weeks, I just felt like we were feeding the teams +1 by just probably not being as composed. Whereas now, if we are under pressure, we can surge it in our forwards to give a good contest, but otherwise we try and play a bit more powerful, get guys in receiving spots and then run at teams, and then the ball carrier can make a decision off the back of that. And we know how good they are down there, Geelong, and a lot of teams want to sit that +1, but if you pass that by, you can get some dangerous looks, particularly at the back, and H and Charlie, and then the smalls get around that.
So when you see that, so you're at a contest on centre wing, okay, so there's a stoppage on centre wing. You look down and you see Tom Stewart standing free, or Zach Guthrie, or any other Geelong defender. What are you telling your other mids? How are you instructing them to get that ball away from that stoppage?
Yeah, sometimes I think the beauty of footy, it's like you can't sort of prescribe what ball movement we're going to use. At times there might be a good little hit up for the forward to use, and then that catches the +1 in between. Or sometimes we can go over that if we use our legs. And then other times we just have to do a dirty surge towards a boundary and we can get reset 50 metres down the ground. And if you keep playing smartly like that, it puts teams under the pump, which teams are going to try and do against us, but we've got that going now.
Sam, how you going, mate? It's Chad Wingard here. Well done in your performance today. I thought you guys showed some great maturity. You've won every first half, the only team to do it this year. Can you speak on just the maturity or the lessons learnt in the earlier games about how you attacked the second half, especially that third quarter? I thought you guys were super impressive. You didn't go away from what you were great at. Can you talk about, I suppose, the voices that are going inside in the club and inside the four walls about the maturity you've got in the second halves?
Yeah, thanks, Chad. Yeah, I think, as you know, the teams that are able to sort of reset themselves and play 4 quarters of footy are always hard to beat, and that's something we weren't doing in the first 4 weeks. And I feel like when teams got a little bit of momentum, we probably fueled the fire a little bit, putting it back into contests and giving away some easy goals. Whereas now, if a team's getting a little bit of a run on, it's just been a little bit more smart with how we possess the ball, get a bit more composure on the game and get set in our roles. So particularly on the MCG, when it can get pretty frantic and open, a bit of sort of consistency and composure, as I said.
And probably last one for me, whereabouts were you when that mark was taken for the mark of the year was taken in that forward pocket? Did you get a good view of that one or not?
I was on the bench, so I had the feet up. It's crazy. I think Dirds, he's probably one of the smallest guys in the AFL, but it's way he's launching to the ball at the moment. It's been pretty impressive, and even somewhere he just got to ground. But that was a great mark, probably back-to-back mark of the weeks, which I don't know if anyone's done before for Carlton, so pretty impressive.
Well done, mate.
Walshy, you don't have to tell us the answer of what it is, but the first 4 weeks, the media were critical of still you guys sitting at contest and clearance, and that's what you based your game on. Has the game plan slightly changed?
No, I don't think the game plan's changed as such. It's, I think the talk inside of the club has been get back to playing to your strengths. Each player's in the team for a reason.
Yeah.
And then in behind that, be a good teammate and support your mate in his role. And it's amazing what freedom comes off the back of that. And we've got to keep on defending hard because that's what's keeping us in games. So I've been really impressed with the team's mindset for team defence.
I think a couple of years ago, Sam, you guys had the little dip in the pond or the lake or whatever it is down at the Curno's farm in Torquay. Has there been any honesty sessions in that period?
I wouldn't say honesty sessions, but after 4 losses in a row, you got to peel it back a little bit and see what's going on for each individual and then come together as a team as a way forward. The only disappointing thing with that is it feels like we'll probably have to do that 2 or 3 times under Vossi. So I think that'll be the last time where we have to have one of those talks because I think footy can get overcomplicated sometimes.
Sam, finally, as we let you go, Harry Mackay took 12 marks, kicked 3 goals. How nice was it to see him back on the MCG doing what he does best?
Yeah, I was so rapt for the big man. I just think the way he trains and approaches the game, he's due to get reward. And obviously, not the ideal start to the year for him, but there's 23 games and he can set himself for a really, really big year. But more so just the way he attacked the contest. Some days you're not going to get that many good looks, but I think with him and Charlie fronting up, it's pretty dangerous.
Sam, we always appreciate your insights and your time. Good luck against the Crows next week.
Cheers, fellas. Thank you.
Sam Walsh joining us after Carlton's 18-point win over the Cats. 14-10-94 to Geelong 12-4-76. It's interesting the wrestles you go throughout a season, physically, emotionally, mentally, and he gave a good insight there as to some of the struggles in which they had to start the season and how they're a better side now because of it.
But I love the comment around, well, you know, how can you make your teammate better? How can, you know, if you start to do that, we're going to defend well. They got a strong defence, Carlton. There's no doubt about that. But it's okay. I need to strip myself back a little bit and stop being so selfish or looking inside myself for the answer and trying to give to others and trying to make others better on the ground today. Look, yeah, their prime movers are good today, but I thought both Holland's boys had a really good game today. Nick Haynes and Mitch McGovern had really strong games today. I thought Jack Silvani, you know, had his moments in the game. You know, Will White, he kicked 1 goal 3. It could have been a really good game for him. So just those little, you know, I don't like to call them role players, but every team has those type of role players. If they're playing their role at a high level each week, it's going to make winning so much easier.
The only downside for the Blues was a calf injury to Zach Williams earlier in the match. He was subbed out and Cooper Lord came into the game. So he's had some challenges with his body, the Achilles injury, soft tissue injuries, and hopefully for Carlton fans, it's only a couple of weeks on the sideline.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, calves can be minimum. I think they're normally 2 weeks. I mean, I've had my fair share. I've had 28 soft tissue injuries. So if you need an expert advice on soft tissue injuries, I'm
28.
28 soft tissue, yeah.
28?
Yeah, plenty. So almost average on 3 a year. So, but yeah, so once, I suppose, when he's had an Achilles, and that is all forever going to be a little bit weaker. And he'll have differences in the way that he moves, his mechanics. And you saw that as soon as he saw at the start of the season when it went up for a mark and jumped off it, it makes you, I suppose, change the way you run subconsciously. So you put more, I suppose, effort onto your other side, and that's when you can overcomplicate things and you obviously overuse your other calf. So wish him all the best. Hopefully it's nothing serious, and because we love the way that he plays. He's had a great week last week. He kicked 4 last week, and he's been the best of his ability in that forward line. So Carlton fans will hold for hopefully some relief on Monday when they get the scans.
Hawthorn by 37 points over the West Coast Eagles, 9-12-66 to the West Coast Eagles, 4-5-29. For some of our listeners, we'll take you there in around 7 minutes' time. For the rest of the network, we will bid you farewell. So still to come, the votes in the ABC Football of the Year, but how concerned would Chris Scott be? It feels like they've had a couple of weeks where they've been up. Obviously, the Adelaide Crows to start gather round, the Easter Monday clash. The Blues now have won, 2 of the last 3 against the Cats. So they have had a good record against Geelong, but all of a sudden it sets up what's going to be a mouth-watering affair against Collingwood at the MCG. The Pies are flying, having won their last 6 matches and a chance to try and test themselves against a side which many think who are the premiership favourites early in the season.
Well, that's the best thing about this competition. You just don't know what's going to happen. Some teams, if you're just off by 10%, and we've said this in many occasions over the last probably five weeks, that if you're off by 10%, we've seen it in Gold Coast, especially the week prior when they lost to Melbourne. Like that was uncanny. We didn't think that was possible. That you can lose any given day. Any team can win and lose on any given day. And I suppose you see that with Richmond when they bring up the intensity and a team doesn't come with the right mindset for 4 quarters, you can lose that game. And I think Geelong didn't come with the right mindset today. They lost the trenches. They lost the clearances early on. Yes, they won it back in the last quarter. But they just didn't come with the right mindset. When they were on, it looks like they were on. But again, they wanted it easy. If my opinion, I was, it's really good, it's going well, momentum's our way, let's all jump on board. And as soon as it got hard, who was going to stand up? We just didn't see it. And that's something that they're going to question themselves on. And they'll have a hard review on Monday, I think. I think they lowered their colours today, and especially a lot of players didn't play their best. I think if you had 22 players or 24 players, I think only maybe 2 of them won their position.
Yeah.
And if I'm being honest, out of Geelong, which you wouldn't say that.
I think Brad will be worried about their midfield.
Yeah,
so Bailey Smith had 29, but what's he had? He's had 2 clearances there in the 29. Sean Manners had 26. He's had 7 clearances playing as a forward today. So, then you've got to go all the way down to Max Holmes, who had 20, but he only had the 1 clearance. Tom Atkins had 18 and 5 clearances.
So does that mean they can't keep playing danger forward?
Well, no, they can definitely still play danger forward, but they just might have to find another mix in the midfield.
Yeah.
And what that is and who they've got, as reinforcements to come back into the side. So, I think that's George Stevens out there. He hasn't debuted yet, but he's a big body midfielder that they may need to give a game to. Mitch Nevitt didn't play today, so he's another young midfielder. But you can't lose a clearance count in 3 quarters and then expect to turn it around in the last quarter and win a game of football. So I think that'll be a little bit of concern. But, at their best, Geelong is still there when the whips are cracking.
100%.
Adam Ramanauskas, Chad Wingard, Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron with you. Carlton winners by 18 points here at the MCG. 14-10-94 to Geelong 12-4-76. A crowd of 67,658, so just short of the 70,000 we're looking for, but that makes a combined 231,000 at the MCG for Anzac Eve, Anzac Day, and now the Sunday of the Anzac round. So once more, this is a big round for the AFL where they get so many fans through the turnstiles. The votes for the ABC Footballer of the Year. Who's got the job this afternoon?
Yes, I've got the job this afternoon. As you would expect, Carlton with a clean sweep. With the 1 vote, I'm giving it to Paddy Cripps. I thought he was super impressive. 29 disposals. He led the account with 8 clearances, and that's when they won the battle in the trenches. 7 score involvements, 1 goal assist. I thought he was super impressive. I'm going to go. This is a hard one for me, the 2 votes and the 3 votes, but 2 votes I'm going to give to De Koning. I thought the reason why they won the clearances, he was super dominant in the hit-outs. He had 20 disposals, 1 goal, 39 hit-outs. He won the hit-outs by 9 against Reece Stanley, and I just thought he was super impressive. 14 contested possession. He's obviously stood up and was massive for him. And the 3 votes, as you'd expect, we spoke about him a lot today. He was super impressive in every facet. Harry Mackay, 19 disposals, 3 goals, 12 marks. Not more you could ask for a person who pinch hit in the ruck as well. Dominated in his role, didn't get outmarked, and won nearly every battle that he was in. I thought he was a pivotal moment for him as well in his career. I thought all the chips were down on him, and he just stood up and delivered. And I thought it was just a really great, I suppose, game from him, a complete game, if I'm being honest. Even the tackles, like he gave away a free kick, and he chased down, and he gave away a free kick from it. But the intent was there early on, and that's what I suppose Vossi asked of him, and he delivered.
3 to Harry Mackay, 2 to Tom De Koning, and 1 to Patrick Cripps from Chad Wingard in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Carlton's 18-point win over the Cats, 14-10-94 to Geelong, 12-4-76. Harry Mackay booted 3, Charlie Curnow booted 3, Jeremy Cameron kicked 4 in a losing cause. Now, the breaking news from the match review officer is that North Melbourne's Paul Curtis has been handed a 3-match ban following his tackle on Port Adelaide's Josh Sin. So that was the one where he landed in the middle of the back and drove his head into the ground, graded as rough conduct, careless conduct, severe impact and high contact is the way Michael Christian has adjudicated that.
not my guy.
Has he got a chance to try and challenge this, or do you think it'll be hard to try and get it overturned, Rama?
I think that's going to be too hard. At the moment, if you look at how they're grading them and then what suspension's coming with them, I think he's got to take his medicine here.
And the good news for Adelaide Crows fans is that Riley Thilthorpe has been cleared of any serious damage to his fingers from the match in which took place back on Friday night against the Fremantle Dockers. The Gold Coast Suns had a 38-point win over the Sydney Swans. The Swans kicked 6 of the first 8 goals of the match, got out by 25 points before the Suns kicked 12 unanswered goals across the second and third quarter to eventually prevail by 38 points. So the Gold Coast Suns are back on the winners list and make their way up into the top 4 once more. And the final match of the round, the West Coast Eagles taking on Hawthorn. It's Hawthorn who lead by 37 points, and they're slamming through goals for fun at the moment, the Hawks. So your former side, Chad, looking pretty good as they look to chalk up another win. 10-12-72 to the Eagles, 5-5-35.
Yeah, super impressive. I think obviously after the week that they've had, they'd want to make sure they assert themselves. And I'm not sure, I haven't seen the stats, but it's great to see Henry Hustwaite down there. I mean, he's one of my favourites. I love him. He's another element. He's about 190 centimetres, tall player. And like I said, he got his opportunity because Nash got the suspension. And obviously I thought he was going to come in when Warple obviously came back. But like I said, hopefully he takes his chances. I haven't seen his stats, but I'm wishing him all the best.
Absolutely. Thank you to you, Chad Wingard. We'll see you again next week. Adam Ramanauskas doing the 2 games. Well done by you, Rama.
Looking forward to next week.
Rose to the occasion. It gets underway on Thursday night. The Bombers taking on North Melbourne. Thanks to Lauren Borden. Thanks to Ben Cameron.
Thanks, Mitchie.
Thank you to Jonesy back into the studio and Stuart Hollywood Baker, who did a double shift today. We dragged him in earlier for AFL Sunday from the MCG. It was the Blues who are back on the winners list. Their 3rd win on the trot. 18-point winners over Geelong, 14-10-94 to Geelong, 12-4-76. To some of our listeners, you're off to Docklands where the Hawks lead the West Coast Eagles. For everyone else, we bid you farewell. Don't forget you can keep across all the action via the ABC News website, abc.net.au/sport. Good night.
Sport. And welcome those just joining us from the MCG. This is the 3rd term at Docklands. Hawthorn have just kicked a goal through Josh Weddle. And that's now a game-high lead. So 43 points is the home side's break here on West Coast. Hawks 11-12-78. The Eagles 5-5-35. 15 gone 3rd term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Your experts here, Carlton captain Karen Peterson and St Kilda legend and Hall of Famer Nathan Burke.
Centre clearances are 10-5 now. They haven't been able to bridge that gap. They're working hard at getting some secondary bounces here, the West Coast Eagles, but they need to bridge that gap.
It is the gap in the game in terms of clearances overall as well. 26-21 the way of the Hawks. 2 goals to Marby Ochol, 2 goals to Jack Gunston for Hawthorn, 2 to Ryan, 2 to Waterman. 7-point gap at quarter time, 35 at the half. But as Spriggy said, it's now out to a game high 43 for the Hawks. Pounded forward here by Graham for the Eagles to full forward. Waterman had a good piece of it, couldn't take the mark. Morrison for Hawthorn, handball to Battle, handball to Sicily, loops it over the top to Morrison, gathers in the one hand, arches the back, almost got away from the tackle, but the Eagles drag it back into the mess. Hewitt got it to Graham, Graham goes around the body, put a bit too much curve on it, minor score, and the margin back to 7 straight kicks.
That's Joel Peterson. I'm Brett Sprigg. Alexia Pesce on the boundary here as well. A sub was made a short time ago for the Hawks. Jack Scrimshaw out with concussion, so Paddy McDonald is under the action here for Hawthorn. Noah Long is the West Coast sub, and no movement there as yet. Here they go, the Hawks, through the sub. McDonald to the outer side. Off hands, it does come down here. They'll keep it moving. Not so tidy as Gunston gathers off half forward. Gives it back here. Going inside 50. Watson finds Chol. In fact, it was a good mark from Marby Ochol on the end of the kick from Conor McDonald. So Chol will mark again in the left forward pocket. He had a set shot opportunity here from this angle a short time ago and missed. Perhaps a slightly better angle this time. Looking to add to his 2 goals this afternoon.
Again, just great transition from Hawthorn. Turnover off the half-back line. They're just so fast when they explode out of that contest, particularly through the front of the stoppage. And really, unfortunately for the West Coast defenders, they had no chance to get a hand to that one.
Marby Ochol, 3 goals against the Cats on Easter Monday. lining up for his third here of the afternoon. It's on its way and offline, minus score. Hawthorn 11-13, 79. West Coast 5-6, 36. Winners earlier today, Gold Coast over the Swans by 38 at Carrara. A short time ago at the MCG, Carlton by 18 over Geelong. You can text us as always, 0437 774 774 as we wrap up the Anzac Day weekend. Round 7 on ABC Sport.
2-2 for Marby or Chol. Josh Battles had it the most times for the Hawks with 21. Ryan Marrick, 19 for the Eagles. Hutchinson at half-back as they possess the footy. Minus 50 uncontested possessions. West Coast. Hutchinson comes to Allen. Left half-back, he's hemmed in. And it all slows down in front of him, so he's got to dump it long down the line. Meek's been the dominant ruck on the ground today. Weddle's taken a couple of really nice marks. He floated across that contest, but brought it down to Hutchinson, who gave it to Waterman. Just got the kick away in the nick of time. Inside the forward 50 for West Coast. Battle mops up. Morrison's handball was a shocker for Sicily. Gave him no play at the ball. And it trickles out of play for a throw-in. Left half forward, Eagles into attack. They kick to the Lockett end in this term, which has been the far more accurate end of the two in the ball game so far. That's Hawthorn by 43 points.
Umpire tosses it back in on the junction of 50. Rucks get to it. Meek and Flynn. Hutchinson beaten, but works out okay for Flynn. Back to Jack Graham, the former Tiger. High ball inside 50 here for West Coast. Waterman puck underneath it now, competes with Barris. Brought to ground by his former teammate, and the umpire will ball it up again. 20 out from goal. West Coast's attacking end. They trail by 43 points here at Docklands. Umpire wastes no time. Flynn palms it down. It was missed by Cripps, and underneath all of that, well, get up and have it all again.
Sam Mitchell's headed down to the Hawthorn bench in this quarter just to issue the direct instructions to his players. Meek reaches up in ruck, knocks it down. Hewitt shrugs one tackle. Handball back into the mess. Hunt almost got dacked as he got the kick away and then grabs McKenzie, walks him across the line. Umpire says toss it in, left forward pocket for the Eagles.
At least Sam Mitchell was talking to his own players this time, not other players. And West Coast, for example.
Yeah, about as close as he's got to Oscar Allen since they met for coffee, I'd say. They're about 12 metres away from one another. Couple of Hawks in between. All tossed back in. Meek reaches across Flynn, knocks it down to Warple. Spirals the kick outside the defensive 50 up toward the AFL logo. Bounces off the chest of McGovern. Picked up by Marrick. Handball to Duggan, who was immediately grabbed. In fact, it's Cole who was set upon by Jack Gunston. Right next to the Anzac Appeal logo, we'll have it tossed up broadcast side.
Hawks by 43. Up it goes again. Meek beaten by Flynn this time. Graham hacks it forward here for West Coast. Sicily on the intercept. Can't control it. Cripps does the crumbing. Danger here for Hawthorn's defence. Woodman wrapped up down there. Great tackle it was by McKenzie. Footy comes loose. And again, it's locked in for a ball up. Well, for a second, McKenzie's tackle might have been rewarded. The stoppage inside 50 here for West Coast again. Meek out the back. Warple collected again by Flynn, and Cripps will ball it up again. 11-13 plays 5-6. We've just hit time on here in this third term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport from Docklands.
2 goals in the term for the Hawks, just the one for the Eagles. Clearing kick is marked desperately by Baker, who comes diving forward to pull it in just millimetres above the turf. Front point of the square for the Eagles. 65 from home. Sets it up. Top of the goal square. Rising in front. Not being able to pull it down was Archer Reid. Spills to Harley Reid. Arches the back. Finds some space and shows his considerable class. That's the kind of glimpse that makes you wonder what on earth this man could be. Harley Reid with his first meaningful intervention in the game. It's a 37-point lead to Hawthorn. West Coast with their 6-6-42 to the Hawks 11-13-79 before Nathan Burke and Kes Peterson. Let's go boundary side. Alexia Pesce.
This is a bit cheeky, but Oscar Allen's off at the moment and he keeps looking over at the Hawks bench where Sam Mitchell's now sitting. Interesting.
Going to need you to listen into that, Alexia, and just report back when you can. Sneaky little microphone placement, I reckon. But yeah, look, that was Harley Reid's best moment of the game by a long way. It's only his third kick for the day. He's really been relatively ineffectual, but you can just see the strength when he finds his way into, just bullies his way through the front of the contest there, and a really great finish.
In his 27th game, Harley Reid never had a win here in Victoria, his home state. In the centre bounce clearance, Warple run aground by Jack Hutchinson. Again, will ball it up.
I think all Sam Mitchell has to say is, hey, Oscar, do you want to play in the back line or the forward line?
Yeah.
Because I've got a forward line spot here for you.
It's a curious subplot of that whole thing, the fact he's playing down back today, as selected by Andrew McQualter.
And, of course, he was rested last week, which meant that he didn't reach his 100th game against